Chapter 5450. However, under Lin Yi's careful observation, he noticed something unusual. This thousand blades simultaneous attack was different from the martial arts he usually used. This time, although it was also a thousand blades simultaneous attack, the target of the attack was one, or rather 1 point. All the flying needles shot towards 1 point at the same time, and that was one of the monsters in this group. A woo! A blood-curdling scream rang out. Even the thick-skinned monster was pierced by the needles at this moment. One had to know that Ling Tianyou's strength wasn't weak, especially in the Thousand Blades sect. His sparring partners were at least at the gold core stage. It wasn't too strange for 1,000 flying needles to pierce through a gold core stage monster. However, perhaps only Ling Tianyou could use this kind of fighting method. What made Lin Yi feel strange was that although his fighting method was effective, it was very clumsy. He could only kill one monster after half a day, and there were still many monsters around him. How did he persist for such a long time? Why didn't the other monsters take advantage of the situation to attack him? Another thing that made Lin Yi feel strange was that there weren't many monsters around Ling Tianyou. In fact, there weren't even as many monsters around Chu Tianliang's side. One had to know that Chu Tianliang could still attack in batches, but Ling Tianyou had to fight them one by one. They weren't on the same order of magnitude. After discovering this problem, Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry to help. Since Ling Tianyou could persist for so long, he naturally had his own way of survival. Lin Yi wanted to see how he did it. Was it because the number of monsters here was low? Or was there some other unknown secret? The next moment, a scene that made Lin Yi even more strange appeared. He saw Ling Tianyou's hand shake, and his signature ribbon fluttered in the air. The ribbon instantly straightened with a swoosh, and then there was another ear-piercing sound as it shot towards the monster that was pierced through like a sharp arrow. The monster was wrapped in the ribbon. Ling Tianyou hooked his hand again, and the monster fell into his hand. This series of movements was done in one go, as if he had practiced it many times. Just as Lin Yi was wondering why Ling Tianyou was doing this, Ling Tianyou reached into the monster's wound and pulled. The skin of the monster was torn open, revealing the flesh inside. Was this guy thinking of eating the monster raw? Lin Yi looked at Ling Tianyou with interest. Next, Ling Tianyou did not go to eat the monster. Instead, he used his hand to dig something out of the monster's body. Soon, a small red leather bag appeared in his hand. It looked like a spiritual knowledge fruit, but it was not a spiritual knowledge fruit. This thing was similar to the inner core of a spirit beast, but the inner core was hard, while the thing in Ling Tianyou's hand was soft and elastic. This could be seen from the dent in the small leather pouch when he held it. After getting the inner core, Ling Tianyou casually threw the monster's body. Then, without any delay, he threw the inner core in the direction of the group of monsters with his other hand. The inner core flew out of Ling Tianyou's hand. With the power of the Thousand Blades technique, Ling Tianyou was very familiar with throwing this inner core. Wherever he pointed, it would hit. With a loud bang, the inner core hit one of the monsters and immediately caused a huge explosion. Of course, this explosion was not important. The key was that the monster that was hit was blown to pieces, revealing the small inner core in its body, and this inner core was immediately detonated. As a result, the monsters in the air were like a chain reaction of explosions. Boom, 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 boom. In a short while, all of them were blown to bits. This scene made Lin Yi, who was watching from the side, widen his eyes. What was going on? Previously, when Ling Tianyou took out the monster's inner core and used it as a bomb weapon, Lin Yi was already very shocked. Now, he could even cause a chain reaction. Now Lin Yi knew that no wonder Ling Tianyou could persist in this space for so long. It turned out that he had a unique skill. But how did he find out about this method? Generally, no one could think of this. Even Lin Yi did not think of catching a monster and taking out its inner core. The inner core of a monster in the gold core stage was not too tempting for Lin Yi. Phew! After killing all the monsters, Ling Tianyou let out a long breath. Then he sat cross-legged on the scale of the Tai Chi and adjusted his breath, quickly recovering his physical strength and genuine Qi. It seemed that he was preparing for the next wave of monsters. After understanding the situation, Lin Yi did not stay any longer and flew in the direction of Ling Tianyou. Who? Ling Tianyou was startled and stared at the direction where Lin Yi flew from with a frightened expression. Unfortunately, he could not see anything in this range. He could only feel that someone or a spirit beast was coming to attack. After all, his divine sense and perception were too far apart from Lin Yi's. But what puzzled Ling Tianyu was that he had almost figured out the interval between the appearance of these monsters. That was why he sat cross-legged and adjusted his breath so calmly. He did not expect that there would be an accident. "It's me." Lin Yi did not frighten Ling Tianyu and said directly, "Brother Lin." Ling Tianyu was shocked and looked at the darkness in disbelief. He even thought that he was hallucinating after fighting for so long. "You are very skilled in dealing with monsters. How did you find out?" Lin Yi's figure floated over. Only when he landed on the scale of the Tai Shi and turned into a solid body did Ling Tianyu confirm that the person in front of him was really Lin Yi. "Brother Lin Yu." Although he was very shocked how Lin Yi came here, how did he find him? And most importantly, how did he move here? It's a long story. Let's make it short. With that, Lin Yi briefly recounted what happened after he separated from Ling Tianyu. Of course, he omitted many details, such as that traitor by Jingzi. He only said that Chu Qianlu wanted to repay him by bringing him to this place to find the spiritual knowledge fruit's core. Sure enough, Ling Tianyu could not help but smile bitterly after listening to Lin Yi's words. The spiritual knowledge fruit's core is actually a lie. Many people have seen it, but no one has ever obtained it. Then I'm a ghost. Lin Yi smiled. What? Ling Tianyu was taken aback, not understanding what Lin Yi meant. However, he suddenly remembered that Lin Yi had just floated over, and he suddenly shuddered. Although cultivators were not afraid of ghosts, and the so-called ghosts were actually souls, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Brother Lin Yu. Chapter 54-51. Cough cough. Ling Tianyu was shocked by Lin Yi's words. He stared at the spiritual knowledge fruit's core in Lin Yi's hand, seemingly wanting to see what it was. In his impression, this thing was just a lure. Through the spiritual knowledge fruit's core, one could enter this space. Lin Yi put away the spiritual knowledge fruit's core because trouble had come again. In the distance there was an "awoo" sound. Obviously, a wave of monsters was coming. Suddenly, Ling Tianyu restored his previous serious expression. He held the silk belt in his hand and grabbed a handful of flying needles. No need to go through so much trouble. Lin Yi shook his head lightly. Just as Ling Tianyu was puzzled, Lin Yi threw out a pill-fire chi bomb. Boom! An explosion sounded and all the monsters flying towards them fell into the bottomless darkness. This time Lin Yi looked carefully. His pill-fire chi bomb was very powerful, so it could blow up a group of monsters. However, Lin Yi wanted to see if it was because of the explosion of one monster that blew up the other monsters. But the result disappointed Lin Yi because this time Lin Yi clearly saw that the monsters were killed by his pill-fire chi bomb, not by each other exploding. This was really strange. Using a monster's own Niden to blow up the monsters could cause a chain explosion, but using a pill-fire chi bomb could only kill the extra monsters. It seemed that this Ling Tianyu was not simple. Lin Yi looked at him with admiration, but Ling Tianyu admired Lin Yi even more. He almost prostrated himself in front of Lin Yi. Brother Lin, how did you do it? Ling Tianyu's face was full of shock at the moment. It was hard for him to imagine that Lin Yi could kill a group of monsters with just one move. This was much easier than him. Originally, he had been very proud, thinking that he knew the ultimate move to kill a group of monsters. However, only now did he realize that the gap between him and the strong was insurmountable. Strength could crush everything. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes were useless. What do you think? Lin Yi didn't know how to explain this problem. Heh! In fact, Ling Tianyu already knew that Lin Yi was very powerful. He had already seen this in the competition after the primeval trials. Speaking of which, did you come here just to look for me? Not really. I was just looking for the exit, but I didn't find it. Instead, I found you. Lin Yi said. By the way, you said you wanted to go to a place. Is that the big monster here? Is it any use to you? It was no wonder that Lin Yi was puzzled. After watching for a long time, he couldn't figure out how Ling Tianyu's method of fighting monsters could improve his own strength. In Lin Yi's opinion, it was all about technique, but it had nothing to do with surpassing oneself to improve one's strength. It was just like in a game where you relied on skills to continuously attack some small monsters, but the experience gain was not much. It's useless, but there's no other way. Ling Tianyu sighed and said, "With my strength I can't kill these monsters too quickly. This is already the limit of my speed." "Then what are you doing here?" Linny couldn't help but feel puzzled after hearing this. "Naturally, I'm looking for a legendary item." Ling Tianyu didn't hide it. He brought Linny here with the intention of repaying a debt of gratitude. The reason why he didn't let Linny follow him was because this place was too dangerous. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell Linny. "But my movement speed is limited. I calculated that with my speed, after killing the last wave of monsters, I won't have much stamina left. If I rest for a while I can return to my peak state. Then, after killing the next wave of monsters, I will have some stamina left. I will use the remaining stamina to move forward for a short distance before adjusting my breathing. However, this time I can't return to my peak state. After killing the monsters, I won't have any extra stamina left. I need to rest and return to my peak state again." "What do you mean?" Linny was confused and didn't understand at all. "You can still move? How do you move?" "Huh? Brother Lin, don't you know?" Ling Tianyu was also stunned. He looked at Linny with some doubt and said, "Of course I move by controlling the Tai Chi scales under my feet. However, this is very exhausting. I can only move it a little bit at a time, so much so that I regret coming here. I reckon that by the time I reach my destination, I will be exhausted to death." "Is the Tai Chi scales can move?" Linny looked at his feet in shock. This was the first time he heard of such a thing. "Of course." Ling Tianyu nodded as if it was a matter of course. "How do you move it?" Linny was moved and asked quickly. If it could really move, then Xue Jianfeng and Chu Tianlu could come here. "By using divine sense." Ling Tianyu said. "Brother Lin, you don't know." "How could I know?" Linny didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "This is the first time I've come here. Even the way you fight the monsters is the first time I've seen it. No wonder. I just remembered that I was the one who brought you here." Ling Tianyu nodded in understanding and explained, "The Tai Chi scale under my feet is actually a duckweed floating in the air. Can be controlled by my divine sense. In fact, it's similar to the legendary flying sword, but it's not exactly the same. It's just that my divine sense is too weak, so I can't go far." "Show me," Linny suddenly said. "Okay." Ling Tianyu closed his eyes without hesitation and began to use his divine sense to control the Tai Chi scales under his feet. Linny looked at Ling Tianyu carefully and used his divine sense to feel the Tai Chi scales under his feet. Although it seemed that the Tai Chi scales were not moving on the surface, Linny could still feel that the Tai Chi scales were moving. It was really moving. Although the speed was very slow, it was really moving. "Okay, you can stop." Linny thought for a while and said, "Phew." Ling Tianyu let out a long sigh and wiped the beads of sweat off his forehead. Clearly, he was very tired from doing all this. However, just when Ling Tianyu wanted to sit down cross-legged and adjust his breathing, he almost staggered and fell into the abyss. Because the Tai Chi scales under his feet moved and moved forward at a very high speed, Ling Tianyu heard the whooshing sound of the wind, which scattered his hair. Even though he was a practitioner of the Foundation establishment realm, he was scared out of his wits. When he came back to his senses, he shouted in shock, "Brother Lin, are you controlling it?" Of course, Ling Tianyu was also clear that apart from Lin Yi, there was no one else. Chapter 54-52. However, this was also thanks to Lin Yi's powerful divine sense and spiritual power. If it were someone else, it would not be so fast. Gosh, if we keep going at this speed, we will reach our destination very soon. Ling Tianyu instantly became very excited. "Brother Lin, don't worry. The things are still yours. Just take me out. I've stayed in this damn place long enough. It's really boring to deal with these monsters all day long." "Where to?" Linny nodded. Ling Tianyu was a good friend. He never had any greedy thoughts, which made Linny quite admire him. In fact, Ling Tianyu was different from Bing Wuqing. Bing Wuqing was more intimidated, and she was his little brother. He was also different from Chu Tianlu. Although Chu Tianlu was also saved by Lin Yi and then repaid him, he still held back and only revealed his trump card at the last moment. But Ling Tianyu was not like that. "It's the direction I was going just now. Just keep flying," Ling Tianyu said. In fact, he had already found the direction, but his speed was too slow. "Okay." Linny thought for a while. Bing Wuqing could still hold on, so he did not have to hurry back. After all, even if he went back, he could not control 2 Tai Chi scales at the same time. That would consume too much divine sense and spiritual power. This was not just 2 times the divine sense. For example, if a person were to do 2 things at the same time, it might take him 2 hours to finish one. However, if he were to multitask and do 2 things at the same time, it might not take him 2 hours and he might even make a mistake. Of course, Lin Yi could also let these people step on the Tai Chi scales one by one, but it would be a little troublesome. Moreover, the destination that Ling Tianyu mentioned had other dangers. If there were, it would be troublesome for Lin Yi to take care of Ling Tianyu alone. If he took the other 2 with him, it would be purely troublesome for him. Next, to Ling Tianyu's surprise, the Tai snake scale flew at a very high speed. In any case, the space here was very vast, and Lin Yi could also sense that there were no obstacles in front of him. So, he could just keep flying without any danger. However, after flying for about half an hour, Lin Yi was a little surprised. Tianyu, did you remember wrongly? Our speed isn't low. In the secular world's terms, it's 200 to 300 kilometers per hour. It's comparable to a high-speed train. Why aren't they here yet? Even though this was a 4th-dimensional space, it didn't take long for Lin Yi to find Ling Tianyu from the previous location. Moreover, it wasn't that slow to find him. It should be almost done, right? Ling Tianyu also estimated the distance and frowned. He had never been here before and had only heard about it from others. Then let's wait and see. Lin Yi nodded and continued to fly forward at a very fast speed. Suddenly, Lin Yi stopped and braked, causing Ling Tianyu to stumble and almost fall. Fortunately, he was a cultivator and was able to stabilize his body in time. Brother Lin Yu? There's someone in front, Lin Yi said faintly. There's someone. Ling Tianyu was stunned and blurted out. How is that possible? Even if there's someone, it's impossible to fly so far. Moreover, Ling Tianyu was very sure that he was the first batch of people to reach the snake head position in this Tai Snake Island trial. How could someone enter before him? You said before that this isn't the first Tai Snake Island trial. So it's very likely that it's someone left behind from the previous trial. Lin Yi didn't find it strange. This person's strength is higher than yours. Then compared to you, Brother Lin? Ling Tianyu was shocked and asked quickly. Higher than me, Lin Yi said faintly. Ah. Ling Tianyu was shocked after hearing this. He couldn't believe it and couldn't speak. I'm only at the foundation establishment stage, so of course he's higher than me. Lin Yi smiled and said. But in fact, his divine sense isn't as strong as mine. In the ancient small world, it was all about divine sense. Here, cultivating divine sense was also the main job of cultivators. After discovering this, Lin Yi's strength suddenly soared. You scared me to death, Brother Lin. Ling Tianyu immediately heaved a sigh of relief. I thought it was higher than you. What kind of expert is that? In Ling Tianyu's view, Lin Yi was almost an undefeatable legend. He didn't feel any pressure when fighting against an opponent at a higher level. Although he didn't know the specific strength of Lin Yi, he felt that he was definitely more powerful than the average foundation establishment stage or even gold core stage. Who is it? Sure enough, he was an expert. When Lin Yi controlled the Tai snake scale to approach, that person sensed it and shouted, Senior, we are just passing by. We mean no harm. Ling Tianyu heard that this person was full of energy. Although he didn't release his strength, he was obviously not a weakling. He immediately answered respectfully, Passing by. That person obviously didn't believe him. His sharp eyes swept over. Although he couldn't see clearly, it didn't hinder his sharp momentum. You came here and can control the Tai snake scale. You are just passing by? You're not here for the treasure? This. Ling Tianyu didn't expect that the other party would be so straightforward. Although everyone came for the treasure, he was still not used to it. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so secretive. Since you are here, there is no need to hide anything. However, I am very curious. You are just a foundation establishment stage cultivator. How did you come here? Do you have any secret method to control the Tai snake scale? This person was very strange. Of course, this was also because he couldn't see clearly and couldn't sense the existence of Lin Yi. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strange. When Ling Tianyu was nervous, he subconsciously released his strength. So it was understandable that this person saw through it. Ling Tianyu didn't know what to say. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lin Yi, wanting to hear what he had to say. However, Ling Tianyu's silence made that person think that he was timid. He immediately sneered and said, "Boy, I don't care how you came here. Since you met me, it won't be so easy to leave. Tell me the method to control the Tai snake scale quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Ah! Ling Tianyu was stunned. He didn't expect that this person would be so overbearing. He didn't want to be polite at the slightest disagreement. Moreover, even if you know how to control the Tai snake scale quickly, you can't say it. Of course, I use my divine sense to control it. At this time, Lin Yi suddenly opened his mouth. He sighed slightly. In the small Jianghu of ancient times, the mortals were very practical. He didn't know whether it was because of the atmosphere of this place or something else. Anyway, it was not the same as the Heaven Stage Island. Chapter 54-53. He didn't expect that there was another person by Ling Tianyu's side, but he didn't notice this person at all. Naturally, it's the person you asked. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "I use my divine sense to drive it. I'm sure you know. Old thing, tell me what you know about the treasure. Otherwise, don't blame this young man for being impolite." Oh. The old man frowned. He was the one who'd said this before, and Lin Yi had changed a few words and thrown it back at him. Of course he was pissed. He was very angry, but he couldn't figure out Lin Yi's strength. Previously, he couldn't sense Lin Yi's existence. Now that Lin Yi had spoken, he still couldn't sense Lin Yi's strength. How strong was this person? Did he have a special concealment ability, or did he have strength comparable to him? If it was the former, he felt that it was possible, but if it was the latter, it was too unrealistic. He was an expert of the nascent soul stage, and at the peak of the late nascent soul stage. In this small world, he was almost invincible. No one could surpass him. In addition, Lin Yi had called him a young man before. This meant that this person wasn't very old. Otherwise, even if his voice and appearance were young, there were many cultivators who were more than 100 years old. These people would have called themselves old man instead of young man. The most important thing was that Ling Tianyu's tone was trembling when he answered. It was not difficult to understand that they didn't have any experts on their side. If they had experts as their backing, would Ling Tianyu speak in this tone? Thinking of this, the old man calmed down and said indifferently, "Brat, don't try to bluff this old man. Do you think this old man has been here for so many years because of fear? I might as well tell you. These years, this old man has also met some people who coveted the treasure ahead. But do you know what happened to them?" "I don't want to know." Lin Yi shrugged and said indifferently, "Since you caught up to them in front of you, then their strength must be inferior to yours. But we caught up to you behind you, so our strength must be stronger than yours." Ahahaha. The man suddenly laughed maniacally. "This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Do you know my strength?" "Oh, I know," Lin Yi said lightly. "Isn't it just the peak of Yuanying? Isn't it just peak nascent soul? Do you know that this old man's strength is an existence that stands at the peak of the supreme ancient martial world? No one can surpass this old man. Do you know this old man's name back then?" That person seemed to be angered by Lin Yi's disapproving tone and asked arrogantly, "I don't know. Why don't you tell me?" If it weren't for the fact that Lin Yi wanted to ask more about the treasure, he wouldn't have bothered to waste his breath on this fellow. Even if he didn't do anything to him, he would have quickly overtaken him and ignored him. Of course, this was also because Ling Tianyu didn't know anything. This guy must have read about this treasure from some legend and came looking for it. He didn't know any other useful clues. Back in the day, this old man was known as the undefeated archaic era. That person actually spoke out his own title. Lin Yi didn't think there was anything special about it. Instead, he thought of Invincible East. An Invincible East. What? You're the undefeated archaic era senior? You actually came here? Ling Tianyu's eyes widened and he shouted in surprise with an incredulous expression. "It seems that you, as a junior, have heard of this old man. The other one is far inferior. He thinks he's infallible." The undefeated archaic era was very satisfied with Ling Tianyu's reaction. Although he hadn't appeared in the supreme ancient martial world for hundreds of years, it seemed that many people still knew of his name. "That's right, senior. Speaking of which, I'm actually your disciple." Ling Tianyu was already trembling with excitement. But Lin Yi had a puzzled expression. Why did this kid come here to claim to be a relative? Was this old thing his master? Ling Tianyu wasn't the kind of person who would treat anyone as his mother. Don't try to curry favor with this old man. This old man doesn't have a weak disciple like you. The undefeated archaic era seemed to be very disdainful of Ling Tianyu's strength. Coming here to participate in the trial with this kind of strength, should this old man say that you're young and fearless, or that you're stupid and don't know the consequences? Ling Tianyu was speechless for a moment, and his face turned a little red. But at this moment there was a sudden change. A group of monsters quickly flew over, but this time they attacked in two directions. One group of monsters attacked the undefeated archaic era, and the other group attacked Lin Yi. Swoosh! A throwing knife tied with a red rope appeared in the undefeated archaic era's hand, and he directly killed a monster in the air. It only took a few seconds for the monster to explode. With a few booms, these monsters were blasted into pieces and fell into the abyss. At first glance, this move was exactly the same as Ling Tianyu's 1,000 blades. But if one looked closely, there were some differences and its power was unknown how many times greater. Ling Tianyu's flying needles could only concentrate on killing one monster, and could not destroy the inner core in their bodies. However, the undefeated archaic era could directly use these throwing knives to pierce the inner core, and cause a chain of explosions. On the other side, Ling Tianyu also attacked at the same time. He used the same method as before. After killing a monster, took out the inner core, and then detonated it. The undefeated archaic era let out a cry of surprise, and finally began to look at Ling Tianyu, who was not far away. Although he couldn't see his appearance, he could still sense the scene just now. After a while, the undefeated archaic era suddenly said, "Are you really from the Thousand Blades faction?" "Yes, martial uncle. I am Ling Tianyu from the Thousand Blades faction." Ling Tianyu was very excited. Previously, he was still thinking about how to convince the undefeated archaic era, but now there was no need to say anything. The display of martial arts was more powerful than anything else. "You came here because you read the sex logs, right?" The undefeated archaic era's voice was not as arrogant as before, but as stern as an elder. "Did you peek?" "Senior martial uncle, I didn't peek. I am a core disciple of the sect, the eldest senior brother, and I have the right to look at the sex logs." Ling Tianyu hurriedly explained respectfully. "Nonsense." The undefeated archaic era's voice suddenly increased 8 times, and he said coldly, "You are a mere disciple in the foundation establishment stage, and you call yourself the eldest senior brother? When did a nobody like you become the eldest senior brother of the Thousand Blades faction? If you don't tell the truth, don't blame me for being impolite." Chapter 54-54. Bullshit. Primordial Invincible finally cursed. "You call this the Thousand Blades attack? This is the Thousand Blades attack. How can this kind of child's play be considered a unique skill of the Thousand Blades sect?" Ling Tianyu was at a loss for words. He didn't know what to say and could only smile bitterly. "Senior martial granduncle, this is indeed the unique skill of our sect. Thousand blades shooting at the same time. This kind of martial skill that you use real flying daggers to display is already a legendary existence." "Bullshit. Our Thousand Blades sect is a member of the 4 great sections. How could we have declined so much?" Primeval Invincible roared. "Enough with your nonsense. Tell me, did you steal a move from our Thousand Blades school and slander us? Did you steal it from some other sect? Did you steal it from us? I think you are the enemies of the Thousand Blades sect." Martial uncle, please don't misunderstand. I really am the eldest senior brother of the Thousand Blades sect. If you don't believe me, here is my waist token, please take a look." With that, Ling Tianyu didn't hesitate. He took a token from his waist and threw it to Primordial Invincible. Primeval Invincible snorted coldly as he accepted the medallion. He looked at it carefully and then his face fell. He looked incredulous and after a long moment he said, "Are you really the eldest brother of the Thousand Blades school? Why are you so weak?" Ling Tianyu sighed and said helplessly, "Martial uncle, the Thousand Blades sect now is no longer the Thousand Blades sect of your time. After you left, those enemies came and injured the Kuan Saber ancestor and killed the second senior master Long Jia. After that, the sect began to decline. What did you say? Junior brother Kuan Dao was injured? My disciple Long Jiao was killed? Primordial Invincible's voice immediately changed and became trembling with anger. Who? Who did it? It's an expert from the Qingkuan sect. After you left, Immortal Du Nan from the Qingkuan sect dominated the ancient Jianghu. He is an expert at the peak of the late stage of nascent soul realm. After severely wounding our Thousand Blades sect, the Qingkuan sect won the position of the 4 major sects and clans, replacing us. Ling Tianyu said with a pained expression. From then on, our Thousand Blades faction never recovered. Most of the disciples left, leaving only us, the core disciples. In the following decades, Immortal Du Nan's strength increased explosively. Now, he is already half a step away from the consummate Yuaning realm. What? How did he become so strong so quickly? Primeval Invincible exclaimed. Yes, martial granduncle. Moreover, the Qingkuan sect has become the #1 sect in the remote ancient small Jianghu. Because a cultivator at the peak of the late stage of the Yuaning realm has appeared in the Qingkuan sect, whose strength is just below Immortal Du Nan's. Ling Tianyu said honestly. Sigh. Primeval Invincible heaved a deep sigh, filled with unwillingness and regret. He really didn't expect that the Thousand Blades faction, one of the 4 major sects and clans in the past, would fall into such dire straits in just 100 years. He didn't consider this. He thought that with him as the stabilizing force, no one would dare to cause trouble for the Thousand Blades faction. However, he still underestimated the ambition of these sects and clans. Perhaps after he left, no one would dare to cause trouble for the Thousand Blades faction for 10 or 20 years. But what about 30 or 50 years? If he was gone, there would naturally be people who coveted the position of the 4 major sects and clans. The Qingkuan sect was one of the best among them. Moreover, they had a grudge against the Thousand Blades faction. Of course, they would find a way to replace them. This was understandable. Martial granduncle, you don't have to worry too much. For the time being, our Thousand Blades faction is not in any trouble. Although the Qingkuan sect is powerful, we are now in decline, and they don't have the intention to continue arguing with us. Ling Tianyu sighed. In fact, being ignored by the opponent was the most unbearable, but he couldn't do anything about it. Ling Tianyu's goal was to revitalize the Thousand Blades faction. He wanted the Thousand Blades faction to flourish in his generation, and become a member of the 10 minor sects and clans again. He might even become one of the 4 major sects and clans. Let's go back. Let's go back. Primeval Invincible finally made a decision. I will find the Qingkuan sect. Martial granduncle, aren't you going to find the treasure? Ling Tianyu was startled. The treasure is just a legend. It's hard to say whether it really exists or not. Primeval Invincible shook his head. I have been here for more than 100 years, but I haven't found any clues. When Ling Tianyu heard that, he could not help but fall silent. Indeed, the records about this place were vague. It was unknown whether there were any treasures here. If there were, Invincible Primordial would have found them long ago. Since he hadn't found anything after such a long time, it was probably useless to stay here any longer. Alright, I will listen to Martial Granduncle. How are we going to get out? Ling Tianyu asked. I know the exit, Primeval Invincible said. Alright. Shall we go now? Although Ling Tianyu was a little shocked, he still obeyed. Follow me. Primeval Invincible nodded his head. Brother Lin, what should we do now? At this moment, Ling Tianyu suddenly remembered that Lin Yi was still beside him. He hurriedly asked in embarrassment. You go back. I will take a look. Since he was already here, Lin Yi naturally didn't want to leave so easily. Besides, Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu were still behind him. He couldn't just leave them behind. Kid, you aren't from the Thousand Blades faction? Primeval Invincible was not stupid. After listening to the conversation between Ling Tianyu and Lin Yi, he immediately determined that Lin Yi wasn't from the Thousand Blades faction. After all, Ling Tianyu was the eldest senior brother. All the disciples of the Thousand Blades faction would listen to him, and there was no need to discuss it with Lin Yi. No, Tenu, you go back first. Lin Yi didn't hide it and said directly. Kid, since you have heard so much, don't even think about leaving. Primeval Invincible's attitude towards Ling Tianyu was quite good, but it wasn't the same for Lin Yi. In his opinion, an outsider like Lin Yi wouldn't be able to leave so easily after hearing so much inside information about the decline of the Thousand Blades faction. Lin Yi was indifferent. He didn't care about a nascent soul expert at the exceptional realm. Of course he wouldn't attack Ling Tianyu, but he didn't say anything. No. Ling Tianyu was shocked and hurriedly said, "Martial uncle, I owe Brother Lin a life-saving debt. If it wasn't for Brother Lin, I would have been killed by Xue Jianfeng of the Snow Sword faction during the primeval trial. It was Brother Lin who acted out of righteousness. Therefore, this disciple came here this time to repay Brother Lin by finding that treasure for Brother Lin." Chapter 54-55. Obviously, Immemorial Invincible was not an unreasonable person. Although he still looked down on Lin Yi, he just snorted coldly this time. "A small Snow Sword faction actually dared to deal with you. It seems that the Thousand Blades faction has really declined. This old man needs to go back and take a look. As for you, you can do as you please. Since a disciple of my faction is speaking for you, this old man will not make things difficult for you. Don't talk about our faction's matters when you go out." Martial Uncle Master, what this disciple said is not a secret. Everyone in Immemorial Jianghu knows about it. Ling Tianyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He tried to explain to Lin Yi, "Brother Lin will be fine even if he hears it. Besides, he won't talk about it." Immemorial Invincible responded non-committally. Then he said to Ling Tianyu, "Then Ling Tianyu, come with me. Your friend, I can give you a hint before I leave. Follow my current position to the west, and you should reach the location of the treasure. However, I haven't found it yet. Moreover, I've gone around in circles here. If you have the ability, go and find it. Let's go." After saying that, Immemorial Invincible shook his hand. The red rope that was previously tied to the flying knife suddenly flew out. However, this time there were no flying knives. Instead, it swept towards Ling Tianyu's position. Ling Tianyu was stunned at first. He subconsciously wanted to dodge. Although he found that Immemorial Invincible had no evil intentions, he stood still. Then his body became light. He was brought up by the red rope, and the next moment, he fell on Immemorial Invincible's tie snake scale. Phew! Ling Tianyu knew the gap between his and Martial Uncle Master's martial skills. Immemorial Invincible's was the Real Thousand Blades technique, while his was just a simplified version. "Brother Lin, we will meet again. We will meet again." Lin Yi nodded and said lightly, "If Ling Tianyu didn't know how to get out, then Lin Yi probably didn't know either." However, Lin Yi didn't ask and Ling Tianyu didn't mention it. Immemorial Invincible pretended not to know. In fact, he was quite disgusted with Lin Yi. Although this young man was a bit capable, he didn't show any respect to a nascent soul realm old monster like him. Immemorial Invincible didn't care about him. After Ling Tianyu steadied himself, Invincible Ancient controlled the tie snake scale to fly southwest. Naturally, Lin Yi wouldn't forget something as important as this. Invincible Ancient didn't tell him, but couldn't he see for himself? After Immemorial Invincible left for a while, Lin Yi slowly drove the tie snake scale to follow him. With Lin Yi's divine sense, he could cover a much farther distance than Immemorial Invincible. Therefore, when they walked in front, Lin Yi could sense them from far away. From Immemorial Invincible's point of view, Lin Yi didn't follow them. He was sure that Lin Yi would have to spend a lot of effort to find the exit. Even if he had a special ability to control the tie snake scale quickly, he was still a small junior with limited physical strength. As for why Immemorial Invincible felt that Lin Yi was weak, it was because Ling Tianyu was weak. Birds of a feather flock together. If Lin Yi was strong, would he still hang out with Ling Tianyu? But this was Immemorial Invincible's one-sided view. Lin Yi's principle of making friends had always been character. Character was the most important thing, strength was secondary. Therefore, Lin Yi had a lot of friends. Lin Yi tracked them with his divine sense for about half an hour. When he saw Immemorial Invincible and Ling Tianyu arrive at a place similar to a teleportation array, they disappeared. Only then did Lin Yi turn around and rush in the direction of the treasure. Without other interference, Lin Yi's speed was very fast. He also didn't need to worry about his companions because he had the jade pendant to warn him. He could avoid unknown dangers at any time. It didn't take long for Lin Yi to return to the place where he'd met Primordial Undefeated. It was dark, but Lin Yi's divine sense told him where he was. Should he head west from here? After finding the right direction, Linny began to move forward slowly. This time he didn't use a fast speed, because he needed to release his divine sense to sense everything around him and the specific location of the treasure. Linny released his divine sense to the extreme, not wanting to miss any detail. Immemorial Invincible had said that he couldn't find it after going back and forth several times. So at first glance it seemed that what Linny was doing was useless, but in fact it was not. Although Immemorial Invincible was an expert at the great completion of nascent soul realm, his divine sense was limited. He could control the Taishi scales to search in all directions without missing anything. But he couldn't search up and down. The Taishi scales couldn't move up and down, but could only move parallel. But Linny's perception was very strong, so he could sense up and down a long distance. This was something that Immemorial Invincible couldn't do. And Linny's focus was on the area above and below. After all, Immemorial Invincible had searched for hundreds of years and still couldn't find it, so the possibility of it being in a parallel direction was not high. It must be a place that he had overlooked. And so Linny slowly probed his senses, slowly advancing forward. However, when he entered the range of his divine sense, it was still endless darkness. There was nothing special about it. Half an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. Just when Linny thought that the legend of the treasure was fake, his expression suddenly changed. The Taishi scales under his feet also stopped moving. There was something, it was right under Linny's feet, in the 10 o'clock direction. Of course, it was impossible for Immemorial Invincible's perception to sense it, because the range was a little far. Even Linny could barely find it. The Taishi scales couldn't fly up and down, so Linny could only give up on the Taishi scales. He turned into his primordial body and slowly flew down. Perhaps only Linny could do this. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't have such a powerful divine sense. The scene that entered Linny's eyes shocked him. This was not a treasure but a pitch-black hole. It was like a cosmic black hole. He couldn't see what was inside, and it was full of unknowns. Or more accurately, this was a teleportation array, where it could be teleported, whether there would be danger after teleportation, and whether it could be teleported out were all unknown. Seeing this, Linny couldn't help but hesitate. He didn't go in rashly. After all, this kind of thing was full of unpredictability. No one knew what would happen after entering. At the entrance of the black hole, Linny hesitated for a moment. Then he tried to approach it. However, just as he approached the black hole, the jade pendant sent a strong warning. There was danger inside. The jade pendant wouldn't lie. The fact that it had such a strong warning meant that there was a risk that even Linny might not be able to handle. Chapter 54-56. Although there might be treasures inside, Linny didn't want to take the risk. Firstly, his main body wasn't here, and his strength wasn't too high. Secondly, Bing Wuxia and Chu Tianlu were waiting for him behind. If he went in, he might not be able to come out for a long time. What would happen to those two then? With their strength, they would probably be trapped here until they died. So, even if Linny wanted to go, he would do it on his own next time. He couldn't do it this time. It would be best to bring the main body of the heavenly island here. That way it would be safer. Thinking of this, Linny flew back onto the Tai snake scale again, and controlled it to fly backward quickly. This time Linny used his full speed, so it only took him less than 2 hours to return to the previous place. At this time, Bing Wuxia and Chu Tianlu were fighting monsters with great effort. Suddenly they felt something flying toward them from behind, and were shocked. The two looked back at the same time, but they couldn't see anything in the darkness. "Brother Bing, is this some big monster or monster king?" Chu Tianlu asked in shock. The time spent fighting monsters had already made him complain incessantly. His strength was low to begin with, and even if Bing Wuxia used her full strength, she couldn't take care of everything. He could only protect himself. "No, it's Big Brother." Bing Wuxia's perception was stronger than Chu Tianlu's. When Chu Tianlu asked the question, she had already identified the identity of the newcomer. It was Lin Yi who had returned. "Ah, it's Brother Lin." Chu Tianlu's voice became unusually excited. "That's right, it's me." As Lin Yi spoke, he had already arrived beside the two of them. With a vital energy core firebomb, he blew up the monsters around him, then said to the two of them, "Come, there's limited space for you two to stand, so each carry one of them." "Uh-huh." The two of them were a little shocked because this time Linny didn't fly back on his own, but stepped on the tie snake's scale. Did that mean that he had already mastered the way to control the tie snake's scale? All right. Without another word, Bing Wuqing leaped onto Lin Yi's tie scale and said, I'll carry him. Brother Lin, can't we control the tie snake scales ourselves? Chu Tianlu asked a little curiously. If that's the case, we don't have to hold it. He always felt that it was strange for two grown men to hug each other. Of course, it was not because he wanted to steal something. If boss says we can't, then we naturally can't. Bing Wuqing said coldly. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Yi still thought highly of Chu Tianlu, she would have ignored him long ago and left him to fend for himself. Chu Tianlu immediately felt somewhat awkward. Controlling this requires spiritual consciousness and mental strength. You can try it, but your spiritual consciousness is limited. Lin Yi casually explained. If that's the case, I understand. Chu Tianlu jumped over embarrassedly and landed on Bing Wuqing's body with an awkward expression on his face. However, Bing Wuqing was still expressionless, as if she was hugging something instead of a person. She only said to Lin Yi, Boss, can we get out from here? What exactly is this place? I'm not sure about the specifics, but I met Ling Tianyu. He told me how to control it and he left first. I came back to pick you up. Lin Yi did not tell her about the invincible immemorial realm and the treasures, because there was no need to. Thank you, boss. Bing Wuqing was very touched. Lin Yi could have left, but he came back to pick her up. She would not suffer any losses in the future if she followed such a boss. Although Chu Tianlu was also touched, he did not dare to speak carelessly. If he said something wrong, he would be mocked by Bing Wuqing again. If she was unhappy and threw him off, he would be doomed. Lin Yi nodded and began to control the tie snake scales. Although there were two more people, it did not make a big difference to Lin Yi. It was just that his speed was slightly slower. Of course, it was also because Lin Yi was worried that his speed would be too fast and he would throw them off. Especially Chu Tianlu, half of his body was suspended in the air. Because his speed had decreased, he met the two idiots Bai Jingze and Chu Tianliang on the way. The two were sweating profusely. Obviously, they were exhausted. Previously, the two could barely maintain their speed with their skills, but now they were struggling. When they saw Lin Yi flying over from afar, they immediately turned pale with fright. How can you fly with people? Bai Jingze exclaimed. Oh, I lied to you before. Lin Yi smiled. You. Bai Jingze's mind was filled with curses, but he did not dare to scold Lin Yi. He could only beg. Lin Yi, please take us away. We will definitely repay you after we get out. Right, Tianliang? This time he had learned to be smart. He knew to bring Chu Tianliang with him when talking and doing things. If Lin Yi did not agree, he would have a way out. He would not be as passive as before. That's right. Chu Tianliang could not hold on any longer. Previously, he did not beg Lin Yi because he felt that there was no possibility of reconciliation between the two of them. However, now that he saw Chu Tianlu, he immediately softened. Tianlu, we are all members of the Chu family. You won't just watch me stay here and do nothing, right? Chu Tianlu's heart was undoubtedly good, but he could not make the decision at the moment. He could not help but look at Lin Yi. Did you ask the wrong person? Lin Yi said indifferently. Right, Tianlu, you only need to tell me how to control this tie snake scale. Chu Tianliang knew that Lin Yi could not help him, so he could only settle for the next best thing. Oh, do you think that if he knew how to control it, he would still need to be carried? Lin Yi looked at Chu Tianliang mockingly. Chu Tianliang was instantly speechless. Bye-bye, we will meet again. Lin Yi waved his hand and controlled the tie snake scale to leave. Fuck. I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. Chu Tianliang spat hatefully. Tianliang, what does bye-bye mean? Bai Jingze had a strange expression. Is he calling me? Who knows? It's probably a nickname he gave you. Chu Tianliang shook his head and said, No, if they can do it, so can we. I have to study how to control this thing. Without a doubt, Chu Tianliang's intelligence was not low. He was a person who was good at discovering and researching. He immediately began to study the tie snake scale. Chu Tianlu watched Chu Tianliang stay here, and could not help but sigh slightly. Although he did not want this result, it was the best result. Would Chu Tianliang stop opposing him after he returned? Obviously not. However, if he left them here in the future, there would be no future. Chapter 54-57. Brother Lin, I know. Chu Tianlu nodded. I will pay attention in the future. Linny didn't say anything more. It was hard to change a person's character. Although Chu Tianlu said so, it was hard to say whether he would do it in the future. They came to the transmission array that Primordial Invincible had used before. Linny went through it directly with the two of them. A white light flashed in front of them, and it was no different from the transmission array that they had passed several times before. In the next moment, the three of them appeared in a patch of grass. Chu Tianlu immediately let out a cheer. This was clearly the Tai Snake Island from before. The feeling of being able to see the light of day again after emerging from the void of the fourth dimension was truly great. It feels like a lifetime has passed. Bing Wuxia, who had always been a man of few words, couldn't help but sigh at this moment. The first thing Linny did after coming out was not to sigh, but to search around to see if Ling Tianyu was still nearby. Unfortunately, Linny couldn't find him within the range of his divine senses. Ling Tianyu must have gone back with Primordial Invincible and gone to seek revenge on Qiankuan sect. How could an expert in the great perfection of nascent soul realm tolerate such hatred that almost destroyed his sect? He was an existence that stood at the top of the small Jianghu in the ancient times. Let's go back. Linny had no nostalgia for this place. Although he wanted to explore what was in that black hole, his current strength was far from enough. He could only leave first. Okay. Bing Wuxia and Chu Tianlu followed Linny, one on the left and one on the right. The three of them walked in the direction of the exit transmission array. As for how to go, Chu Tianlu would naturally lead the way, so Linny didn't have to look for him. Oh, isn't this a local tycoon? A voice came from not far away and fell into the ears of the three. Linny turned his head indifferently and found that it was Wei Dao. This person had ridiculed Ling Tianyu when he entered, and now he suddenly jumped out again. However, what puzzled Linny was, since he knew that Bing Wuxia was a nascent soul realm old weirdo, who gave him the courage to put on airs here. The term nouveau riche was most likely learned from those disciples who had gone to the secular world to gain experience. From this point, it could be seen that this person wasn't a good person. He specialized in such terms. What's the matter? Bing Wuxia asked dispassionately. This made Linny even more puzzled. Logically speaking, Bing Wuxia was the type of person who would attack at the slightest disagreement. Yet, she still had the patience to ask questions at this moment. There must be something fishy about this. Nothing, why don't I see Ling Tianyu? He wouldn't have died here, right? Although Wei Dao was acting tough, he didn't dare to really target Bing Wuxia. Instead, he only targeted Ling Tianyu. Are you alright? Bing Wuxia frowned, a chilly aura emanating from her body. Hey, what are you so excited about? Wei Dao shrugged his shoulders and said, You still dare to hit me? Boring, I'm leaving. As he spoke, he turned around and quickly left with Elder Lin Zhen. You seem to be afraid of this guy? After Wei Dao left, Linny asked playfully. I wouldn't say I'm afraid, but I'm a little afraid. Bing Wuxia didn't hide anything and shook her head. That's right. Not only Brother Bing, but I'm also very afraid. Chu Tianlu nodded and said, Although the Tyrant's Blade School isn't very powerful and can't even be considered as one of the 10 small sects, they have an awesome backer. Backer? Linny raised his eyebrows. The backer of the Tyrant's Blade School is the Qiankuan School, one of the 4 big sects. Chu Tianlu said, It's also because of this reason that although the Tyrant's Blade School is overbearing, no one dares to really offend them. Usually people give in to them. Who asked them to be so awesome? The daughter of the Tyrant's Blade School's leader is married to a mortal Dunan of the Qiankuan School as a concubine. So that's what happened. After listening, Linny could more or less understand why the Tyrant's Blade School and the Thousand Blade School had a grudge against each other. It was probably instigated by the Qiankuan School. With the Qiankuan School's imposing manner, it was really despicable for them to go against the small Thousand Blade School. However, they didn't have to worry so much about letting the Tyrant's Blade School do it for them. It seemed that Bing Wuxia wasn't someone who didn't know how to be patient. This made Linny look up to her. Sometimes, taking a step back wasn't a sign of weakness, but it was for the sake of the overall situation. This Qingkuan school is the hidden leader of the small Jianghu in the Archean era. Chu Tianlu continued to explain. It can be said that those who submit to us will prosper, and those who oppose us will perish. Therefore, as long as it's related to them, we rarely get involved. Linny nodded. In fact, this was the same everywhere. Take the North Island for example, the Soaring Sky Pavilion was also such an existence. Of course, that was before Linny appeared. Of course, the Archean Invincible wasn't Linny, so Linny didn't have high hopes for the Archean Invincible. The Qingkuan school had two top-notch nascent soul experts now, while he was alone. The possibility of him winning was next to nothing. However, these Jianghu grudges weren't something that Linny could worry about. It was impossible for the Archean Invincible to give up just because he said that the Archean Invincible wasn't a match for them. After all, the Qingkuan school and the Thousand Blade school were mortal enemies. There was no possibility of reconciliation between the two. They returned to the transportation matrix without any incidents. Linny guarded the back and Bing Wuqing took the lead. The three of them walked out of the transportation matrix in a single file. They saw Marquis standing not far away. When he saw Linny and the other two come out, he just nodded indifferently. Butler Yu. As a junior, Chu Tianlu naturally greeted Marquis Yu. However, as a nascent soul expert, Bing Wuqing didn't need to do so, and Linny didn't need to do so either. How was the harvest? Marquis Yu saw that Chu Tianlu was still polite, so he casually brushed him off. Not bad, Chu Tianlu answered respectfully. Oh. Marquis Yu actually didn't expect Chu Tianlu to have any harvest. He was just being polite. Who would have thought that Chu Tianlu would say that it was not bad? He lifted his eyelids slightly and said with some confusion, "Tell me about it?" Yes. Chu Tianlu didn't dare to hide anything. He said carefully, "We were lucky to get a consciousness fruit. Of course this is secondary. We found the heart of the consciousness fruit." Linny shook his head secretly. This Chu Tianlu was really simple-minded. If it wasn't for the fact that Linny knew that this fellow was a good person with overflowing sympathy and didn't have any intention of harming others or guarding against others, he would have thought that Chu Tianlu did it on purpose. It was best not to talk about this kind of thing. An innocent man would get into trouble because of his wealth. It was better to keep a low profile if he had a treasure on him to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chapter 54-58. In his opinion, since Marquis Yu held this Tai Snake Island trial, it must be for everyone to take whatever they want. Otherwise, wouldn't he lose his credibility? Who would come to participate in his trial in the future? Moreover, there were no outsiders in the surroundings, so Chu Tianlu would speak the truth regardless of his feelings or reason, not hiding anything. What? Spiritual awareness fruit's core? When Marquis Yu heard about the spiritual awareness fruit, his eyelids only twitched. There was not much change in his expression, but when he heard about the spiritual awareness fruit's core, his expression suddenly became shocked. He raised his head and asked anxiously, "Yes, it's..." Chu Tianlu wanted to continue speaking, but he was interrupted by Lin Yi. "Well, I still have business to do. Don't disturb Steward Yu," Lin Yi said indifferently to Chu Tianlu. Ah! Chu Tianlu realized that he had said too much. Although the spiritual awareness fruit and the spiritual awareness fruit's core were obtained under his witness, in the end, they were Lin Yi's things. What would happen if he said it out? Chu Tianlu said so much out of respect for Marquis Yu, but at this moment, he suddenly sobered up and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Steward Yu will go first." Wait. However, Marquis Yu's expression suddenly changed, becoming terrifyingly gloomy. His eyes were like an eagle's as he stared fixedly at Chu Tianlu, saying word by word, "Speak clearly. What is the heart of the fruit of consciousness?" Chu Tianlu shuddered. He never thought that Marquis Yu would suddenly become so irritable. At that moment, he did not dare to continue speaking and only said vaguely, "I was just joking." Lin Yi sighed inwardly when he heard this. No wonder Chu Tianlu was almost tricked to death by Chu Tianliang, and was played like an idiot by his two brothers. It seemed that he was a person with low EQ. For Marquis Yu's question, Chu Tianlu only needed to make up a story about the heart of the spiritual knowledge fruit and he would be able to get away with it. For example, the fake spiritual knowledge fruit that could move. All of these could be said casually, but Chu Tianlu chose the most unskilled lie, which no one could believe. As expected, Marquis Yu coldly blocked Chu Tianlu's path and said, "Tell me, what does the divine knowledge fruit's heart look like? Where did you obtain it?" Chu Tianlu stammered. He did not know what to say. He lowered his head apologetically. His heart was filled with guilt towards Lin Yi. He should not have trusted Marquis Yu. "I'm puzzled. What he obtained in Taishi Island is his own fortune. What does it have to do with you?" Bing Wuqing could not help but speak up at this moment. She had tolerated Wei Yidao because of his background, but it did not mean that she was patient with everyone. For example, this Marquis Yu in front of her made Bing Wuqing very unhappy. "You opened your door to do business and advertised the trial on Taishi Island. He handed over the spiritual jades and obtained the quota, but you kept asking him what he obtained. This has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere." Marquis Yu ignored Bing Wuqing and replied coldly. He did not even look at her. "What did you say?" Bing Wuqing's aura suddenly changed, and the strength of an early nascent soul stage expert was fully displayed. "Don't look for trouble." Marquis Yu did not seem to feel the aura released from Bing Wuqing. He still had the same indifferent expression, as if this had nothing to do with him. "You're courting death." Bing Wuqing was instantly enraged. She put her hands together and activated her mental cultivation method. Merciless Ice Aura was about to be released. Humph! Only then did Marquis Yu move. He raised his right hand lightly and his aura changed, revealing his strength. He was actually a nascent soul stage expert. Ah! Chu Tianlu was so frightened by the aura of these two that his legs turned to jelly, especially Marquis Yu in front of him. He was actually a top-notch existence in the immemorial underworld. Before this, why did he not know about this at all? After all, Bing Wuqing was someone who followed Lin Yi. Although the opponent was strong, he was not the least bit afraid and continued to face him coldly. Although his heart was also beating like a drum, he could not embarrass Lin Yi. He firmly believed that this person could not withstand a single blow from Lin Yi. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He had long felt that there was something wrong with this Marquis Yu, but he did not expect him to be a nascent soul stage expert. Lin Yi realized that his golden finger, which could see through other people's strength, was not very useful when he was in his primordial spirit state. Perhaps it was still limited by the strength in his physical state. The golden finger relied on the strength of the foundation building stage, so it could not see through experts who were much stronger than him. However, this was not important. He was just a nascent soul stage expert, that was all. Lin Yi's divine sense suddenly spread out and directly took over the pressure on Bing Wuqing. He looked at Marquis Yu and said, "We don't want to cause trouble, but don't force us. You are open for business, so what do we get? Does it have anything to do with you?" Seeing that Lin Yi could actually withstand the pressure of his nascent soul stage expert and share Bing Wuqing's burden, Marquis Yu was extremely shocked. Previously, he did not take Lin Yi seriously at all. In his opinion, Lin Yi was an existence of the same level as Ling Tianyu and Chu Tianlu. Therefore, among the three of them, the one he feared the most was Bing Wuqing. However, he did not expect that there would be a hidden expert here. Although he did not know Lin Yi's strength, in his opinion, Lin Yi should also be a nascent soul expert. However, he should not be particularly strong. After all, he only helped Bing Wuqing to share a part of the pressure, and did not counterattack. This meant that the combined strength of Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing would not be able to contend against him. Even so, he did not want to fight head-on with Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing. Although he was a top-notch existence in the small immemorial underworld, at the end of the day, fighting against two early nascent soul experts at the same time was still very stressful. Both sides might be injured. Therefore, it was better to use words to solve the problem. Negotiation was the way to go. "I can accept other things, but not the heart of the fruit of consciousness," Marquis Yu said. "Why?" Lin Yi laughed. "I am really curious. What rule did you set that the heart of the fruit of consciousness cannot be taken? Or did you change it at the last minute?" "No, the heart of the fruit of consciousness is the source of the consciousness fruits on Tai Snake Island. If you take away the heart of the fruit of consciousness, there will no longer be any consciousness fruits produced here, and no one will come to participate in the trial." Marquis Yu explained the reason very seriously. Lin Yi understood. So that was the case. However, understanding was one thing. Although he sympathized with Marquis and there would be no business on Tai Snake Island in the future, Lin Yi did not intend to give up just like that. Chapter 54-59. If he returned the fruit of consciousness's heart, what would happen to Lin Yi? I'm sorry, but even so, I can't return the fruit of consciousness's heart to you. Lin Yi spoke, but he was not too forceful. Your rules didn't say that we can't take the fruit of consciousness's heart, and we spent a lot of money to come in. Don't you think your request is a bit too much? I didn't think anyone could get it, Marquis said honestly. Marquis spoke the truth. That is almost impossible to accomplish. I don't know what method you guys used, but I definitely won't let you guys take it away. Otherwise, it would be my dereliction of duty. The island master won't let me off either. So everyone, sorry. I will pay you back in full this time. But please return the fruit of consciousness's heart. I'm sorry, that's impossible. Lin Yi did not lack spiritual jades at all. How could returning it be more important than the fruit of consciousness's heart? Moreover, Lin Yi almost entered the fourth-dimensional space for the fruit of consciousness's heart. It was a risk, and it was not worth it to return it just like that. Don't force me. Marquis was obviously angry. Lin Yi's attitude made him unhappy. Do you know who you're talking to? Do you really plan to become enemies with Tai Snake Island? I don't have the habit of making enemies everywhere, but since you want to, I can only accept it. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. Tell me, what should we do? Very well. Marquis' aura suddenly soared. Bing Wuqing's expression tightened, and she prepared for battle. Chu Tianlu was already pale with fear. He sat at the side, trembling all over. He even forgot to use his vital energy to defend himself. Of course, he could not defend himself even if he wanted to. The difference in strength between him and the person fighting was too great. Oh, very well. Lin Yi nodded. You want to fight? What do you think? Marquis' expression was ferocious. His hands moved, and his sleeves suddenly flung open. Like two poisonous snakes, they entangled towards Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing. Lin Yi did not know whether to call him arrogant or confident. 1 against 2. Helplessly shaking his head, Lin Yi also moved. In the next moment, Marquis, who was previously in a frenzy of rage, fell stiffly onto the ground with a thud. Without any warning, he was like a corpse that had lost its soul. Bing Wuqing's breathing tightened. Although she had already witnessed Lin Yi's prowess, her current opponent was a consummate nascent soul cultivator. She was still thoroughly shocked. The battle was over just like that? Bing Wuqing found it a little funny. She didn't even know how to describe her boss's ruthlessness. Chu Tianlu was dumbstruck as he watched from the side. What was going on? Why did that expert at the peak of the late-stage nascent soul realm kneel before the fight even started? Wasn't this too strange? He rubbed his eyes to see if he was dreaming. Unfortunately, Marquis was still lying on the ground without any movement. Bing Wuqing sneered and scolded. How dare you yell at Big Boss with your meager skills? Are you trying to act all high and mighty? Are you hurt? Oh. Lin Yi was a little speechless, but he had no time to care about Bing Wuqing's antics. He had more important things to do. Essentially, he didn't want to hurt Marquis. After all, it was meaningless to become enemies with Tai Snake Island. What the other party said made sense. Anyone else would have risked their lives for the heart of the fruit of consciousness. From two different standpoints, it was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. How is it? Not bad, right? Lin Yi suddenly asked as he looked at Marquis' primordial spirit, who was at a loss in the dark space. Marquis was about to attack Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing when he suddenly felt his primordial spirit being forcibly stripped away by something. In an instant, he arrived in a dark space. The area of this dark space was limited, and it was sealed in all directions. No matter what he did, he couldn't get out. In an instant, despair filled his entire being. In fact, if it was the Lin Yi before he entered Tai Snake Island, it would have been difficult to lure Marquis' primordial spirit out so easily. Firstly, Marquis was an expert in the nascent soul realm great perfection, and his strength was obvious. Secondly, Marquis was not defenseless. He was already prepared for battle. Under such circumstances, it was even more difficult to succeed. However, Lin Yi did it with ease and joy. This was all thanks to the fusion with the primordial spirit of the sky-devouring giant crocodile. That guy was originally a nascent soul realm great perfection. After the fusion with Lin Yi, the power of Lin Yi's primordial spirit instantly skyrocketed. Although there were some flaws, as long as Marquis Yu's primordial spirit was not devoured, and he merely captured it into the jade pendant, there was no problem. How did you do it? Where is this? What magic treasure do you have? Marquis Yu was about to collapse. Suddenly, he heard Lin Yi's voice and asked loudly, "No, this is a new type of martial technique. You just haven't heard of it." Lin Yi's voice was very cold. "If you stay here for too long, your physical body will die, and you will slowly dissipate due to the lack of consciousness. In simple words, you will be trapped to death by me sooner or later." Marquis Yu wanted to ask Lin Yi to let him go, but after thinking about it, it was impossible. Why would he let him go? With this kind of ability, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted to him? There was no need to say anything like "you just wait and see," because he couldn't get out at all. "I can let you go, but don't cause trouble again. Otherwise, I won't be so easy to talk to next time." Lin Yi seemed to know what Marquis Yu was thinking and said directly, "Okay." Marquis Yu gritted his teeth. Although he didn't want to give up the fruit of consciousness's core, in order to live, he could only give in. After all, in front of a real top expert, he had no way of bargaining at all. "I hope you don't seek your own death when you come out." After Lin Yi said this, he let Marquis Yu's primordial spirit back. Marquis Yu's body suddenly moved. Bing Wuxia was shocked and quickly prepared for battle. However, Lin Yi waved his hand and stopped her. "It's okay, don't worry about him. He won't dare to act like an egg anymore." Marquis Yu was speechless when he heard Lin Yi's words. He thought to himself, "When did I act like an egg? Previously I thought I had you all. Who knew you were so powerful? Who?" Marquis Yu rested on the ground for a long time before he stabilized his primordial spirit. He stood up carefully and looked at Lin Yi with vigilance and respect. "Senior. If there's nothing else, we're leaving." Lin Yi was too lazy to say more and said directly, "Wait a minute." Marquis Yu panicked and shouted. Chapter 5460. No, senior. That consciousness fruit's heart is really important to us, you see," Marquis Yu said carefully. Lin Yi was angered by Marquis Yu's words. "You still want to take back the consciousness fruit's heart? Are you really not afraid of death?" "No, senior, you've misunderstood. What I mean is, can we exchange? I have enough sincerity on my side. I can bring you to see the island master," Marquis Yu said quickly. "Bring me to see the island master and let the island master deal with me?" Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. "Are you sure your island master is my opponent? Won't he be killed by me?" "Senior, you misunderstood me. I don't mean that. I just want to exchange something," Marquis Yu explained with a bitter smile. "All right, if that's the case, then let your island master come over. Why do I have to see him? My time is limited and my patience is limited. Hurry and contact him." Lin Yi waved his hand. Actually, Lin Yi also wanted to see what kind of person this mysterious Tai Snake Island master was. His current modified soul-reaping hand rarely had an opponent. "Our island master. How do I say this?" Marquis Yu's expression became a little awkward. "He's a little special and can't come here, so please forgive me, senior, can you come?" Lin Yi was instantly amused. "He wants to see me and wants me to go? What if it's a trap? What wishful thinking is that?" "Senior, I can guarantee that we are absolutely sincere. I have just communicated with the island master, and he is also very happy to meet you. You can have an equal negotiation and see if you can use our other good things to exchange for the spiritual knowledge fruit's core in your hands. If you can't, then we will not force you." "Oh." Lin Yi looked at Marquis Yu in surprise. When did he communicate with the island master? Could it be that he had the island master's divine sense mark on him? The two of them could communicate through divine sense? That should be the case. Then Lin Yi was even more interested in this mysterious island master. This method was good, even better than Lin Yi's chi transmission. Lin Yi wanted to learn. But on the surface, he still pretended to be very unhappy. "Is that so? What's the strength of your island lord?" Forgive me for being blunt, but I'm not too sure either. I only know that island master's abilities are much higher than mine," Marquis Yu said with a bitter smile. At this moment, some disciples from other sects came out from the teleportation formation. When they saw Marquis Yu and Lin Yi talking at the side, they didn't disturb them. After all, they knew Bing Wuqing's strength. Lin Yi saw that there were more people, so he didn't say anything more. He nodded and said, "All right, you lead the way. Wuqing, you and Heavenly Road go back first." After saying that, Lin Yi used Zhanqi to send a sound transmission and set up a meeting place with the two of them. His goal was to not let this Marquis Yu hear him. It didn't matter to Lin Yi to meet the island master. No matter how strong the island master was, Lin Yi was confident that escaping would not be a problem. However, Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu would not be able to do so. It would be better for them to leave first, in case Lin Yi couldn't take care of them when the time came. All right. Bing Wuqing didn't say anything more. She didn't even ask a single question, and directly pulled Chu Tianlu away. This kind of follower was really worry-free. Lin Yi felt that this kind of character wasn't bad. Lead the way. After Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu had left, Lin Yi said to Marquis Yu, "All right, senior, this way please." Marquis Yu made a gesture of invitation. He didn't stop Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu from leaving at all. It was obvious that he didn't want to make things difficult for them. At this moment, Marquis Yu was already certain that Lin Yi was the backbone of the three of them. The heart of the fruit of consciousness must be with Lin Yi. Lin Yi followed Marquis Yu and walked forward at a steady pace on the small path of Tai Snake Island. In the blink of an eye, they came to an uninhabited area. It was obvious that there was a teleportation formation here, similar to the one used to go to the trials. "It's here." Marquis Yu pointed at the teleportation formation and said, "After we pass through this teleportation formation, we will be able to see the master of Tai Snake Island." Lin Yi shrugged. He wasn't afraid of Marquis Yu's little tricks, because Lin Yi could kill him at any time and then return to the heavenly stage island in his primordial spirit state. Marquis Yu took out some spiritual jades from the bag he carried with him and placed them into a device that looked like a small sacrificial altar beside the teleportation formation. Then, there was a flash of white light, and it was obvious that the teleportation formation had been activated. "Please, senior," Marquis Yu said. Lin Yi nodded and walked in first. Marquis Yu admired his courage and boldness. He followed closely behind and entered the teleportation formation. What entered Lin Yi's eyes was a narrow path. It was dim, and it seemed to be the underground cave of Tai Snake Island. Lin Yi saw that Marquis Yu had arrived, so he said, "How do we go?" "I will lead the way for senior." Marquis Yu walked in front and began to lead the way. This path was not only narrow, but there were also many forks in the road. Marquis Yu walked in front skillfully, but Lin Yi could smoothly remember the path that he had walked through once. Even if he came out by himself, it would not be a problem. On both sides of the path there was a faint light. It was unknown what the light was, but although it was dim, they could clearly see the road under their feet. The two of them walked forward and finally arrived in front of a door. Marquis Yu went forward and made a few gestures in front of the door. From Lin Yi's point of view, each of his gestures contained spiritual energy, and the strength of the spiritual energy was not the same. It should be similar to a type of password to unlock a lock. Lin Yi also memorized each and every one of them in his heart. What he was best at was imitation. "Please come in." After Marquis Yu entered the password gesture, he said to Lin Yi. At this time the door was still closed. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and the next moment, the door slowly opened. A ray of dazzling light came from inside. The visibility here was obviously much greater than outside. Of course, Marquis Yu was already used to it. He waited for Lin Yi to walk in, then followed behind him. This was a large hall, and the light came from the glowing stones around the large hall. In other words, this place was still not connected to the outside world, and should still be under Tai Snake Island. The large hall was very spacious. Other than the glowing stones on the stone pillars around it, there was nothing else. In the middle of the large hall there was an especially large high platform, and on the high platform, there was actually a primordial spirit. Lin Yi was very surprised. He did not expect to see a primordial spirit here. Could it be that the master of Tai Snake Island that Marquis Yu mentioned was this primordial spirit in front of him? Chapter 5461. Marquis Yu ignored Lin Yi's suspicious gaze. He bowed and walked forward quickly. He bowed respectfully to the primordial spirit on the high platform and said, "Island Lord, the person is here." Linny saw this scene and was secretly surprised. He thought that Marquis Yu's master would be a human cultivator who was stronger than him. Who knew that it was a primordial spirit? However, for Marquis Yu, a top expert at the great perfection of the nascent soul realm, to be so respectful, the primordial spirit on the high platform was definitely not simple. Just as Marquis Yu finished speaking, the primordial spirit spoke. "Hello, human boy. After so many years, you are one of the few humans I have met. How is it? Are you excited and proud?" Linny was instantly speechless. Why was this primordial spirit so narcissistic? Did he not understand the situation? He was the one who begged him to see him. How did it become him being happy and proud to see him? "You took the heart of the fruit of consciousness." The primordial spirit on the high platform did not wait for Linny to speak and continued to ask coldly. Linny frowned and said faintly, "That's right. I heard from this junior with the surname Yu that you want to make a deal with me. Hand over the heart of the fruit of consciousness and I will let you live." The primordial spirit on the high platform did not even bother with Lin Yi's question. Instead, he used a condescending and arrogant tone to order. It was as if Lin Yi was just an insignificant ant in his eyes. It was already a great gift for him to be able to speak to Lin Yi. "Oh, so this is your so-called deal?" Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not get angry but smiled instead and looked at Marquis Yu with a playful look. Marquis Yu's body trembled slightly. He had a deep understanding of Lin Yi's terror. Although the master on the high platform was also a powerful existence in his eyes, he did not have much confidence against the strange Lin Yi. "Island Lord just now." "Shut up, useless thing." Just as Marquis Yu opened his mouth, he was interrupted by the primordial spirit. "Being called a junior by a weak human. Don't you think it's embarrassing?" Marquis Yu shrunk his head. A strong cultivator of the nascent soul realm who was at the perfected nascent soul realm suddenly kept quiet out of fear. He could only look at Lin Yi awkwardly. "Heh." Lin Yi shrugged his shoulders and said, "Since you don't have any sincerity in the transaction, then let's forget about it. Bye." At this point, Lin Yi could already tell that Marquis Yu had sincerely wanted to trade with him previously. However, he could not even speak in front of this primordial spirit. "Aha, you want to leave? In my territory, how can I allow you to leave as you please?" The primordial spirit on the high platform snorted lightly, and a formless divine sense vortex instantly surged in the spacious hall. Although Lin Yi had already expected it, he was still a little surprised to really feel the strength of this primordial spirit. Wasn't it said that in the immemorial small Jianghu, the highest strength was only at the perfected nascent soul realm? Why was there a primordial spirit at the perfected nascent soul realm? However, the strength of Lin Yi's divine sense had already reached the perfected nascent soul realm long ago. Moreover, recently he had more methods to use his primordial spirit. This primordial spirit at the perfected nascent soul realm was really not a threat to him. "I am not a person who likes to kill. I will give you one last chance. Use your life to exchange for the heart of the fruit of consciousness. To trade or not to trade, quickly decide." The primordial spirit seemed to be determined. "How arrogant!" Lin Yi laughed and said, "A primordial spirit at the perfected nascent soul realm should be the top existence in the immemorial small Jianghu. No wonder you are so arrogant. You have some eyesight. You can actually see that I am at the perfected nascent soul realm. You know quite a bit." The primordial spirit seemed to be a little surprised. In the immemorial small Jianghu, the perfected nascent soul realm was a legend. Lin Yi had seen through his strength in one sentence. It was no wonder that Marquis Yu was not his opponent. If he was facing a practitioner at the perfected nascent soul realm, Lin Yi's soul-reaping hand might not be as easy as it was for Marquis Yu. But against a primordial spirit at the perfected nascent soul realm, there was nothing to be afraid of. With a wave of both hands, two pillfire flew out and easily destroyed the two formless vortexes on both sides. For the current Lin Yi, pillfire was already the most basic method to deal with primordial spirit enemies. It was not powerful, but it won in practicality. Interesting. Although the primordial spirit on the high platform was a little surprised by Lin Yi's pillfire, he was more interested in Lin Yi. The consciousness vortexes in the hall were just a small trick of his. After all, the strength that Lin Yi displayed at the moment was only at the great completion of the Foundation establishment realm. Even if Marquis Yu was at a disadvantage in the hands of Lin Yi, it was impossible for him to really use his trump card right from the start. However, no matter how small the trick was, it was still the trick of a primordial spirit at the perfected nascent soul realm. Lin Yi was able to destroy 2 vortexes so effortlessly, it was enough to attract the primordial spirit's attention. Since you refuse to trade, then I'll fulfill your wish. Before the primordial spirit's voice died away, more than 10 consciousness vortexes appeared around Lin Yi in an instant, frantically tearing at Lin Yi's body. In other words, it was tearing at the primordial spirit in Lin Yi's body. If it was a cultivator like Marquis Yu, it could be said that his primordial spirit would be immediately pulled out by this consciousness vortex. Even if it was not completely torn apart, it would definitely be injured to a certain extent. However, Lin Yi himself was a body formed by the primordial spirit, and his strength was no weaker than the primordial spirit on the high platform. Towards these consciousness vortexes he did not really care. This move was somewhat similar to the soul hook hand, but it was not as overbearing as the soul hook hand. However, in terms of destructive power towards the primordial spirit, it was slightly higher than the soul hook hand. When he had the time, Lin Yi could study it. Lin Yi was now quite eager to attack the primordial spirit. It was rare to meet a primordial spirit master, so he immediately had the idea of secretly learning a few moves. Before, the heaven-devouring giant crocodile had given Lin Yi a lot of benefits, and now he met a guy that was even more powerful than the heaven-devouring giant crocodile. This trip to Tai Snake Island, even if he did not get the consciousness fruit in the heart of the consciousness fruit, it was still a worthwhile trip. Just when Lin Yi wanted to experience the principle and power of these consciousness vortexes, the primordial spirit on the high platform suddenly retracted the consciousness vortexes. Strange boy. He is obviously at the Foundation establishment great perfection, but he can actually persist in my consciousness vortex for a breath of time without his primordial spirit leaving his body. The primordial spirit looked at Lin Yi and said to himself strangely. When Marquis Yu on the side heard this, he really wanted to say to his master, "This is not some weak chicken at the Foundation establishment great perfection. He is an existence that can instantly kill me, a nascent soul great perfection. This island master has suddenly changed his mind. You look quite interesting. How about this, hand over the heart of the consciousness fruit, and this island master will accept you as a younger brother, and let you be the chief steward of this Tai Snake Island. Then I will give you a consciousness fruit. Quickly kneel down and thank me." Chapter 5462. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Did he eat too many brain-dead pills? Lin Yi was thunderstruck. He turned around and looked at Marquis Yu with a strange expression. Taking Lin Yi as a follower? Head butler? Kneeling and thanking him? Thank your 8 generations of ancestors. Marquis Yu was getting more and more embarrassed and speechless. His position as head butler had been transferred to Lin Yi out of the blue, and he couldn't even reason with it. Although he didn't know what brain-dead pills were, he felt that what Lin Yi said made sense. Of course, he wouldn't dare to say this even if he was beaten to death. Lin Yi wasn't someone to be trifled with, and his island master wasn't someone to be trifled with either. They were the top existences in the ancient underworld. Marquis Yu just wanted to lie down and pretend to be dead. What? I have offered such a generous offer, do you still want to die? The tone of the primordial spirit on the high platform was full of surprise, and he wasn't faking it. From his point of view, although Lin Yi was a little strange, he was still an ant. To be able to offer such an offer was definitely his generosity out of kindness. If Lin Yi still didn't know what was good for him, he would be too shameless. As expected, he ate too many brain-dead pills. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly, then shrugged and said, "Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Since you're not sincere, the deal is off." After he finished speaking, Lin Yi performed the butterfly subtle steps and quickly retreated. "I've already said that this is my territory. It won't be so easy for you to leave." The primordial spirit snorted, and the surrounding stone pillars shone brightly. Rays of light that were visible to the naked eye crisscrossed and surrounded the entire hall, forming a giant cage. Lin Yi paused. He didn't really want to leave. Otherwise, he would have used the super butterfly subtle steps or even the extreme butterfly subtle steps. The reason he used the butterfly subtle steps was to give the primordial spirit a chance to attack and continue to study his primordial spirit attack skills. Unexpectedly, the primordial spirit didn't attack directly, but instead created a cage. The jade pendant would give off a warning when he got close to the rays. Obviously, if he touched it, it would be quite dangerous. As he stopped, Linny casually shot out an alchemy fire, wanting to see if the rays could be destroyed with alchemy fire. Unfortunately, when the alchemy fire hit the rays, it was extinguished with a puff. Not even a spark was produced. The primordial spirit on the platform chuckled proudly and said, "Don't waste your energy. It's said that in my territory, no one can please me. Back then, even the primordial sky-devouring crocodile couldn't do anything in my territory, let alone you, a mere peak foundation establishment cultivator." Hearing this, Linny stopped and suddenly said with a strange expression, "Heaven-devouring giant crocodile? It seems that you can't do anything to him." The primordial spirit was startled and coughed. The heaven-devouring giant crocodile is now just a poor wandering soul. Seems that you have seen him. Let me tell you, if you don't surrender, your fate will be much more miserable than him. The heaven-devouring giant crocodile is a wandering soul, but your Taishi doesn't seem to be much stronger than him. Linny looked at the primordial spirit with a faint smile. If the heaven-devouring giant crocodile didn't have the obstruction of those divine sense tumors, it was estimated that it would have already reached the early stage of mysterious ascension or even the peak of the early stage of mysterious ascension. After all, the 34 divine sense fruits were not eaten for nothing. As for this primordial spirit, its identity was already obvious. Who else could fight with the heaven-devouring giant crocodile except for the Taishi Island? Good eyesight. Taishi primordial spirit did not hide and directly admitted his identity. As for the things that Linny said that made him a little embarrassed, he selectively ignored them. "I didn't expect you to be able to recognize this island master. Since you know this island master's true body, you should be more sensible and hand over the spiritual knowledge fruit's heart. The entire Tai Snake Island is formed from this island master's flesh and blood. If you want to die, you can try refusing me. Try it." Linny curled his lips and chuckled. "The heaven-devouring giant crocodile wandered on Taishi Island, but I don't see you being able to do anything to him. Do you think you can scare me by bragging that Taishi Island is formed by your flesh?" Taishi primordial spirit was aggrieved. This guy really touched his sore spot. The heaven-devouring giant crocodile was a thorn in his heart, but Linny repeatedly stabbed him. "You don't know what's good for you. Then die for this island master," Taishi primordial spirit said angrily. Hundreds of tiny rays of light suddenly shot out from the surrounding stone pillars, concentrating around Lin Yi's body. This was not Taishi primordial spirit's own martial arts skill, but was completed through the array set up in this place. Its power was more than 1,000 times stronger than the previous divine sense vortex. Linny suddenly turned pale with fright. If not for the warning from the jade pendant, even if he used the extreme butterfly subtle steps, he might not be able to avoid the attack. If he was hit, he would definitely be seriously injured. These rays of light could cause the jade pendant to warn him, which meant that they could threaten Lin Yi's life. At this speed, Lin Yi did not even have time to transform into a primordial spirit. If he was not careful, he might really be tricked by Taishi primordial spirit. "What?" Taishi primordial spirit cried out involuntarily. At the same time he launched his attack, Lin Yi's figure disappeared in a flash, and all his attacks missed. This was something he had never encountered before. Before Taishi primordial spirit could lock onto Lin Yi again, Lin Yi had already appeared on the high platform like a ghost. He was only one step away from Taishi primordial spirit. "It's impolite not to reciprocate. Island Master Taishi, please accept my reciprocation." Lin Yi smiled coldly, and released his primordial spirit to its fullest. Primordial spirit devour. Sensing that his primordial spirit was rapidly melting and being devoured by Lin Yi, Taishi primordial spirit suddenly screamed in panic. Originally, Lin Yi really did not want to devour Taishi primordial spirit. After all, devouring the heaven-devouring giant crocodile's primordial spirit had brought great benefits to Lin Yi, but it had also brought about the hidden danger of the divine sense tumor. If it was not necessary, Lin Yi did not want to continue devouring primordial spirits. However, Tai Shi primordial spirits technique was enough to threaten Lin Yi's safety, which was why Lin Yi had used his most powerful primordial spirit technique. Ah, primordial spirit devour. You actually know primordial spirit devour. Ah, no. Stop. Senior, please spare my life. Tai Shi primordial spirit tumbled violently, desperately trying to resist Lin Yi's primordial spirit devour. Unfortunately, he was a primordial spirit, and in the face of this primordial spirit devour technique, there was almost no way for him to resist. In an instant, Tai Shi primordial spirit turned from a cloud of mist to a mini snake. This should be the original body of his primordial spirit. Chapter 5463. Not to mention Lin Yi, even Marquiu, who was under the high platform, was dumbfounded. Why did the arrogant Tai Shi suddenly lie down? Lin Yi twitched his mouth and stopped swallowing the spirit. The side effects of the giant crocodile spirit had not been completely digested, so he would not swallow it if he could. Otherwise, Lin Yi did not know what the consequences would be if the spirit of Tai Shi in the early stage of mysterious ascension realm were to swallow it all. Oh, okay. Then tell me what to do. Lin Yi asked lightly. Tai Shi, who had his life saved, carefully stole a glance at Lin Yi and said hesitantly, Senior, the heart of the spiritual knowledge fruit is the root of my Tai Shi island. Without the heart of the spiritual knowledge fruit is gone. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows impatiently and waved his hand. Get to the point. Ah. Tai Shi was shocked and quickly said, the energy contained in the heart of the spiritual knowledge fruit is about 5 spiritual knowledge fruits. Can I give you 10 spiritual knowledge fruits in exchange? 10? After Lin Yi heard it, he could not help but smile. Tai Shi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Yi laughing. What a country bumpkin. Just 10 spiritual knowledge fruits and he was so surprised and satisfied. Compared to the heart of the spiritual knowledge fruit, what was it? Oh. Lin Yi smiled and suddenly changed his expression. He said lightly, not exchanging. Not exchanging. Primordial spirit Tai Shi was dumbfounded. Why was he not exchanging? Wasn't it fine just now? What about the surprise? What about the satisfaction? Lin Yi looked at Tai Shi calmly and said, just 10 spiritual knowledge fruits. Do you think they can be compared with the heart of the spiritual knowledge fruit? I say, little snake, if you don't show some sincerity, we don't need to have a good chat, right? Tai Shi gritted his teeth in his heart, but on the surface, he had to continue to smile humbly. Senior, how can you say that I'm not sincere? The energy of the spiritual knowledge fruit's heart is indeed equivalent to 5 spiritual knowledge fruits. If you exchange it for 10 spiritual knowledge fruits, wouldn't it be quite profitable for Senior? Lin Yi glanced at Tai Shi and pretended to think for a moment before saying, since you said so, then fine, I'll take a loss. I'll use this spiritual awareness fruit heart, which is equivalent to 5 spiritual awareness fruits. After listening to the first half of Lin Yi's words, Tai Shi was filled with endless hope, but after listening to the second half, Tai Shi immediately wanted to fight with Lin Yi. But when he thought about it, if he were to risk his life, he would at most lose his life. It would not affect Lin Yi at all, so he could only continue to swallow his anger. Don't. Senior, how could 5 divine knowledge fruits be as effective as 10 divine knowledge fruits? Let's discuss it again. Tai Shi was afraid that Lin Yi would really take away the spiritual awareness fruit's heart, so he quickly squeezed out a flattering expression. Oh, what do you think if I kill you like this, then take away the spiritual awareness fruit's heart, and your 10 spiritual awareness fruits? Lin Yi's mouth evoked a playful smile as he said lightly to Tai Shi's spirit. Hey! Tai Shi's spirit suddenly quivered, and his small body immediately straightened. He said righteously, this is a great idea. But for a peerless person like Senior who is chivalrous, courageous, righteous, handsome, elegant, he will never use this kind of idea. After thinking about it, it seemed that something was wrong. Tai Shi's spirit quickly added weakly, I'm sorry I spoke too fast. Just now the last evil never wins over good doesn't count. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect Tai Shi's flattering skills to be so good. He could even come up with a set of idioms. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. It was not uncommon for people to kill others and steal their treasures. If Lin Yi could find the place where Tai Shi hid the spiritual awareness fruit, he could rob it. Robbing something from the hands of this pretentious Tai, she would not feel any psychological burden. But the problem was that this haul should be covered by an array. Linny could not find any trace of the spiritual awareness fruit at all. Since killing Tai she might not necessarily get the spiritual awareness fruit, the best way was naturally to exchange for it. In addition, Linny had another consideration. The conventional rule of the cultivation world was that natural treasures should not be harvested. Leaving the roots for future generations meant leaving the roots for oneself. If there were no extra spiritual awareness fruit, Linny would naturally not give up the heart of the spiritual awareness fruit in order to deal with the cancer of the spiritual awareness fruit. But now that there were so many spiritual awareness fruit, it was a good choice to leave the heart of the spiritual awareness fruit on Taishi Island and let the island continue to produce spiritual awareness fruit. Okay, stop talking nonsense. You take out all the spiritual awareness fruits you have, and I will let you live. I will also return the heart of the spiritual awareness fruit to you. Linny waved his hand and gave an extremely strong order. Taishi and Marquis felt that these words and tone were very familiar. It seemed to be the way Taishi spoke to Linny just now. Both of them sighed in their hearts, and Taishi didn't dare be slow. He glanced at Linny and stuttered, "Senior, it's not easy to form the spirit fruit. I really only have 10-12 of them." Originally, Taishi wanted to say that there were only 10, but when he saw Linny's face sink slightly, he quickly added 2 more. To be honest, having 12 spiritual awareness fruits had already made Linny quite satisfied. But looking at Taishi's appearance, he should still be hiding something. So Linny narrowed his eyes and looked at Taishi coldly. "Really? Really? Taishi's small snake head quickly nodded, for fear that Linny would not believe it, and a series of afterimages appeared. "Oh, so the giant heaven-devouring crocodile is much stronger than you." Linny's mind turned and threw out the giant heaven-devouring crocodile to test Taishi. Normally, the giant heaven-devouring crocodile could get 34 spiritual awareness fruits. As the owner of Taishi Island, Taishi's spirit should not be worse than the giant heaven-devouring crocodile. Sure enough, when he heard the name of the giant heaven-devouring crocodile, Taishi's heart suddenly thumped. How could he forget this bastard shit-stirrer? This human had obviously seen the giant heaven-devouring crocodile before. Could he have heard something from the giant heaven-devouring crocodile? Taishi's mind raced. Before he could think of how to deal with Linny, he heard Linny say faintly, "I haven't used the soul-searching technique for a long time. It seems that I have the opportunity to review it today." Hearing the word soul-searching technique, Taishi suddenly felt like his soul was about to leave his body. He was a spirit. How could he withstand the tyrannical destruction of the soul-searching technique? The outcome was not much different from being swallowed by Lin Yi's spirit. "Senior. I really only have 20 spiritual awareness fruits. I don't have any more." In a hurry, Taishi's spirit roared and told the truth. Chapter 54-64. Linny looked at Essence Spirit Taishi teasingly and said with a faint smile, 20? Didn't you say 12 just now? Slip of the tongue. Slip of the tongue. You know how my mouth is sometimes. Tai Snake smiled awkwardly as he moved back subconsciously, afraid that Lin Yi would really use the soul-searching skill. It was better to stay away from dangerous people like this. Senior's aura shocked me, and I was nervous and said 20 is 12. Please forgive me, Senior. That's right, Lin Yi. Lin Yi naturally knew that Taishi was talking nonsense, but he didn't expose him. He just touched his chin with his hand and said to himself with a pondering expression, "Why is it different from what the heaven-devouring giant crocodile said? If I knew this earlier, I wouldn't have swallowed him completely just now. I should have left some to search his soul." When Essence Spirit Taishi heard Lin Yi's soft muttering, he was even more frightened. It turned out that the heaven-devouring giant crocodile had been swallowed. Fortunately, he didn't fight with this human, otherwise, he would have died with the heaven-devouring giant crocodile. As for whether Lin Yi was lying, Essence Spirit Taishi really didn't have any doubts. At this moment, he carefully felt that there was a trace of the Essence Spirit aura of the heaven-devouring giant crocodile on Lin Yi's body. He didn't notice it before, but now he could confirm it after careful observation. The highest level of lies was 9 truths and 1 lie. Lin Yi was just half-truths, but it was enough to deal with Essence Spirit Taishi. The frightened Essence Spirit Taishi didn't dare to hesitate. He was afraid that Linny would search and devour his soul if he didn't agree. That would be too cruel. Plucking up his courage, essence spirit Tai, she smiled flatteringly and said, Senior, Junior doesn't know what that damn crocodile said. Actually, Junior has an agreement with him. Linny raised his eyebrows non-committally and didn't answer. He was originally lying to essence spirit Tai Shi, so of course, he wouldn't say anything to stop him. Seeing that Linny didn't say anything, Tai Shi continued. Because of the experience of both sides suffering losses, the two of us made an agreement not to attack each other. The spiritual consciousness fruit is also picked by each of us. From Tai Shi's unconcealed explanation, Lin Yi learned how Tai Shi and the heaven-devouring giant crocodile divided the spiritual consciousness fruits. Due to the fact that both of them were heavily injured, they were extremely fearful of each other. Therefore, they did not dare to act rashly before they had absolute confidence. Under such circumstances, it was agreed that one person would take turns to pick the spiritual knowledge fruits. Last time it was Tai Shi and this time it was Sky-devouring giant crocodile. In other words, Sky-devouring giant crocodile had 34 spiritual knowledge fruits. Theoretically, Tai Shi should also have at least 34 spiritual knowledge fruits. However, because of the existence of the Tai Snake Island trial, Tai Snake only obtained 20 spiritual consciousness fruits. He really did not lie to Linny about this. Every time it was Sky-devouring giant crocodile's turn, it would find the spiritual consciousness fruit first. It was just that this time it was unlucky to meet its nemesis Lin Yi. Otherwise, apart from Tai Shi, no one else could be its opponent. Every time, Tai Shi's consciousness fruit would have to wait until the end of the trial before Marquis Yu would pick it and give it to Tai Shi. 14 of the times, the trial takers had gotten it first, so Tai Shi only had 20 consciousness fruits. These spiritual consciousness fruits were of great use to Tai Shi. After accumulating 36 spiritual consciousness fruits, they were used in conjunction with the array. Therefore, none of them were used, unlike the Sky-devouring giant crocodile, which ate every spiritual consciousness fruit it got. As for the Tai Snake Island trial, the purpose was to collect spiritual jades to maintain the spiritual energy of the entire Tai Snake Island. Only in this way could the spiritual consciousness fruits core produce spiritual consciousness fruits. Otherwise, how could Tai Shi be willing to let others take away the spiritual consciousness fruits? A Sky-devouring giant crocodile took away half of it. So that's how it is. Linny nodded. There were so many twists and turns behind this matter, but in any case, it was already an unexpected harvest to be able to obtain 20 spiritual consciousness fruits. Although Linny did not say it, Tai Shi's essence soul still took out the 20 spiritual consciousness fruits. Linny paid attention to it and found that there was indeed a shielding array. If Tai Shi's essence soul did not take the initiative to take it out, he would not have been able to find it. Senior, these are all the spiritual consciousness fruits this junior has. Please count them. Tai Shi's heart was bleeding. These were his treasures for many years. He was not willing to use any of them, but now they were all taken advantage of by Lin Yi. Facing Lin Yi, Tai Shi's essence soul really did not dare to play any tricks. He even hesitated to mention the spiritual consciousness fruit's core again, for fear of angering Lin Yi and making him want to devour and search his soul again. Lin Yi did not want to act shamelessly. Leaving behind the spiritual consciousness fruit's core, and letting Tai Snake Island continue to produce spiritual consciousness fruits was originally part of his plan. So after collecting the 20 spiritual consciousness fruits, he happily took out the spiritual consciousness fruit's core. Primordial spirit Tai Shi was relieved. He beamed with joy and complimented. Senior, you are really a trustworthy person. A promise is worth 1,000 gold. This junior's admiration for you is like a surging tide, continuous and endless. Lin Yi looked at Tai Shi's essence soul with a strange expression. This guy could even say such words? Did he also spend time in the secular world? Tai Shi did not know what Lin Yi was thinking. Although losing his treasures for many years made him feel a little heartache, thinking that his old enemy, the heaven-devouring giant crocodile, was finished, and from now on Tai Snake Island would be his to rule. With the spiritual consciousness fruit's core, would he be afraid of not having any spiritual consciousness fruits? No. Since this human already knew about the spiritual consciousness fruit's core, would he come to collect the spiritual consciousness fruits every year? If that was the case, what was the difference between having or not having the spiritual consciousness fruit's core? Taishi thought of this possibility and became depressed. He looked at Lin Yi and suddenly had an idea. He got closer and said, "Senior, I'm sorry. This junior admires you so much and can't wait to follow senior all the time. Do you think you can accept this junior as your little brother?" "Accept you as my little brother?" Lin Yi suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. This Taishi's brain was really unpredictable. If he did not give him the spiritual consciousness fruit's core just now, it was still understandable. Since he had already returned the spiritual consciousness fruit's core to him, why did he still say this? Was there really such a saying that when a tiger's body trembled, the king's aura would leak? In fact, Taishi's thinking was very simple. Lin Yi was such a powerful human, it was definitely impossible to fight against him. So relying on him was a good choice. Especially since Lin Yi looked decent, he should not rob his little brother's things, right? Even if he wanted the spiritual consciousness fruit, he would not leave nothing for Taishi, at least like the heaven-devouring giant crocodile, half each. How could Lin Yi guess Taishi's little plan? Thinking about it carefully, having a little brother like Taishi in the small ancient world did not seem to be a bad thing. Chapter 5465. About this, I have quite a lot of underlings. It doesn't seem like there's much use in taking you in. Lin Yi smiled and looked at the slightly stiff primordial spirit Taishi, looking like a picky shopper. Primordial spirit Taishi scolded in his heart. "I have the strength of a mysterious ascending stage, the undisputed #1 snake of the immemorial Jianghu. Alright, I can barely be considered as the second snake. You should be lucky to be your underling. Are you planning to keep snatching the consciousness fruit in the future? Boss, you must take me in as your underling. In the future, you can take whatever you want from the treasures on this Taishi island." Although he was scolding in his heart, primordial spirit Taishi knew that the situation was not in his favor, so he could only continue to suck up to Lin Yi, even calling him boss. The dignified primordial spirit Taishi at the early stage of mysterious ascending stage, wagging his tail and begging to be someone's underling. There was no one else who could do this. Lin Yi nodded. "Alright, seeing how sincere you are, I'll take you in as a follower for now." Lin Yi nodded. "Alright, seeing how sincere you are, I'll take you in as a follower for now." Nominal underling? Damn it. You're the nominal underling. Your whole family are nominal underlings. Primordial spirit Taishi scolded in his heart, but on the surface, he looked pleasantly surprised. "That's great. Boss. I'll work hard and try to get rid of the word nominal as soon as possible." Marquiu, who was below the stage, had already turned around silently. He really could not bear to see this scene. The dignified island master of Taishi Island was rushing to be someone's underling, and it was just a nominal underling, yet he was so happy. Then what about him, the underling of the nominal underling? Marquiu looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, speechless. "Since I've become your boss, I'm not too embarrassed to take so many of your consciousness fruits." Lin Yi touched his chin, thinking that he should at least give some benefits to this underling. Primordial spirit Taishi was overjoyed. Could it be that he was going to return some of the consciousness fruits to me? It seemed that he did not become a underling for nothing. So be it. As long as there were benefits, it didn't matter if he was a follower or not. Of course, thinking about it was just thinking about it. Taishi still had to put on an act. Hence, he squeezed out a righteous look and said, "Boss, what are you talking about? My stuff is my boss stuff. What's there to be embarrassed about? You're not giving me face by saying that." In that case, why don't you give me the knowledge fruit's heart as well?" Lin Yi smiled mockingly. Taishi's primordial spirit was instantly silenced. "Damn it, can't you let me live? I'm compromising to be a nominal little brother just to keep the heart of the divine knowledge fruit." As soon as he became the boss, he wanted to ask for the divine knowledge fruit's core. "Do you really think I have no temper?" Alright, when it came to Lin Yi, the primordial spirit Taishi had to admit that it really did not have much of a temper. It could only stammer without being able to say anything. Lin Yi looked at it and suddenly laughed. "I'm just teasing you. Since you're my little brother, I naturally can't take your things for free." The primordial spirit Taishi immediately showed a grateful look, but he continued to curse in his heart. "Damn it. You scared me to death." However, the next moment, a piece of divine knowledge grassroot fell in front of him. The pure divine knowledge energy contained in it was not inferior to the divine knowledge fruit. Divine knowledge grass root? The primordial spirit Tai, she exclaimed. Happiness came too suddenly, and he was really caught off guard. Although the value of this piece of divine knowledge grassroot was far from being comparable to 20 divine knowledge fruits, for the primordial spirit Tai Shi, it was more practical than 20 divine knowledge fruits. He had to collect 36 divine knowledge fruits before he could use them. They would not help him improve in a short period of time. However, the divine knowledge grassroot could be used to immediately refine his primordial spirit and improve his strength. Thank you, boss. After getting the divine knowledge grassroot, the primordial spirit Tai Shi really felt that Lin Yi did not call him boss for nothing. When he called him boss, he was finally more sincere. Lin Yi did not mind. Anyway, the divine knowledge grassroot was not a problem for him. It was just a small piece and it was just a drop in the ocean. He immediately waved his hand at the primordial spirit Tai Shi and said, "You continue to cultivate here. If there's anything, I'll look for you. Bye-bye." "Yes, boss." "Goodbye, boss." The primordial spirit Tai Shi bowed to Lin Yi respectfully, and at the same time, he closed the formation completely. Lin Yi moved and appeared next to Marquis Yu. He said indifferently, "Caretaker Yu, I'll have to trouble you to send me out." Marquis Yu smiled and bowed. He said respectfully, "Yes, old master." Lin Yi slipped and almost fell to the ground. "Pooh, old master? What the hell was that?" Marquis Yu did not think that there was anything wrong with calling him old master. However, when he saw the strange expression on Lin Yi's face, he still explained, "You're my boss. According to the humans, you're the master of masters, so you're old master." "Motherfucker, you're the old master." Lin Yi rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, "I'm such a handsome young man. What do I have to do with an old master?" He did not know if this Marquis Yu did it on purpose. Lin Yi snorted and said, "Forget it. Just call me Senior Lin or Boss Lin in the future. Old master or something, you can keep it for yourself." I don't dare. How can I use such an honorable title?" Marquis Yu was very humble. However, when he saw Lin Yi's unfriendly gaze, he immediately changed his tone and said, "But since Boss Lin ordered it, then I'll call you Boss Lin from now on. Let's put it this way then." Lin Yi waved his hand casually. He could not be bothered to waste his breath on such a small issue. He was in a great mood after obtaining 20 God knowledge fruits. Marquis Yu turned his body slightly and led the way with a half-bent waist. His face was filled with a flattering smile, looking very much like a lackey. Lin Yi shook his head secretly. Although such a person's abilities were not bad and much stronger than Bing Wuqing's, his future achievements could not be compared to Bing Wuqing's. The two of them went back the way they came and quickly returned to the exit of the trial. Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu had already left. Fortunately, they had not been separated for a long time, and Lin Yi had also arranged a rendezvous point with them. It would not be long before they caught up to the two of them. "Boss Lin, are you preparing to leave? Do you need me to prepare a flying spirit beast for you?" Marquis Yu could not wait for Lin Yi to leave, but he put on a loyal look on his face. Lin Yi smiled and said, "All right, I'll have to trouble you then." When Lin Yi came, he rode on Ling Tianyu's flying spirit beast. At this time, Ling Tianyu and the others had already left. Bing Wuqing was with Chu Tianlu, so Lin Yi really did not have a means of transportation. Although Lin Yi could fly in his primordial spirit form, it was not as comfortable as riding on a flying spirit beast. Chapter 5466. Marquis Yu nodded and bowed with a smile. "It's no trouble at all. It's my honor to be able to do something for you, Boss Lin." As he spoke, Marquis Yu turned his head and whistled. Soon, an aerial spirit beast flew over from a nearby hill at a high speed. Lin Yi landed steadily on the back of the aerial spirit beast with a tap of his foot. He said to Marquis Yu calmly, "That's it then. We'll meet again if we have the chance." Before he finished speaking, the aerial spirit beast flapped its wings and flew more than 10 meters away in an instant, leaving Tai Snake Island in no time. The flying spirit beast was rather tame, and Lin Yi controlled it to fly to the rendezvous point quickly. It was a barren little island about 30 miles away from Tai Snake Island, and with their current speed it would only take a few minutes to get there. Are these essential energy waves caused by a battle? After flying for nearly half the distance, Lin Yi sensed some movement in the distance. He frowned immediately. That direction should be the island where he had agreed to meet Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu. Since a battle had broken out, it was most likely that Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu were in trouble. "Buddy, go faster." Lin Yi patted the aerial spirit beast beneath him lightly. With the intelligence of the aerial spirit beast, it could naturally understand Lin Yi's meaning. After Lin Yi finished speaking, its flying speed instantly increased by more than 50%. This aerial spirit beast was indeed holding back. After switching from long-distance running mode to 100-meter sprint mode, the remaining distance was quickly left behind Lin Yi. The small island also appeared completely in front of Lin Yi's eyes. What a big crab! I wonder if it tastes good steamed. Lin Yi saw that Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu were still unharmed. He immediately relaxed and muttered with a smile. At this time on the small island, Bing Wuqing was fighting with a huge sea crab. Judging from the size of the sea crab, it was basically the size of a container truck. To it, Bing Wuqing was nothing more than a snack to fill the gap between its teeth. A sea monster of the early nascent soul realm. No wonder Bing Wuqing couldn't handle it. Lin Yi nodded to himself. He felt that this matter was really fucked up. They had agreed on a random location, and it had only been a short while since they had parted ways. Yet Bing Wuqing and the others had managed to encounter such a powerful sea beast. Their luck was unparalleled. Logically speaking, with Bing Wuqing's strength, there really weren't many who could rival her in the primordial underworld. After all, she was a genius, and it was common for her to fight someone of a higher level than her. However, sea monsters of the same level were usually stronger than humans under normal circumstances. Furthermore, Bing Wuqing had already expended a lot of her physical strength and vital energy, so it was reasonable that she couldn't defeat this giant sea crab. Most importantly, sea beasts were born to be extremely powerful water beasts. Bing Wuqing's merciless ice force did not have much of an effect on them. The gigantic sea crab bird did not even bat an eyelid at her freezing ability. As for Chu Tianlu, let's not talk about him. In a battle of this level, it was already thanks to the immovable shadow martial art technique that he was able to stand firmly on the edge. Bing Wuqing was panting heavily. This cold and arrogant man was starting to feel like he could no longer withstand the huge consumption of energy. If not for the black ice supporting him, he would have been defeated a long time ago. However, he had expended too much vital energy now, and the black ice was almost unusable. The giant sea crab did not make much of a move. It merely spat out a string of bubbles from its mouth, which swirled around Bing Wuqing. Bing Wuqing then used the black icicles in her hand to deal with the bubbles. "Human, are you still not giving up? Your grandpa crab hasn't even made a move, and I can already toy you to death. Why do you need to put up such pointless resistance?" The sea crab looked relaxed and at ease. It seemed to be enjoying the feeling of toying with Bing Wuqing in the palm of its hand. Bing Wuqing snorted coldly and said, "Cut the crap. Come and fight me if you can. Don't spit saliva all day and make me sick." As she spoke, Bing Wuqing punctured another 4 bubbles, and the aura on her body weakened a little. Although the sea crab's bubbles did not seem to be very powerful, they were not. If one was trapped by the bubbles, their vital energy would be continuously extracted, and it would be even more difficult to break the bubbles from the inside. It seemed like she could puncture the bubbles very easily now. In fact, Bing Wuqing had already tried it. Normal attacks were completely useless. Only the black ice's attacking ability could achieve this. Seeing that Bing Wuqing's life was not in danger for the time being, Lin Yi was in no hurry to act. Although Bing Wuqing was a genius, the rate at which her abilities were improving was still a little too fast. This giant sea crab was a good whetstone for Bing Wuqing to hone her skills, especially since the sea crab happened to restrain Bing Wuqing in all aspects, which could put Bing Wuqing in a difficult situation. After this battle, he believed that Bing Wuqing would gain a lot. In the midst of the battle, Bing Wuqing had already noticed the flying spirit beast in the sky. When she saw that it was Lin Yi, she felt much more assured. Unknowingly, in Bing Wuqing's mind, there was nothing that Lin Yi couldn't handle. Lin Yi did not act immediately. Bing Wuqing immediately understood Lin Yi's intention. She calmed her mind and continued to deal with the giant sea crab. However, after the giant sea crab noticed Lin Yi's arrival, it did not turn a blind eye to him. While it continued to trap Bing Wuqing, it said to Lin Yi, "Another human has come. You've gained a lot today. Do you want to surrender?" There are idiots every year, but there are especially many this year. Speechless, Lin Yi shook his head and said calmly, "You're just an early-stage nascent soul sea monster. I don't know where you get your confidence from, asking people if they want to surrender whenever they see them. Oh, you make it sound like you're very powerful. The truth is, Lord Crab has no interest in a weakling like you. But since you're so arrogant, I might have to teach you a good lesson." Big Ao, the sea crab, waved its hand, and a water bubble flew toward Lin Yi in the sky. From the sea crab's point of view, Lin Yi was just an ant at Foundation Establishment Great Completion. If not for the fact that the flying spirit beast looked pretty good, it would not have bothered with him at all. Sending a water bubble over was already showing great respect for Lin Yi. In a flash, Lin Yi left the back of the flying spirit beast and pounced toward the sea crab. The water bubble swayed in the air, turned and continued to chase after Lin Yi. Judging from the fight between Bing Wuqing and the sea crab, this thing's outer shell was extremely hard, and Bing Wuqing's attacks could not break through it. Although Lin Yi had all kinds of tricks up his sleeves, his primordial spirit was only at Foundation Establishment Great Completion after all. His physical attacks were definitely no match for Bing Wuqing's. Fortunately, Lin Yi was already used to using his primordial spirit to attack. In order to keep Bing Wuqing as a practice target, Lin Yi could not use the soul reaping palm right from the start. So he chose Tai Shi's consciousness vortex. Chapter 5467. A genius in a second to remember love go away? The internet provides you with exciting novels to read. Lin Yi had been trying to figure out how to use the consciousness vortex. Although he hadn't completed it yet, he had some ideas, so he decided to use this giant crab as practice. An invisible consciousness vortex appeared on top of the crab's head. The size of this consciousness vortex was quite exquisite. It was about 1/5 the size of Tai Shi's consciousness vortex. Lin Yi wasn't disappointed. It was good enough that it could reach this level. He was already prepared that he wouldn't be able to activate it. Now that he saw the exquisite consciousness vortex, he felt a little proud. The giant crab's physical defense was definitely strong, but its primordial spirit was just so. The consciousness vortex that Lin Yi had created was probably useless against Bing Wuqing, but it worked surprisingly well on the giant crab's head. "Gah! What's this? You're making Uncle Crab dizzy." The giant crab's two eyes moved left and right a few times. Even its huge body started to shake. The consciousness vortex tugged at the giant crab's primordial spirit a few times. Although it didn't pull it out, it still shook it. Lin Yi smiled and encouraged Bing Wuqing. "This idiot's silly bubbles have exploded. Little Bing Bing, hurry up and beat him up." After Lin Yi's attack was effective, he did not continue to attack. Instead, he gave the opportunity to Bing Wuqing. The only thing he could do was to protect Bing Wuqing and weaken the opponent's strength to a level that Bing Wuqing could handle. Bing Wuqing was speechless. "Little Bing Bing, what the hell? Although you're my boss, you can't attack me personally, can you?" However, Bing Wuqing really didn't have time to complain. Because of the shaking of the primordial spirit, the giant crab's bubbles lost control for a moment, and then they exploded. Bing Wuqing, who had been surrounded by the bubbles, suddenly jumped up. Black icicles, driven by vital energy consumption, stabbed at the giant crab's two eyes like lightning. "Despicable human, do you think you can sneak up on Uncle Crab like this? Too naive, don't look down on me." The crab had recovered slightly and noticed Bing Wuqing's sneak attack. It roared loudly and swung its huge crab claw. "Sure enough, if you spit out too many bubbles, you will also become a silly bubble." Lin Yi sighed and threw out another spiritual consciousness vortex. He clearly knew that it was Lin Yi who had knocked him out, but he had still only paid attention to Bing Wuqing. This crab's intelligence was indeed a sore point. The damage caused by Lin Yi's spiritual vortex, which he was not familiar with, was basically negligible. However, it was quite good for restraining, especially against sea beasts like the sea crab that had weak primordial spirit defenses. After taking another hit from the consciousness whirlpool, the crab's primordial spirit trembled again as expected. Bing Wuqing's attack, which was used to defend and counterattack at the same time, came to a halt. The slightest difference could lead to a great difference. Bing Wuqing did not encounter any resistance, and the black icicle successfully pierced the crab's eye. Ah, despicable human. You only know how to sneak attack your master crab. Just you wait for Master Crab. The crab roared and turned to retreat into the sea, intending to escape. To be honest, the crab was really panicking now. Being blinded by the icicle was not a big deal. At his level, he could still use some heaven and earth treasures to recover. The problem was that the seemingly weak human was knocking him out again and again. If this went on, he probably wouldn't have the chance to use any heaven and earth treasures. Lin Yu might have foolishly mocked the crab, but the crab was definitely not stupid. In a life-and-death situation, he had to run if he could. As for whether he could escape, that was another matter entirely. Lin Yi threw another spiritual consciousness vortex over to interrupt the crab's escape. He turned to Bing Wuqing and said, "Little Bing Bing, I'll leave this silly bubble to you. Don't hold back, make a seafood feast." Bing Wuqing nodded with a cold expression. She was seriously considering whether she should change her surname. Little Bing Bing was too mushy. She did not know why Big Boss suddenly started giving people nicknames after meeting the island lord of Spirit Snake Island alone. Lin Yi was secretly laughing at this moment. Of course, he had called her Little Bing Bing on purpose. He was just venting his displeasure at being called a grandpa. It was only natural for him to call his little brother Little Bing Bing. With endless resentment for being called Little Bing Bing, Bing Wuqing instantly appeared behind the crab and thrust her black icicle with all her might. Ow wow! The blind crab screamed loudly. Lin Yi could not bear to look at it. Little Bing Bing, you're too dirty. You actually went and pierced someone's anus. The corner of Bing Wuqing's mouth twitched. In a barely audible voice she said, "I really didn't do it on purpose." The blind crab, whose anus had been pierced, was completely enraged. It flailed its 8 long legs in a frenzy, then desperately fled into the sea. This time, Lin Yi did not continue using the spiritual consciousness vortex. Although it was getting easier and easier to use, Lin Yi still gave the opportunity to Bing Wuqing. Merciless Ice Force. The next moment, a huge chill enveloped the crab's huge body. The pressure did not have much effect on it before, but it was obviously different this time. After Bing Wuqing unleashed the merciless ice force, the crab's huge body was forcefully pressed down. At the same time, a layer of frost rapidly formed on its surface. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Bing Wuqing was indeed a cultivation genius. She had actually improved the merciless ice force in the midst of battle. Within the merciless ice force, tiny black ice crystals were faintly floating in the air. It was precisely these tiny black ice crystals that caused the power of the merciless ice force to undergo an earth-shattering change. Geniuses indeed needed to grow through battle. At this point, Lin Yi knew that he no longer needed to interfere. With Bing Wuqing's current merciless ice force, even the crab at its peak might not be a match for Bing Wuqing, let alone the blind crab whose anus had been pierced. A moment later, Bing Wuqing finally finished off the giant crab. She had also completely exhausted all her vital energy. She lay limply on the ground, not wanting to move. Lin Yi came to Bing Wuqing's side, took out a few pieces of supreme-grade spirit jades and said, "Recover for a while, and recall the details of the battle at the same time. This is a rare and precious experience." "Yes." Bing Wuqing quickly sat up, took the spirit jades and said gratefully, "Thank you, Big Boss Lin Yi. Don't stand on ceremony with me." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "You know my personality. I won't mistreat those who are loyal to me. All right, I'll stand guard for you." Chapter 5468. A genius in a second to remember love/go away? To provide you with exciting novels to read. Okay. Bing Wuqing didn't argue. After sitting down cross-legged, she suddenly thought of something and said hesitantly, "Well, Boss Lin Yi, can you not call me Little Bing Bing in the future?" Lin Yi broke into laughter, thinking that someone finally understood how he felt when he was called an old man. He waved his hand generously and said, "No problem, I won't call you that in the future." Bing Wuqing closed her eyes in relief and prepared to cultivate and recover. However, Lin Yi's next sentence almost drove her crazy. "Then how about calling you Deepwell Bing? What the hell?" Bing Wuqing was a little confused. Boss Lin Yi was a decent person before. Why did he suddenly become like this? What kind of stimulation did he receive? Bing Wuxing would never know that it was because Marquis Yu had called Linny an old man that Linny had shifted his resentment onto him. Of course, it was also because Linny was a little happy after obtaining the 20 God knowledge fruits. The tumor in his body could probably be removed, so he joked a little more. Seeing that Bing Wuxing had entered a state of cultivation, Chu Tianlu walked over and greeted Lin Yi. Senior Lin, thank you for saving me again. This sea crab is full of treasures. Why don't you let me help you and Senior Bing clean it up first? Lin Yi glanced at Chu Tianlu and nodded. All right, I'll have to trouble you then. Tell me what treasures are on this sea crab. When he was on Heaven Level Island, the sea beasts in the endless sea had never been conquered. Lin Yi had only fought them a few times and didn't know much about them. Even an old captain like Okuda Dam knew very little about sea beasts. But now it seemed that the sea beasts in the ancient underworld weren't particularly strong, so Lin Yi was naturally interested. It's no trouble at all. It's what I should do. Chu Tianlu laughed modestly, then immediately introduced, this sea crab's carapace is extremely hard, a good material for forging armor, while its toes are good materials for forging weapons. The most valuable thing is his inner core. The inner core of an early-stage nascent soul realm sea beast is a priceless treasure. When the value of sea beast's inner cores was mentioned, Chu Tianlu's face immediately became radiant. The inner cores of sea beasts in the initial stage of the nascent soul stage are the main ingredients for refining nascent soul golden cores. Only experts like Senior Lin and Senior Bing can easily deal with nascent soul stage sea beasts. Normally, even if there were a few more nascent soul old monsters, they might not be able to do it. Every nascent soul old monster was the cornerstone of each sect. Even if they knew that the inner core of the sea beast was precious, they wouldn't dare to touch it easily. If something happened to them, the sect behind them would be finished. This could be seen from the Thousand Blades sect's fate after Primordial Invincible left. Oh? You said that the inner core of sea beasts can be used to refine nascent soul golden cores? Lin Yi was quite surprised. All along he thought that nascent ginseng was indispensable for refining nascent soul golden cores, but now that he heard that the inner core of nascent soul stage sea beasts could also be used to refine nascent soul golden cores, he immediately became very interested. After all, nascent ginseng was rare, and sea beasts were easy to come by. For Lin Yi, even if he already had a whole nascent ginseng, there would always be a time when it was used up, but in the endless ocean, sea beasts wouldn't all die. Chu Tianlu nodded. The inner cores of sea beasts are used to refine pills. Senior Lin, you're not an alchemist, so perhaps you're not very clear about this. For example, foundation building pills, golden cores, and so on, are all refined from the inner cores of corresponding foundation building and golden core sea beasts. It's just that sea beasts aren't easy to catch, so there aren't many pills circulating in the world. Oh, Lin Yi smiled faintly. He didn't say that the pills he refined were much more than what Chu Tianlu had seen. Instead, he asked, it's not easy to catch sea beasts of golden core and nascent soul stage, but is it also not easy to catch sea beasts of foundation building stage? Foundation building stage is easy to catch, but there are too few sea beasts of foundation building stage. Chu Tianlu shook his head with a bitter smile and explained, all the sea beasts in the coastal sea are basically below foundation building stage. Even if you catch them, it won't be of much use. In the deep sea there are sea beasts of foundation building stage, but they are all young sea beasts. If you want to catch them, you have to face powerful adult sea beasts. It's almost the same as catching sea beasts of golden core and nascent soul stage. So that's how it is. Lin Yi nodded and didn't take it to heart. With his strength, whether it was his original body or his primordial spirit, it was relatively easy to catch sea beasts of nascent soul stage. He just didn't know if the inner cores of sea beasts of profound ascension stage were the same. However, it was probably very difficult to find sea beasts of profound ascension stage in the small Jianghu. He would think about it when he returned to the heavenly island. You seem to understand the inner cores of sea beasts quite well. Are you an alchemist? Lin Yi asked casually. Since he knew that the inner cores of sea beasts could be used for alchemy, he had to find a way to get the pill recipe and try it out. If Chu Tianlu had the pill recipe, Lin Yi wouldn't mind exchanging some things for it. Unfortunately, Chu Tianlu shook his head regretfully and said, Junior's aptitude is mediocre. I don't have the talent to be an alchemist at all. Speaking up to this point, Chu Tianlu showed a bashful expression on his face and said hesitantly, Senior Lin, Junior has a presumptuous request. I wonder if Senior Lin can sell this crab's inner core to Junior for a price? You want this inner core? Lin Yi looked at Chu Tianlu amusedly. This guy was really an honest person. He clearly wanted this inner core, but he first praised it. Was he afraid that others wouldn't raise the price? Chu Tianlu's face was slightly red, and he said very embarrassedly, Junior knows that the inner core of a nascent soul stage sea beast is extremely precious, but Junior's grandfather's birthday is coming soon. If I can get the inner core of a nascent soul stage sea beast and give it to Junior's grandfather, it can help him advance to the peak of the early nascent soul stage. After a slight pause, Chu Tianlu added, Senior Lin, what price do you want? As long as you can transfer this inner core to Junior, Junior will definitely find a way to do it. If you get this inner core, can you refine it into a nascent soul golden core? Or do you have the pill recipe for a nascent soul golden core? Lin Yi didn't care much about this sea beast's inner core. It didn't matter even if he gave it to Chu Tianlu. After all, if Chu Tianlu hadn't been so honest, Lin Yi wouldn't have been able to obtain the 20 divine knowledge fruits. At worst, he could just catch another sea beast when he wanted to experiment with alchemy. What was important now was the pill recipe for using the sea beast's inner core to refine pills. Chu Tianlu hesitated, then said, if it's refining pills with Junior's family connections, there shouldn't be a problem. As for the pill recipe, Tianliang is an alchemist. He might have the pill recipe for a nascent soul golden core. Chapter 5469. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? TalkNet. Providing you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Yi recalled that Chu Tianliang knew how to use the pill firebomb. He was indeed a pill refiner, but was that guy already dead? If you can give me some recipes for refining a sea beast's inner core, I'll give this inner core to you. Lin Yi didn't beat around the bush, and directly threw out his conditions. After all, this thing was dispensable to Lin Yi, and Chu Tianlu wasn't suited to beating around the bush. Love, go little talk. Chu Tianlu was a straightforward person, but he wasn't really stupid. He immediately reacted and asked in surprise, Senior Lin, you're a pill refiner? Sort of. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Maybe a little better than Chu Tianliang. Chu Tianlu was immediately overjoyed, but also somewhat bewildered. He didn't know how to react for a moment. Does your clan have a recipe for this type of pill? Lin Yi thought that the matter of Duan Muyu's marriage had to be resolved sooner or later. Just so happened that he had this excuse. He'd conveniently go to the Chu clan and help Duan Muyu get rid of this trouble. There should be. Chu Tianlu was indeed a straightforward guy. Even now, he didn't say anything definite. Even if there isn't, with our clan's connections we can quickly find a recipe. Love, go little talk. Netku. In fact, Chu Tianlu also knew that using an affirmative answer to befriend Lin Yi was the best. Just as he said, even if the Chu clan didn't have a recipe, with their clan's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for them to acquire one. These details could be completely omitted from Lin Yi. But Chu Tianlu didn't like to lie, so he told the truth. Senior Lin, since you need a recipe, why don't you come with me to my clan? I believe my grandfather will be very happy to get to know you, Senior Lin. Chu Tianlu sincerely extended an invitation. Lin Yi nodded. That's fine. Your grandfather's birthday is just around the corner. I'll go and congratulate him. That's great. To be able to receive Senior Lin's presents. Our Chu family is greatly honored by your presence. Chu Tianlu rubbed his hands excitedly. To be able to have a good relationship with Lin Yi, no matter if it was for the Chu family or for Chu Tianlu himself, it was extremely important. As for Lin Yi's intention to ruin the marriage alliance between Duan Muyu and the Chu clan, Chu Tianlu didn't know about it. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. He had no interest in the marriage alliance to begin with. If he knew that Duan Muyu was related to Lin Yi, he would definitely ask his clan to terminate the marriage alliance with the Yiling sect. Senior Lin, please take a rest first. I'll go get rid of this crab. We'll set off once Senior Bing recovers. Chu Tianlu bowed slightly. After waiting for Lin Yi to nod in agreement, he quickly took out a short knife and went to deal with the sea crabs. It could be seen that Chu Tianlu had a certain amount of experience in dealing with the carcasses of sea beasts. Although the shell of the sea crabs was quite hard, Chu Tianlu's short knife penetrated deep into the seams of the crab's body. Then he followed the lines and dissected the crab's shell. His movements were quite smooth. After more than 10 minutes, Chu Tianlu had dissected the shell of the sea crabs. Together with the claws, they piled up into a small hill as tall as 2 people. Senior Lin, this is the inner core of the sea crabs. Please keep it well. Chu Tianlu held a water blue inner core the size of 2 fists in his hands and ran over to present it to Lin Yi. Although this was what Chu Tianlu wanted, he didn't covet it at all. He looked very natural. Lin Yi casually took the inner core of the sea crabs and sensed the pure waves of spiritual power within it. He smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for your hard work." At this moment, Bing Wuqing finished her cultivation. She suddenly stood up and said excitedly, "Big brother, I've recovered. And I seem to have stabilized my strength. Just in time. We can set off now." Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. He could feel that Bing Wuqing's aura had become much more solid. Although she hadn't broken through, she had definitely improved a lot compared to before. "By the way, why don't you give this inner core of the sea crabs to me? I'll give you some other benefits later." In name, the sea crabs were killed by Bing Wuqing. Lin Yi didn't want to put on a domineering attitude in front of his underlings, so he asked for her opinion. "Big brother Lin Yi, what are you talking about?" Bing Wuqing immediately said solemnly, "If you hadn't helped me in time, I would have been killed by this sea crab. Everything I have was given to me by you, Bing Wuqing. Even if I was the one who killed this sea crab, everything still belongs to you, boss. Needless to say, you were the one who killed this sea crab, so all the credit goes to you, boss." Hearing that Bing Wuqing, a nascent soul realm old monster, was so obedient to Lin Yi, Chu Tianlu was instantly moved. He was even more determined to befriend Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't stand on ceremony anymore. He nodded and smiled. "All right, you've been so cold before, but you're so talkative today. In any case, I won't mistreat my own people. Let's pack up and make a trip to the Chu clan." In fact, with Bing Wuqing's current status, it wasn't a problem at all for her to purchase a few elixir recipes. But since Lin Yi had said so, she naturally wouldn't object. As long as it was Lin Yi's decision, she would carry it out completely. The sea crab's inner core was secretly kept in the space in the jade pendant by Lin Yi. However, the outer shell and the toes were not very convenient. After all, Chu Tianlu wasn't someone Lin Yi could trust completely. Not to mention that this fellow was an honest person. There was no telling when he might expose Lin Yi's secret. Fortunately, Lin Yi's flying spiritual beast was still hovering in the air. Chu Tianlu packed up the spoils of war and placed them on his own flying spiritual beast. He let Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing ride on Lin Yi's flying spiritual beast, while he led the way on his own flying spiritual beast. After setting off, Bing Wuqing regained her usual cold expression. She had always been a cold person, so she couldn't find any topics to talk about. She could only stay behind Lin Yi and continue to reminisce about the previous battle experience. For hours later, the 2 flying spiritual beasts arrived at a stretch of hills. The Chu clan was located in the middle of these hills. Before the old master of the Chu clan broke through to the nascent soul stage, the Chu clan was just an insignificant clan. Now that there was a nascent soul old monster holding the fort, their social status immediately changed. That was why they wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Yiling sect, hoping to advance further and enter the ranks of the 10 small sects and clans. Chu Tianlu, who was in front, slowed down and came to the side of Lin Yi's flying spiritual beast. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior Lin, our Chu clan is right in front. I have already sent a message saying that a distinguished guest will be visiting. I believe that my family will be very happy to welcome Senior Lin." However, Lin Yi didn't feel that the Chu clan was very welcoming of him. When he and Bing Wuqing followed Chu Tianlu into the Chu clan's main gate, no one came to welcome the distinguished guest that Chu Tianlu had mentioned. Not only that, even the people who opened the door had a cold expression on their faces. Chapter 5470. Heh. It seems that you, the young master of the Chu clan, aren't doing very well. Lin Yi looked at Chu Tianlu with a strange expression. He originally thought that Chu Tianlu's position in the Chu clan was at least slightly higher than Chu Tianliang's. Otherwise, Chu Tianliang wouldn't want to deal with Chu Tianlu. However, the current situation was that Chu Tianlu couldn't even obtain the respect of a disciple. As the dignified young master of the Chu clan's direct line of descent, He was truly speechless. Chu Tianlu smiled awkwardly. This disciple belonged to Chu Tianliang's father's faction, so it was normal that they didn't care about Chu Tianlu. As for the information that was sent back before, it was probably intercepted by them. Although Chu Tianlu understood, he didn't explain anything to Lin Yi. After all, he was an honest person. Following the principle of not airing family shame in public, he forced a smile and led Lin Yi in. "Senior Lin, please forgive me. My grandfather is probably in closed-door training, so he didn't receive this junior's message. I've neglected you." Chu Tianlu apologized, thinking that it was good to see his grandfather. Not to mention Lin Yi's strength, just his identity as an alchemist who could refine nascent soul golden pills was a top-notch existence in the small Jianghu. It was enough to be on equal footing with the core members of the 4 great sects and 10 small clans. Chu Tianlu concluded that it was impossible for his grandfather to ignore Lin Yi's arrival. "It's fine." Lin Yi waved his hand indifferently. At his level, he wouldn't care about small things at all. Moreover, his main purpose of coming here was to make the Chu clan take the initiative to break off the engagement, so that the Yiling sect wouldn't be put in a difficult position. If he really received a warm welcome, he really wouldn't be able to open his mouth when the time came. If that idiot Chu Tianliang came back, he might be able to stir up some trouble and give Lin Yi more excuses. If he had known earlier, he would have pulled Chu Tianliang along. Just as Lin Yi was feeling regretful in his heart, he discovered through his divine sense that there were more than 10 golden core cultivators standing in a courtyard not far away. All of them looked unfriendly, and their target seemed to be Lin Yi's group of 3. Were they trying to stir up trouble? Lin Yi was not surprised but happy. Someone sent him a pillow just when he was dozing off. Immediately, he secretly transmitted his vital energy to Bing Wuxing. "Wuxing, if anything happens later, don't do anything. Don't do anything for the time being without my orders." Bing Wuxing nodded without hesitation. As for the reason, Lin Yi's words were the reason. As long as they executed it accurately, it would be fine. As for the others who saw him nod, it didn't matter. They didn't know what it meant anyway. After a dozen steps, they passed through the eaves and entered the courtyard in front of the hall. It was the place where Lin Yi's divine sense had found someone. Chu Tianlu raised his eyes and saw the dozen or so golden core clansmen in the courtyard. He was slightly startled, wondering if they were here to welcome Senior Lin. Even though they didn't greet him directly at the main entrance, this was still a grand lineup. Almost 90% of the Chu clan's upper echelons were present. "Second uncle, did you receive my message and come to welcome the honored guest?" A smile appeared on Chu Tianlu's face. He quickened his steps and saluted the middle-aged man in the middle. This sinister-looking middle-aged man was Chu Tianliang's father. He was in charge of the Chu clan's finances and cultivation resources, and he was Chu Hongding. Chu Tianlu was about to introduce these clansmen to Lin Yi and let Chu Hongding know Lin Yi's identity and strength, but he was interrupted by Chu Hongding. "What honored guest? These 2 juniors?" Chu Hongding snorted coldly and glanced disdainfully at Lin Yi and Bing Wuxing. He couldn't see through Bing Wuxing's cultivation, but Lin Yi's strength was clearly displayed. He was only a consummate foundation building. Bing Wuxing was half a step behind Lin Yi and was following beside him. It was obvious that she wasn't as powerful as Lin Yi. No matter how powerful she was only slightly more powerful than Lin Yi. She wasn't worth his attention at all. It was Chu Tianlu's fault. His previous message simply said that there were honored guests coming, and that the clan should prepare a grand welcoming ceremony. He didn't even mention Lin Yi and Bing Wuxing's identities and strength. Otherwise, Bing Wuxing's identity alone would be enough for the Chu clan to prepare a welcoming ceremony of the highest standard. "Second uncle, you didn't know." Chu Tianlu hurriedly tried to explain. Even though Chu Hongding's faction didn't like him, Chu Tianlu was an honest man. He still thought about the Chu clan's overall situation. Unfortunately, Chu Hongding didn't want to listen to Chu Tianlu at all. He continued to snort coldly and interrupted. "I didn't know you were so daring. Speak. Where's your conscience? Also, why did Wanshang and Xingping's soul jade tablets shatter? Did you collude with outsiders and plot against them?" This was truly a case of, if you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. Only then did Lin Yi realize that Chu Hongding had been waiting for Chu Tianlu. However, it was no wonder. Chu Tianlu and Chu Tianliang had left together. Chu Wenshang and Chu Xingping were Chu Tianliang's people. Chu Tianliang also had the offensive and defensive treasures that Chu Hongding had secretly given him. No matter how one looked at it, Chu Tianlu should have died in the Taishi Island trial. However, the one who had returned was Chu Tianlu. Chu Tianliang's whereabouts were unknown, and Chu Wenshang and Chu Xingping were confirmed dead. Even if it wasn't Chu Hongding, who was bent on finding fault with them, any higher-ups in the Chu clan would probably look for Chu Tianlu at the first opportunity to find out the truth. Of course, if it was someone else, they would at least give Chu Tianlu a chance to speak. They definitely wouldn't be like Chu Hongding, who directly accused Chu Tianlu. Just as Chu Tianlu was about to speak, Chu Hongding waved his hand and said resolutely, "Forget it. I reckon you won't tell the truth anyway. Guards, lock up this traitor and his 2 companions first. Then interrogate them carefully. I don't believe that you won't speak." Chu Tianlu didn't even allow him to speak. How did it become that he wouldn't speak? Lin Yi admired Chu Hongding's way of doing things. He was clearly bullying honest people. Only Chu Tianlu would do this. If Lin Yi was in Chu Tianlu's position, he would have killed him with a single slap. After Chu Hongding finished speaking, the 2 Chu clan members at the peak of the early gold core stage immediately unleashed their auras to the fullest. They fiercely pressed down on Chu Tianlu, Lin Yi, and Bing Wuqing. Bing Wuqing, who had received Lin Yi's warning, naturally didn't make any strange movements. Otherwise, if the Chu clan found out that she was using the aura of a gold core cultivator to deal with a nascent soul cultivator, they would probably just slit their own throats. Wouldn't that be a less painful death? Chu Tianlu wanted to remind his clansmen that of the 2 people who had come today, one was a genuine nascent soul cultivator, and the other was a ruthless person who could easily crush a nascent soul cultivator. They should never offend them. Unfortunately, under the pressure of 2 gold core cultivators at the peak of the early gold core stage, he couldn't even open his mouth. Of course, Chu Hongding wouldn't let Chu Tianlu speak. Not all of the Chu clan higher-ups present were on Chu Hongding's side. At least half of them were neutral. Although he didn't know what had happened to Chu Tianliang, since Chu Wenshang and Chu Tianlu were both dead, it was very likely that the Chu clan's treasure he had secretly given to Chu Tianliang had already been exposed to Chu Tianlu. Chapter 5471. A Genius in a Second. Remember love? We provide you with exciting novels to read. No matter what, this matter could not be made known to the neutral higher-ups. Thus, Chu Hongding had already instructed them not to give Chu Tianlu a chance to speak. Tianlu, don't resist anymore. Otherwise, you'll really be labeled a traitor. Be a good boy and come with us to the discipline hall. One of the 2 peak early golden core experts advised him coldly. Of course, this was just a formality. Whether Chu Tianlu resisted or not made no difference in their eyes. When Chu Tianlu saw that Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing didn't make a move to save him from his predicament, he didn't feel disappointed at all. Instead, he felt very fortunate. Otherwise, if the 2 of them were to fall out with each other, it would be enough to destroy the entire Chu clan. Lin Yi transmitted his voice to Chu Tianlu and Bing Wuqing without batting an eyelid. Listen to them. Let's go and see what they're up to. The current situation was still not enough for the Chu clan to voluntarily annul the marriage with the Yiling sect. Of course, Lin Yi could use his own strength and influence to intimidate the Chu clan, but that would be disadvantageous. After all, Lin Yi was in the wrong here. As long as no one provoked him, he was usually very reasonable. Of course, if others directly came knocking on his door, then Lin Yi would have nothing to worry about. Hearing Lin Yi's telepathic transmission, the 2 of them cooperated and allowed the 2 golden core experts of the Chu clan to place a restriction on their bodies that sealed their powers. Of course, such a restriction would only be effective on cultivators below the golden core stage. Bing Wuqing and Lin Yi, who were in the form of their primordial spirits, simply ignored it. Seeing that Chu Tianlu was easily restrained, Chu Hongding visibly relaxed. At the same time, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. Whether Chu Tianliang was dead or alive, he would take this opportunity to kill Chu Tianlu. Lin Yi and the other 2 were escorted to the discipline hall by the 2 peak early golden core experts. It was actually just a small courtyard in a corner, but there was a dungeon underneath it. It was large enough to imprison cultivators, including those at the golden core stage. The 2 members of the Chu clan imprisoned Lin Yi and the other 2 in 3 separate cells. Then, without saying a word, they left the prison with cold faces. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi used his Zhan Qi to clear a clean area on the ground. Then he casually sat down cross-legged. Chu Tianlu, who was next door, approached. Ashamed, he said to Lin Yi, "Senior Lin, I truly am sorry. It was because of this junior's matters that I implicated you." Lin Yi waved his hand indifferently and said, "It doesn't matter. Besides, I also know what's going on with Chu Tianliang and his 2 accomplices. Don't worry, when your family comes to interrogate you, I'll testify for you." "Thank you, Senior Lin." Chu Tianlu expressed his gratitude very sincerely. However, Lin Yi could sense that he was not thanking Lin Yi for testifying for him, but for not attacking the Chu clan with Bing Wuqing. If it were any other nascent soul-old monster, it would be impossible for them to endure such treatment from the Chu clan. However, Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing had cooperated with the Chu clan without saying a word. For Chu Tianlu, who placed the Chu clan above all else, he was naturally grateful. "Don't mention it. The people who will interrogate you are already here." Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. His divine sense had already sensed that Chu Hongding and the other 2 members of the Chu clan were entering the dungeon. The only difference from before was that Chu Hongding did not walk in the center this time. The one in the center was a man who was slightly older than him. It seemed that his status was higher than Chu Hongding's. When Chu Tianlu heard Lin Yi's words, he turned his head in shock. However, he did not see anyone enter the dungeon. It was clear that in terms of divine sense, Chu Tianlu was worlds apart from Lin Yi. After a while, Chu Hongding and the other 2 followed the winding staircase and arrived at the dungeon where Chu Tianlu and the others were imprisoned. Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing did not move. They treated the 3 of them as air. Only Chu Tianlu quickly turned to the side of the corridor and respectfully cupped his hands in salute. Chu Tianlu greets Great Elder and Third Elder. Although Chu Tianlu did not greet Chu Hongding this time, he still nodded as a greeting. Lin Yi was speechless at his procrastination. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, why bother with such a despicable person? If it were Lin Yi, he would have either slapped him to death or completely ignored him. The cultivator at the peak of the late Golden Elixir realm was the Chu family's great elder, Chu Yunting. When he saw Chu Tianlu, he nodded slightly and said, "Tianlu, what exactly happened? Tell me, the great elder." The other late Golden Elixir realm cultivator was the 3rd elder that Chu Tianlu had mentioned. He was also the person in charge of the Chu family's discipline hall. His dark face was expressionless. He only looked at Chu Tianlu coldly. He did not speak, nor did he move. Without waiting for Chu Tianlu to speak, Chu Hongding interrupted. "Great Elder, what else is there to ask?" Tianliang, Wenshang, and Xingping acted together, but the 3 of them have not returned. Only Chu Tianlu has returned. It's obvious that he colluded with outsiders to harm his brothers. This kind of person should be executed immediately. Chu Yunting frowned slightly and said, "Hongding, what exactly happened can only be concluded after an investigation. How can you sentence him so hastily? Tianlu is a direct descendant of our Chu family. It's possible that he will become the family head in the future. He just can't be allowed to become the family head." Chu Hongding sneered inwardly, but he did not back down. He retorted, "Great Elder, I Chu Hongding beg to differ. Only Chu Tianlu has returned. Who knows if what he says is true or not? In any case, Tianliang and the others haven't returned. Won't everything be decided by Chu Tianlu's mouth?" Heh, the Chu family's way of doing things is truly an eye-opener. Lin Yi could not help but mock. He cast a sidelong glance at Chu Hongding disdainfully and said, "Even though I've only known him for a short while, I understand what kind of person Chu Tianlu is. Getting him to spout nonsense and lie is even harder than killing him. On the other hand, Hongding medicinal cauldron or whatnot, spouting nonsense is your ultimate skill, isn't it?" Chu Hongding glared fiercely at Lin Yi and said, "Little brat, what are you, an outsider, interrupting us for? Once we've dealt with the traitor of our Chu family, it'll naturally be your turn to settle the debt. There's no need for you to jump out and seek death in such a hurry, is there? I can't be bothered with your Chu family's matters. However, as for Chu Tianliang's matter, because I'm a witness, I'm reminding you out of goodwill. That brat should already be dead, right? However, this has nothing to do with Chu Tianlu. He was merely trapped in a secret realm during Taishi Island's training. He couldn't escape himself, so he can't blame others. If Lin Yi said he would testify for Chu Tianlu, he would definitely do as he said. Chapter 5472. A Genius in a Second. Remember love? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. However, Lin Yi reckoned that Chu Hongding wouldn't believe him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped Chu Tianlu from speaking. But this was fine. In any case, Lin Yi was here to stir up trouble. How could he be afraid of stirring up trouble? Chu Hongding sneered. You and Chu Tianlu are clearly jackals of the same tribe. Do you think we'll believe your words? Tianliang's soul jade tablet hasn't even shattered yet. How could he be dead? You've clearly imprisoned him somewhere, haven't you? Second uncle, Senior Lin speaks the truth. Chu Tianlu finally found an opportunity to speak, but he was rudely interrupted by Chu Hongding. Shut up. What right does a shameless traitor have to speak in front of us? And you're even shamelessly calling this junior senior? He's just an ant at the great circle of foundation establishment. What kind of senior is he? Chu Hongding roared. After lecturing Chu Tianlu, he immediately turned to Chu Yunting and said, Great Elder, there's no need to ask any more questions. These three must have colluded with each other and colluded with each other. We can be sure just by listening to their lies. Chu Yunting furrowed his brows and said, You can't be so arbitrary. Hongding, I know how you feel. Tianliang is your most beloved son. It's normal for you to be worried when something happened to him. After all, Tianliang is also my descendant. However, this matter concerns the heavenly road. Both sides are flesh. We have to investigate thoroughly before we can conclude the case. Great Elder, what else is there to investigate? These three are all accomplices. You're willing to listen to their lies, but I don't want to waste time. Third Elder, what do you think? Can't we just execute them? Chu Hongding was extremely forceful. Not only did he directly reject the Great Elder's suggestion, he even dragged the Third Elder of the Discipline Hall into the water. Although the Third Elder was in charge of the Discipline Hall, he was secretly one of Chu Hongding's subordinates. That was why Chu Hongding had sent Chu Tianlu and the others into the Discipline Hall just now. Now that they were in the Discipline Hall, they were in Chu Hongding's territory. He could do whatever he wanted. He didn't believe he couldn't get the confession he wanted. The only thing that surprised Chu Hongding was that the Great Elder, Chu Yunting, had hurried over after hearing the news. The Third Elder didn't look at Chu Hongding. Instead, he looked indifferent and said expressionlessly, Everything has to be clarified. We can't act too carelessly. But since Chu Tianliang and the others have disappeared, there are no witnesses. Chu Tianlu is the greatest suspect. Thus, Chu Tianlu's testimony isn't of Chu. Chu Hongding said. Third Chu can't chew while Elder can't chew. Hongding glanced at the Great Elder complacently and said in high spirits, In my opinion, Chu Tianlu the traitor should be executed immediately. The two accomplices he colluded with should accompany him as well. Chu Yunting's expression was rather unsightly. He already knew that Chu Hongding wanted the position of family head, but he didn't expect him to be this arrogant and despotic. He didn't even care about him, the Great Elder. Chu Hongding, we must report this matter to the family head, and let him make a decision. After all, this involves two outstanding direct descendants. It can't be decided so casually. Chu Yunting felt a wave of helplessness when faced with Chu Hongding and the Third Elder. He could only bring up the family head. Speaking of which, he didn't have much of a relationship with Chu Hongding and Chu Tianlu. He was completely neutral, and the kind that didn't have any selfish motives. Protecting Chu Tianlu was for the sake of the Chu family, but if he had to fight Chu Hongding to the death just to protect Chu Tianlu, that was something he had to consider carefully. The family head is cultivating in seclusion. We can't disturb him before his birthday, so there's no need to trouble the family head with such a small matter. Otherwise, why would he need us elders? Aren't we supposed to share the family head's burdens at times like this? Chu Hongding had the upper hand, and immediately put on a righteous expression. It's rare to see such a shameless person. Wuxia, why don't you come and take a look as well? Just treat it as a monkey show. Lin Yi's face was full of mockery. He couldn't be bothered to waste time listening to this guy's pretentious nonsense. Hearing Lin Yi's call, Bing Wuxia slowly walked to the side of the fence. She stuck her head out and said, "Boss, are you talking about that old monkey? He's so ugly, how can I not look?" It was rare for this cold guy to have a sense of humor. Linny laughed and said, "How can you be like this? Why are you speaking the truth blindly? He's ugly, but you don't have to insult a monkey, do you?" On the side, Chu Tianlu came to his senses and couldn't help but snicker. He was an honest man, but even a man made of clay had a temper. Chu Tianlu was quite annoyed by Chu Hongding's aggressiveness. Hearing Bing Wuqing and Lin Yi's ridicule of Chu Tianlu, he immediately felt that his anger had been vented. Chu Hongding's face turned red and he said coldly, "You two outsiders, since you can't wait to die, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll send you to reincarnation as soon as possible." Before he finished speaking, his peak-level mid-stage golden elixir aura was immediately revealed. He raised his hands, ready to attack Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing. Chu Yunting's eyes narrowed, but he didn't open his mouth to stop them. Chu Tianlu was a direct descendant of the Chu family, and it was only right for him to protect him. As for Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing, they weren't worthy of Chu Yunting risking falling out with Chu Hongding. "Stop! That's Senior Bing Wuqing of the Snow Sword faction." Seeing that Chu Hongding was about to attack Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing, Chu Tianlu immediately paled. He obviously wasn't worried about Chu Hongding's safety, but he was afraid that Chu Hongding would anger Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing, which would bring disaster to the Chu family. The Snow Sword faction? Chu Hongding stopped in his tracks, and immediately became hesitant. In terms of power, the Snow Sword faction naturally far surpassed the Chu family, and he had also heard of Bing Wuqing's name. She was a genius disciple of the Snow Sword faction, and she was already an early-stage golden elixir expert at such a young age. One couldn't blame Chu Hongding for being ignorant and inexperienced, not knowing that Bing Wuqing had already become a nascent soul-old freak. The Chu family simply didn't have enough resources. The 4 big and 10 small clans and schools basically already knew that the Snow Sword faction had 3 nascent soul-old freaks, and that its rise was unstoppable. However, Bing Wuqing didn't go to all the other clans and schools with great fanfare, after all, so it was normal that the second-ranked clans and schools hadn't received the news yet. Chu Tianlu nodded forcefully and said, "That's right, it's Senior Bing Wuqing from the Snow Sword faction. She's a nascent soul-old ancestor of the Snow Sword faction, and she's on equal footing with grandfather. Second uncle, you mustn't neglect her." Chapter 5473. Reeks. Chu Hongding, who had been hesitant at first, immediately laughed out loud. "You traitor, you're lying without any basis. Bing Wuqing might be a genius, but who doesn't know that she's only at the early gold core stage? How laughable. If you hadn't said that, I might have been wary of the Snow Sword School. You've just overreached yourself." With that, Chu Hongding prepared to continue attacking. Since he was certain that Chu Tianlu was lying, it didn't matter even if it really was Bing Wuqing inside. At worst, he'd just push all the blame onto Chu Tianlu. Unfortunately, just as Chu Hongding was about to attack, he was stopped by Chu Yunting. Naturally, Chu Yunting would not oppose Chu Hongding for the sake of 2 nameless pawns. However, if one of them was a genius of the Snow Sword faction, the situation would be completely different. From a certain perspective, Chu Yunting and Chu Tianlu were rather similar. They were both willing to put aside their own personal gains and losses for the sake of the Chu clan. It was just that the extent to which the two of them could do so was different. "Stop! Chu Hongding, are you trying to put the Chu family on the line? The Snow Sword School isn't something we can offend. Regardless of whether it's Bing Wuqing inside or not, this matter must be handled by the family head." Chu Yunting, who had already taken a step back just now had a rather unyielding attitude. Not only that, but Chu Yunting's own peak late gold core aura also completely erupted, firmly suppressing Chu Hongding. Chu Hongding seemed to be on the verge of surpassing Chu Yunting in terms of power, but in terms of individual strength, Chu Hongding was still far inferior to Chu Yunting. "Great Elder, since you're so insistent, then let's go talk to the family head." Chu Hongding's expression was dark. He wasn't as strong as Chu Yunting, so there was nothing he could do. Even though he'd acted so strongly before, he still couldn't completely fall out with Chu Yunting. If things went awry, Chu Yunting would completely fall to Chu Tianlu's side. After saying that, Chu Hongding snorted coldly and left with the 3rd elder. "You won. Chu Yunting took a deep look at Chu Tianlu, Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing. Then he turned around and left. Things had developed to this point, and it felt like the situation was getting out of control. Hopefully, things would turn for the better after the family head stepped in. However, Chu Yunting wasn't very confident about this. Instead, he felt a faint sense of unease. As it turned out, Chu Yunting's premonition was correct. Why was Chu Hongding, who was only at the peak of the middle stage of the Gold Core realm, able to surpass Chu Yunting, the Great Elder? It was because the family head trusted Chu Hongding. Chu Hongding, who had left first, used just a few words to successfully convince the head of the Chu family, Chu Yuntian. He made Chu Yuntian believe that Chu Tianlu had colluded with outsiders to harm his own brothers and clansmen. When Chu Yunting arrived, Chu Yuntian's anger was already rising, and his face was extremely gloomy. Family head, this matter still needs to be thoroughly investigated. Chu Yunting felt helpless. Because Chu Hongding was deeply trusted by Chu Yuntian, he had been able to quickly enter and meet with the family head. On the other hand, Chu Yunting, as the Great Elder, had been obstructed and delayed for a while. As a result, he couldn't even speak firmly. Before Chu Yunting could finish speaking, Chu Yuntian waved his hand and said, "Yunting, you don't need to say anything more. Chu Tianlu, that unfilial descendant, not only colluded with outsiders to harm his own brothers, but also found someone to pretend to be a nascent soul ancestor and come to the family to swindle people. This is truly intolerable." Chu Yunting's heart skipped a beat. Originally, he had hoped that the family head would be able to turn the situation around. Now it seemed that it would be good if he didn't add oil to the fire. For the sake of the Chu family, Chu Yunting could only brace himself and say, "Family head, let's put the matter of Heavenly Road aside for now. This matter also involves Bing Wuqing of the Snow Sword faction. In my opinion, that young man doesn't seem to be a fake, so we still need to be cautious in this matter." What Chu Yunting was implying was that, let alone the fact that the Chu family was only a small family right now, even if they managed to form a marriage alliance with the Leaf Spirit sect, they would at most become the weakest of the 10 small sections. There was no way they could compare to an established sect like the Snow Sword sect. Offending the Snow Sword sect would only bring them harm. After hearing Chu Yunting's words, Chu Yuntian calmed down a little. After a moment's thought, he said, "No matter what, Tianlu is still my grandson, a direct descendant of the Chu family. I'll just meet him once and listen to what he has to say. As for those two people, regardless of whether they are Bing Wuqing of the Snow Sword faction or not, let them come with me." Chu Hongding glared at Chu Yunting hatefully. If this old man hadn't messed things up, Chu Tianlu would have died today. But it didn't matter now. Since Chu Yuntian already had a preconceived impression of Chu Tianlu, it would probably be very difficult for him to believe Chu Tianlu's words. If Chu Yuntian didn't have such a personality, Chu Hongding wouldn't have had the opportunity to control the entire Chu family's economy. "Hongding, send someone to the dungeon to bring Chu Tianlu and those two outsiders out. Bring them to my Yongyuan Hall to see me." Chu Yuntian turned his head and gave this order, then got up and prepared to leave. This was Chu Yuntian's training room, so he naturally couldn't allow outsiders to casually enter, and the Yongyuan Hall was the place where he received outsiders. Chu Hongding bowed and said, "Yes, family head." He didn't want Chu Tianlu to leave the underground prison so quickly. He didn't even want to send him back after a while. U3. Unfortunately, Chu Yuntian was the clan master, and a nascent soul-old monster at that. With Chu Yuntian's status, it was obviously impossible for him to lower himself to the dungeon. He could only send someone to bring the three of them to the Yongyuan Hall. As for Chu Hongding himself, he definitely wouldn't leave Chu Yuntian's side. He didn't want Chu Yunting to cause trouble and ruin the situation. Chu Hongding and Chu Yunting looked at each other with unfriendly expressions when they saw Chu Yuntian leave. They didn't say anything and quietly followed Chu Yuntian to the Yongyuan Hall. After a while, Chu Tianlu, Lin Yi, and Bing Wuqing were all escorted over. Because they were here to see the Chu family's master, Chu Hongding's subordinates didn't make things difficult for them. "Grandfather." As soon as they entered the Yongyuan Hall, Chu Tianlu took 2 steps forward and knelt down. Lin Yi shook his head inwardly. This guy was really too honest. Since you've already knelt down, you should at least cry and complain about your grievances. All you did was call him grandfather and that was it. Those who didn't know better would think that you were feeling guilty. Chu Hongding snorted and said, "You traitor, how dare you call grandfather the family head? The matter hasn't been decided yet. How can you pin the traitor label on Tianlu?" Chu Yunting immediately stood up to refute Chu Hongding. He had already made up his mind. Since he had already offended Chu Hongding, it didn't matter if it was more or less. Chapter 5474. Chu Yunting raised his hand and said, "Stop arguing. You two aren't kids anymore. How improper." With that, his gaze swept past Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing, and finally landed on Chu Tianlu. He sighed softly and said, "Tianlu, tell us everything truthfully. Don't hide anything." "Yes." Chu Tianlu nodded respectfully, then straightened his body and said, "Actually, we have to start from the start of the trial on Tai Snake Island. The four of us teamed up to search for the divine knowledge fruit, but at the last moment Tianliang brought Chu Wanshang and Chu Xingping to attack me. They wanted to kill me." "Liar." Chu Hongding sneered. "If the three of them wanted to kill you, would you be able to return alive? Forget about the three of them. Even Chu Wanshang alone would be enough to easily dispose of you." There was one more thing Chu Hongding didn't say, and that was the offensive and defensive treasures he privately gave Chu Tianliang. Those were all top-notch weapons that belonged to the Chu family. Even without Chu Wanshang, just Chu Tianliang alone was enough to easily and happily take care of Chu Tianlu. Chu Yuntian nodded. He felt that Chu Hongding's words were very reasonable, but his attention wasn't here. After Chu Hongding finished speaking, he immediately asked, "Tianlu, did you get the divine knowledge fruit?" Lin Yi rolled his eyes. It was obvious that he was going to be sold again. As expected, Chu Tianlu hesitated and said, "Grandfather, I didn't get the divine knowledge fruit." Then he glanced at Lin Yi. There was nothing wrong with his words, but the problem was with the glance he gave Lin Yi. It wasn't that Chu Tianlu was deliberately betraying Lin Yi, but that he would subconsciously not hide it from his grandfather. Although he didn't directly say that the divine knowledge fruit was in Lin Yi's hands, that glance was enough to explain many things. Everyone present was a wily old fox, and there was no one who didn't understand what Lin Yi was implying. It wasn't just Chu Yunting, even Chu Yunting and Chu Hongding were looking at Lin Yi with a little more passion. The consciousness fruit was a heavenly treasure that could directly raise the level of one's consciousness. The ancient minor underworld focused on the cultivation of one's consciousness and the cultivation of one's physical body. A consciousness fruit was definitely comparable to an elixir that could directly raise the level of one's strength. "Chu Tianlu, you finally revealed yourself at a time like this." Chu Hongding suddenly roared. He greatly coveted the spiritual awareness fruit, but he also knew that even if there really was one, it definitely wouldn't be his turn to enjoy it. At this time, it was more important to confirm Chu Tianlu's crime, so he had to take advantage of the situation and use the spiritual consciousness fruit to make Chu Yuntian completely give up on Chu Tianlu. "You even said that Tianliang and the others wanted to kill you. It's clear that for the sake of the spiritual awareness fruit, you colluded with outsiders to harm your own brothers and clansmen. And here I was wondering what reason you had to deal with Tianliang and kill Wanshang and Xingping. So it was to kill them and steal their treasures." When Chu Hongding finished speaking, even he himself believed that this was the truth. A liar could tell a lie that they themselves believed to be the truth. Thus, deceiving others was naturally successful. This was especially true for Chu Yuntian. He already had a preconceived impression that Chu Tianlu had colluded with outsiders. Now that Chu Hongding had even found his motive, what else was there to doubt? This was especially true for the spiritual awareness fruit. If Chu Yuntian could obtain the spiritual awareness fruit, it was very likely that he would smoothly break through to the peak of the early nascent soul stage. Since he knew that the spiritual awareness fruit was most likely in Lin Yi's hands, he would not let Chu Tianlu go no matter what. Only by using Chu Tianlu's weakness could he implicate Lin Yi and even Bing Wuqing. That way, the Snow Sword School would have nothing to say. "Tianlu, I didn't think that you would still refuse to tell the truth in front of me, the family leader. This old man is truly disappointed in you." Chu Yuntian's face was filled with disappointment and anger. He shook his head dispiritedly and said, "Since you're still not willing to tell the truth, then as the family leader, I can only use the family law and punish you in the name of righteousness." Clap, clap, clap. Lin Yi clapped again and again. His speed was not fast, but it was very clear and steady. It sounded like he was slapping Chu Yuntian's face. Life is indeed like a play, and it all depends on acting skills. I've really opened my eyes today. Lin Yi's face was full of ridicule. His gaze rested on the face of Chu Yuntian, the family leader of the Chu family, and he said indifferently, "Old man, Tianlu is your grandson no matter what. If you want to deal with him, you don't have to use such fake acting skills to insult his intelligence. Just do it openly." Chu Yuntian was just about to cause trouble for Lin Yi. He did not expect that Lin Yi would directly come to him. He immediately sneered and said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of this old man? But it doesn't matter. Since you're in cahoots with Chu Tianlu, you must have a part in the matter of Chu Tianliang and the other two. Prepare to accompany Chu Tianlu. I already said don't look for excuses. Don't look for excuses. Just do what you want to do openly." Lin Yi continued to mock him. "Your clumsy acting skills really leave me speechless." Pointing at Chu Tianlu, Lin Yi continued, "You didn't listen to a single word of what he said." "Oh, I'm sorry, but you probably did listen to a single word, such as the divine knowledge fruit." Chu Yuntian's expression immediately turned ugly. Everything Lin Yi said was the truth. It was precisely because it was the truth that Chu Yuntian felt so uncomfortable when it was exposed. You treat Chu Tianlu's words as farts, but you treat that idiot's farts as immortal qi and breathe in all of them, right? Lin Yi casually pulled Chu Hongding into his attack range. In the end he said mercilessly, "Since you've chosen to be shameless, then you might as well tear off all of your masks. Be shameless to the very end. That way, I'll have a bit of respect for you." "Insolence, young one." Chu Yuntian immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. After becoming a nascent soul-old monster, there were not many people in the immemorial Jianghu who had the qualifications to speak to him like this, and not to give him any face at all. He had originally wanted to cause trouble for Lin Yi, and steal the divine knowledge fruit. Now it was even more logical for him to make a move. "Don't think that just because you have the Snow Sword School behind you, I won't dare to touch you. Even if Yu Taitsong comes, I won't let you off today." Chu Yuntian had already made up his mind, so he no longer hesitated. He completely released his early nascent soul strength and raised his hand to grab at Lin Yi. And then there was no then. It was not Lin Yi who made a move, but Bing Wuqing who had flashed in front of Lin Yi and shielded Lin Yi behind her. Before Lin Yi spoke, he had already sent a sound transmission to Bing Wuqing, telling her that if the other party made a move, she could directly counterattack. So when Chu Yuntian made a move, Bing Wuqing had already reacted. Now, she did not hold back at all in carrying out Lin Yi's orders. Chapter 5475. A nascent soul-old monster. Chu Yuntian's raised arm froze in the air. He stared in shock at Bing Wuqing, who had revealed her strength at the peak of the early nascent soul stage. For a moment he didn't know how to react. It was unrealistic. There really was a nascent soul-old monster. Wasn't Bing Wuqing only at the early golden core stage? What was going on? At that moment, Chu Yuntian felt as if there were 10,000 spiritual beasts galloping and howling in his heart. You're a nascent soul-old monster, but you're pretending to be weak. You even allowed yourself to be thrown into the dungeon. Do you have masochistic tendencies? Or are you trying to trick people? Chu Hongding felt the same way as Chu Yuntian. He didn't expect Bing Wuqing to really be a nascent soul-old monster. No, he should have, because he knew better than anyone that Chu Tianlu was basically telling the truth. It was just that he had habitually taken it as a lie. An honest man who never lied said that Bing Wuqing was a nascent soul-old monster. But Chu Hongding didn't believe him. What else could he say? Lin Yi smiled faintly and shrugged at the few people who were instantly silent. Yu Taitsong didn't come, but I don't think he'll come either. By the way, Patriarch Chu, what are you going to do to us? My head is so itchy I have no choice but to scratch it. Chu Yuntian coughed dryly, forcibly withdrawing his arm that was frozen in the air. He mechanically scratched the back of his head, and then said righteously, "If Yu Taitsong came, he would definitely not allow you to interfere in other people's matters. Since he did not come, then there is nothing for you to do." Lin Yi was shocked. This old man's skin was so thick that even a machine gun in the secular world couldn't penetrate it. Chu Yuntian was also sullen. He was a nascent soul-old ancestor, one of the few people at the top of the immemorial Jianghu. When had he ever suffered such depression? But Bing Wuqing's strength was above his, and the Snow Sword School behind her was far stronger than the Chu family. Chu Yuntian could only swallow his anger. After calmly withdrawing his aura, Chu Yuntian smiled awkwardly and said, "So, it really is an esteemed guest from the Snow Sword School. Sorry for the delay. Let's not talk about the misunderstanding earlier." Linny looked at Chu Yuntian playfully and said with a faint smile, "Oh, was it all a misunderstanding before? So, you also believe what Chu Tianlu said?" Chu Yuntian secretly gritted his teeth and forced out a smile. This matter still needs to be properly investigated. There is no need to rush to a conclusion. Bing Wuqing's face was cold and she said coldly, "I can testify for Chu Tianlu what he said is the truth." They didn't know Bing Wuqing's identity at first, or even if they did, they just thought that she was a junior at the beginning stage of the Golden Elixir realm. As for testifying, of course, it was up to Chu Yuntian and the others to believe whatever they wanted. But now it was completely different. Bing Wuqing was also a nascent soul-old monster, and her strength could only be higher than Chu Yuntian's. Her status was also extremely noble. If she said she could testify for Chu Tianlu, Chu Hongding wouldn't dare to say a word against her. Even Chu Yuntian would have to think it over carefully. "Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Bing. I will naturally take care of this matter." Chu Yuntian's expression was a little unsightly. He narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Speaking of which, the Snow Sword School really has a good reputation. Your school has always been independent, and has never interacted with other schools. That's why we, the Chu family, haven't received any news of fellow Taoist Bing's advancement to the nascent soul realm." What he meant was that the Snow Sword School usually didn't have the habit of meddling in the affairs of other families or schools. Although Bing Wuqing was a nascent soul-old monster, it was best that she didn't come to the Chu family and tell them what to do. After all, Chu Yuntian was also a nascent soul-old monster. It was absolutely impossible for him to submit to Bing Wuqing just like that and listen to her from then on. "By the way, which Snow Sword School are you from? I've heard a lot about fellow Taoist Bing, but I've never heard of you before." Chu Yuntian didn't want to dwell on the topic just now, so he changed the topic and asked about Lin Yi. With Bing Wuqing's strength and status, Chu Yuntian definitely wouldn't have any other thoughts if the spirit knowledge fruit was in her hands. However, judging from Chu Tianlu's behavior, the spirit knowledge fruit seemed to be in Lin Yi's hands. So Chu Yuntian still had some thoughts, and was prepared to find out more about Lin Yi before making a decision based on the situation. "Haha. I'm not from the Snow Sword School." Lin Yi smiled and shrugged. His expression didn't show the slightest bit of respect for the Snow Sword School. This made Chu Yuntian secretly happy, thinking that he might really get the spirit knowledge fruit. "So you're not from the Snow Sword School, little friend. But looking at your heroic appearance, you must be from a famous sect, right?" Chu Yuntian continued to put on a gentle smile. If Lin Yi really was a nobody with no background, even if he had Bing Wuqing as a friend, Chu Yuntian wouldn't have anything to fear. Besides, from Chu Yuntian's point of view, Bing Wuqing probably just happened to be there. Otherwise, how could a dignified nascent soul-old monster like him befriend an ant who had perfected the foundation establishment stage? "Old man, you're going around in circles. Aren't you just trying to pry into my background and see if you can snatch the spirit knowledge fruit from me? Why don't you just say it? Why are you wasting so much effort?" Lin Yi's expression was full of sarcasm. He was here to stir up trouble. If Chu Yuntian were to admit defeat after seeing Bing Wuqing's strength, it would go against his original intention. Chu Yuntian's face darkened. He was a dignified nascent soul-old monster, and the Chu family master was speaking so politely to him that anyone who came would give him some face. But why was this brat so unpredictable? He didn't even think about it. Since Lin Yi had already mocked and ridiculed him before, how could he suddenly be nice to him now? Not to mention that Chu Yuntian was still unwilling to let go of the matter regarding Chu Tianlu. Even if Lin Yi wasn't here to stir up trouble, he would definitely not be nice to him. At the side, Chu Tianlu really didn't want the relationship between Lin Yi and the Chu family to deteriorate. He could only interrupt weakly. "Grandfather, Senior Lin is from the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island." Chu Yuntian's heart thumped again. The Blue Cloud sect of the North Island was also in existence that the Chu family didn't dare to provoke, especially when the Blue Cloud sect Rising Sky sect, and Xuanji sect were all on the same side. Even the Snow Sword School probably wouldn't dare to go against them easily. No wonder Bing Wuqing would hang out with this brat named Lin. It turned out that their backgrounds were about the same. But the Snow Sword School and the Blue Cloud sect didn't seem to be on good terms. Could they have some secret agreement? Chapter 5476. Reeks. Chu Yuntian thought a little too much for a moment, but he immediately withdrew his thoughts. Since he knew that Lin Yi was not a simple person, then he could not take the spirit knowledge fruit by force. Ha ha ha, so you are a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. Ha ha ha, so you're a disciple of the Northern Island's Blue Cloud sect. My Chu family is truly honored to have fellow Bing from the Snow Sword faction and fellow Lin from the Blue Cloud sect. I'm so happy. It just so happens that in a few days it'll be my birthday. Why don't the two of you do me the honor of temporarily staying in our Chu family for a few days? When the time comes, you can attend my birthday banquet together. Chu Yuntian was becoming more and more adept at changing his expression. When he spoke, it was as if he were talking to two old friends. Remembering that Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing were standing up for Chu Qianlu, Chu Yuntian did not wait for them to answer, but turned to Chu Qianlu and said, Tianlu, about Tianliang, I'll investigate carefully. If you really have nothing to do with it, I won't wrongly accuse you. You don't have to go to the dungeon for the time being. Take good care of your two distinguished guests. Lin Yi smiled coldly in his heart. This old man obviously didn't believe Chu Qianlu. Otherwise he wouldn't be calling him old man all the time. Normally speaking to Chu Qianlu, he'd be calling himself grandpa, right? Bing Wuqing did not respond to Chu Yuntian's invitation. She just stood there expressionlessly. Anyway, she was only here to accompany Lin Yi. What to do next was up to Lin Yi. Lin Yi thought that this was not the best time to bring up Duan Muyu's marriage, so he nodded indifferently and said, Then let's do it this way. Tianlu, let's go. Help us settle down first. Before Chu Qianlu could speak, Chu Yuntian laughed dryly and raised his hand. By the way, fellow Lin, did you get the spirit knowledge fruit in the end? So what? Lin Yi did not deny it. There was no point in denying it. With Chu Qianlu by his side, as long as Chu Yuntian asked him, he would definitely say it and perhaps even more. You won. Little friend Lin, look, the spiritual knowledge fruit is a treasure of heaven and earth. It would be too wasteful for you to use it at your current level. How about this old man exchange it with a golden core? Golden core. It would be much better than using the spiritual knowledge fruit to improve your cultivation. Of course, a gold core may not be as valuable as a spiritual knowledge fruit. How about this? This old man will add some other heavenly materials and earthly treasures if you need spirit jades. What do you think? In order to obtain the spiritual knowledge fruit, Chu Yuntian was willing to sacrifice his old face. With Bing Wuqing around, in addition to Lin Yi's background in the Azure Cloud sect, Chu Yuntian had already given up on the idea of snatching it by force. However, he still did not give up, and wanted to use some things to exchange for the consciousness fruit. However, he did not consider that if he obtained the consciousness fruit, and someone else used the same conditions to exchange for it, would he trade it away? Lin Yi looked at Chu Yuntian like he was looking at an idiot, then took out a spiritual knowledge fruit, tossed it up and down a few times and said, Do you think it's a waste for me to use a spiritual knowledge fruit now? Chu Yuntian did not know what Lin Yi meant, and could only bite the bullet and nod. Well, if you put it that way, it's quite a waste. Lin Yi looked very agreeable, which made Chu Yuntian secretly happy, thinking that there was a chance for this exchange. Then Chu Yuntian saw Lin Yi put the spiritual knowledge fruit to his mouth, and took a big bite. As he ate, he said vaguely, It's crispy, so delicious, why do you care if it's a waste or not? Chu Yuntian almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Fuck, that was a spiritual knowledge fruit, and you just ate it like a rotten apple. Forget about fasting and bathing, you should at least take it seriously, right? After eating it, you will level up, don't you need to go into seclusion? If it were someone else, Chu Yuntian's thoughts would not be wrong, but Lin Yi really ate the spiritual knowledge fruit like it was an apple, and it was fine. The spiritual knowledge fruit's medicinal properties were very gentle to begin with, and it was far from the overbearing tempering effect of the spiritual knowledge grassroot. If it were the spiritual knowledge grassroot, Lin Yi would not dare to eat it so casually. As for leveling up, there were still 9 cancerous spiritual knowledge tumors in Lin Yi's primordial spirit that had not been removed. Before that, the spiritual knowledge fruit would not allow Lin Yi to level up, so there was no need to go into seclusion. As Lin Yi gnawed on the spiritual knowledge fruit, he called for Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu to leave. As for Chu Yuntian and the others, he could not be bothered with them. Bing Wuqing was originally as cold as ice, so when Lin Yi acted like this, she followed suit and turned to leave. Chu Tianlu, however, did not dare to do what Lin Yi and the others did. He respectfully bowed to Chu Yuntian and the others one by one, then took his leave. Once the three of them left, Chu Hongding let out a long sigh. He immediately jumped out and fanned the flames. Family head, you can't possibly believe Chu Tianlu just like that, right? There's something strange about this. Chu Hongding, what else do you want? The family head has already said that he'll investigate this matter. Chu Yunting glared at Chu Hongding. Although the development of the situation had exceeded his expectations, it was still a good sign. He didn't want any unforeseen events to occur because of Chu Hongding. You three. Chu Yuntian was suppressing the anger in his heart. He immediately growled, "Don't be noisy. Don't you think this old man is annoying enough?" Chu Hongding understood that Chu Yuntian was extremely dissatisfied with Lin Yi and the others, especially since Lin Yi had eaten the spiritual knowledge fruit he coveted right in front of him. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried about the Blue Cloud sect and Bing Wuqing, Chu Yuntian might even have thought of killing Lin Yi. Thus, the situation was still in Chu Hongding's favor. Taking advantage of Chu Yunting's silence after being yelled at, Chu Hongding continued, "Family head, I'm not trying to cause trouble. Chu Tianlu is indeed suspicious. Think about it, if he already knew Bing Wuqing and Lin Yi from the Blue Cloud sect, why didn't he mention them before? If he had said that we had these two powerful reinforcements, our Chu family wouldn't have to rely on marriage to obtain the right to enter the 10 small families." Chu Hongding was right. It wasn't just Chu Yuntian. Even Chu Yunting couldn't refute him. If the Chu family could use these two to form a connection with the Snow Sword sect and the Blue Cloud sect, it would be many times more effective than the already declining Leaf Spirit sect. If Chu Tianlu hadn't used these connections, it wouldn't have mattered. But after the trial ended, Tianliang went missing when Shang and Xingping died, and he brought Bing Wuqing and Lin Yi back with him. Family head, why don't you tell me what Chu Tianlu is trying to do? Chu Hongding saw that Chu Yuntian had listened to him, so he continued to analyze the situation sincerely. Before Chu Yuntian and Chu Yunting could figure out what Chu Tianlu was trying to do, Chu Hongding raised his voice by an octave and swung his fist fiercely. Chu Tianlu is trying to force the Chu family to abdicate. Don't be fooled by that brat acting like an honest person all this time. You can see now that he's a wolf with wild ambitions. Tianliang is the only one among the younger generation who can be more outstanding than him, so Chu Tianlu is secretly plotting to take advantage of this trial to bring people to harm Tianliang, then use Bing Wuqing and Lin Yi's influence to force the family head to acknowledge his position as the Chu family's successor. Chapter 5477. Genius 1 second. Remember the web, providing you with wonderful novels to read. After saying this, Chu Hongding felt that he was awesome. He was actually able to deduce the truth so perfectly. If he had been to the secular world, he might have even pretentiously added, "There is only one truth." Chu Yuntian had already believed Chu Hongding's words before. Now he was even more convinced. Even Chu Yunting was silent. He didn't know how to refute Chu Hongding's words. Hongding, take good care of the two guests for the next few days. Don't give them any excuse to act up. As for Chu Tianlu, let him move freely for the time being. However, someone must secretly monitor his actions at all times. When the two of them leave the Chu clan, we will settle the score with this unfilial descendant. Chu Yuntian made the decision with a gloomy face. Chu Hongding was naturally overjoyed, and Chu Yunting couldn't raise any objections. After all, the decision was made by the clan master. He couldn't object. Chu Tianlu didn't know that he had been labeled as a traitor by the Chu clan. He was still very happy to thank Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing. This time it's all thanks to Senior Lin and Senior Bing's help. Otherwise, this junior would really be misunderstood by the clan. Lin Yi shook his head inwardly. This poor child was really naive. The group of people led by Chu Hongding had never misunderstood him. When it came to arranging guests, there would naturally be servants. Chu Tianlu was just accompanying them. Under the guidance of the Chu clan's disciples, Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing were arranged to stay in a separate courtyard. The environment was very quiet and elegant. Obviously, it wasn't a place where ordinary guests could stay. Seniors, this is the guest room of the Chu clan for receiving distinguished guests. If you need anything, you can ask the servants to do it at any time. Chu Tianlu and Lin Yi were already quite familiar with each other, but they still maintained enough respect when they spoke. Lin Yi nodded indifferently and said, "This place is not bad. Anyway, we're only staying here for a few days. You don't have to worry about it." After pausing for a moment, Lin Yi took out the crab's niden and handed it to Chu Tianlu. "This niden is for you. Prepare the pill formulas and send them to me. This is what we agreed on before. Is there a problem?" Chu Tianlu was overjoyed. He immediately stretched out his hands and carefully received the core. "Of course there's no problem. Senior Lin, this is a great help to this junior. With this nascent soul stage sea beast core, this junior's grandfather will have the opportunity to refine a nascent soul golden core and break through his current realm. Perhaps the matter that was targeting this junior will be completely resolved. It's good that there's no problem. Hurry up and get this done." Lin Yi waved his hand, indicating that Chu Tianlu could leave. "Yes, Senior Lin and Senior Bing. Rest well. This junior will take his leave first. The pill formula will be sent over soon." Chu Tianlu held the inner core and bowed respectfully. Then, he happily went to look for the pill formula. After Chu Tianlu left, Bing Wuqing shook her head and said, "Boss, if you want these pill formulas, I can think of a way to get them. After all, in the ancient world, the precious things are the ingredients and alchemists for refining pills. As for these pill formulas, they're not that rare." "Haha, so you're saying that there's no need for me to give the niden to Chu Tianlu?" Lin Yi turned to look at Bing Wuqing and asked with a smile. A rare smile appeared on Bing Wuqing's expressionless face. "No, what I'm saying is that if boss really wants these pill formulas, I can think of a way to get them. As for Chu Tianlu, let's not hold too much hope. When we were on the island, I still had some hope for Chu Tianlu. But with the current situation, it's not very likely that he'll be able to get the pill formulas. However, this is exactly what I want." Lin Yi shrugged and turned to walk back to his room. "You should rest as well. Let's wait and see what the niden will bring us in the end." "Yes, Boss Lin Yi," Bing Wuqing replied. After a moment of silence, she showed an understanding expression. After Lin Yi entered his room, she walked into the room next to Lin Yi's and began to cultivate cross-legged. After about 20 minutes, Chu Tianlu returned to Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing's small courtyard. He paced back and forth in front of Lin Yi's door, but he didn't go up and knock. Lin Yi already knew that Chu Tianlu was coming, so he didn't make him wait. He opened the door and said, "I'm done. Senior Lin, I'm too useless. I couldn't get the pill formulas you wanted." Chu Tianlu lowered his head and cupped his hands in shame. "It's fine if you couldn't get them. Is it because your family doesn't have the pill formulas?" In reality, Lin Yi already knew this result. With Chu Tianlu's current awkward position in the Chu clan, it would be strange if he could get the pill formulas. Exchanging the niden of a nascent soul stage sea beast for the pill formulas wasn't important for the pill formulas, but for the niden. Lin Yi already knew that with Chu Tianlu's current status, it would be impossible for him to get the pill formulas. However, the Chu clan definitely wouldn't give up on the niden of a nascent soul stage sea beast, especially when the niden was in Chu Tianlu's hands. As expected, Chu Tianlu's next words confirmed Lin Yi's guess. "The pill formulas should be there, but Chu Hongding wasn't willing to give them to me. Not only that, he even snatched your niden away. He said that his youngest son, Chu Tianhao, bought it and prepared it as a birthday gift for his grandfather. You directly took the niden to Chu Hongding to get the pill formulas." Lin Yi was completely speechless. He had planned for Chu Tianlu to take out the niden to attract the attention of the people in the Chu clan. He didn't think that this guy would be so honest and directly go to Chu Hongding to exchange for the niden. "Don't you know that Chu Hongding has already shed all pretense of cordiality with you? Don't talk about accepting the niden that was sent to him. It's already very kind of Chu Hongding to not accuse you of stealing and kill you." To be honest, if Chu Yuntian didn't say that he would temporarily let Chu Tianlu stay to entertain Lin Yi and Chu Wuyo, Chu Hongding might really have taken the opportunity to teach Chu Tianlu a lesson. However, this wasn't something that Lin Yi could have predicted. Chu Tianlu thought about it now and realized that he had indeed done something stupid. After hearing Lin Yi's question, he said shyly, Chu Hongding is in charge of all the finances and resources of the Chu clan. If I want to exchange, I can only go to him. So I just sent myself to him to be snatched away. Lin Yi rubbed his forehead helplessly. Although this was originally his plan, and the results of Chu Tianlu's actions this time were much better than he expected, Lin Yi really didn't know what to say about Chu Tianlu's character. To be continued. Chapter 5478. Genius 1 second. Remember the net, providing you with interesting novels to read. How did this guy grow up under the covetous eyes of Chu Hongding and his son? How did he even participate in the trials alive and well? Senior Lin Yi, although the inner core has been stolen, I will definitely find a way to get the pill formula back for you. If I can't do it, I'd rather die as an apology. Chu Tianlu felt that he really owed Lin Yi too much, so he swore fiercely. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, It's not that serious, it's just an inner core. Didn't you say that Chu Hongding wanted his son to give it to Chu Yunqing as a birthday gift? I'll just get it back then. Since Chu Hongding dared to steal Lin Yi's things, he naturally had a set of excuses. For example, he could say that Lin Yi's inner core was stolen by Chu Tianlu. However, would Lin Yi care about these excuses? After thinking about it, Lin Yi still said a few more words to prevent Chu Tianlu from going into a dead end. You really don't have to worry about it. I'll take care of this matter. Keep a low profile these few days and don't provoke Chu Hongding and his people. Wait until your grandfather's birthday. Chu Tianlu said solemnly, Thank you for your advice, Senior Lin. I understand. After all, Chu Tianlu was just being honest, not stupid. He could still understand Lin Yi's meaning. After feeling the fall of his status and the malice of Chu Hongding's people, he also knew that he had to keep a low profile to protect himself. Everything would be revealed in a few days at Chu Yunqing's birthday. On the day of Chu Yunqian's birthday, the Chu family was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing also received an invitation early on. Accompanied by Chu Tianlu, they went to the Chu family's guest hall. At this time, there were already many guests in the guest hall. Before they entered, they could hear Chu Yunqian's hearty laughter. Obviously, he was in a good mood. Let's sit by the door. It'll be quieter. Lin Yi didn't want to join in the fun, so he said lightly. Bing Wuqing completely followed Lin Yi's lead, so she naturally didn't have any objections. Chu Tianlu had been used to keeping a low profile for the past few days, so he didn't think it was inappropriate. So, the three of them entered the room and sat down in an empty corner. From this position, he could have a panoramic view of everything in the hall without attracting attention. For Lin Yi, this was very ideal. Most of the cultivators in the hall were focused on Chu Yuntian. As for the three people in the corner, they didn't care at all. As long as they had some status, they would be invited to sit next to Chu Yuntian. Those who sat in the corner were mostly younger disciples. With the age of Lin Yi and the other two, there wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Haha, your Chu family's face isn't small. There are quite a few sects that have come to congratulate you. Lin Yi casually swept his gaze over them and lightly smiled. Just the nascent soul eccentrics, there are almost 10. I presume your Chu family won't have any problems becoming one of the 10 minor sects this time. Many thanks for Senior Lin's auspicious words. Chu Tianlu hastily cupped his fists and bowed in thanks. For someone like him who was always thinking about the Chu family, there was nothing happier than hearing that the Chu family would prosper. Lin Yi waved his hand and didn't say anything. His gaze fell on the two people beside Chu Yuntian. The Leaf Spirit Sect's sect master was Yi Qingcheng. As for the melancholy beauty standing beside him, wasn't that Duanmuyu? He hadn't expected Duanmuyu to also come to the Chu family. Lin Yi faintly smiled. Thinking about it, it was normal. Since the Leaf Spirit Sect was preparing to have a marriage alliance with the Chu family, then the main character of the marriage alliance, Duanmuyu, had to come to Chu Yunqian's birthday celebration. Lin Yi looked at Duanmuyu and then at Chu Yuntian. This was also good. He would thoroughly resolve this matter today. Bing Wuqing also seemed to see some problems. Lin Yi, Duanmuyu seems a bit off. Do you want to go take a look? Bing Wuqing knew about Lin Yi and Duanmuyu's relationship. So when she saw Duanmuyu, she subconsciously carefully observed her. She found that her eyes were empty, without any expression. It's fine. She's just too worried. Linny didn't mind. There was nothing wrong with Duanmuyu. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a melancholy aura. Although he knew Duanmuyu was fine, Linny inexplicably felt a bit of heartache when he saw her like this. Bing Wuqing looked at Duanmuyu again and didn't say anything else. As time passed, more or less all the guests had arrived. Those who had come from far away had basically arrived a day or so earlier. So Lin Yi's group of 3 was quickly filled with young cultivators. After Chu Yuntian stood up and said a few words of thanks, the formal banquet began. The delicacies that had been prepared long ago were brought up like flowing water. However, Lin Yi's group of 3 only tasted a little. They chatted idly with the people next to them. After 3 rounds of wine, the Chu clan's juniors began to present their birthday gifts. This was a necessary part of a birthday banquet. The meaning was to let others see the prosperity of a clan. Grandpa Patriarch, I wish you happiness as great as the East Sea and longevity as long as the South Mountain. The first to come out was a 3rd-generation junior from the Chu clan's side branch. In terms of seniority, he could be considered Chu Yuntian's grandson. What this side branch junior presented was a formation diagram hand-drawn by a famous master. Although it was a simple formation diagram, it was still a pretty good item. It barely qualified as the first birthday gift. Chu Yuntian nodded with a smile. It was hard to tell whether he was satisfied or not. Chu Hengding, who was standing beside him, took the formation diagram and put it aside. Lin Yi frowned slightly and said, "Why do I feel that Chu Hengding's aura is a little unstable? Did that old guy break through in the past 2 days?" "I didn't hear that." Chu Tianlu raised his head and looked at Chu Hengding strangely. He shook his head and said, "He should have been busy with Grandpa's birthday banquet these past few days. How could he have had time to go into seclusion to break through?" With Chu Tianlu's level, whether Chu Hengding had broken through or not, he wouldn't be able to tell. However, what he said made sense. Chu Hengding had been busy preparing for the birthday banquet these past few days. He really shouldn't have had time to go into seclusion to break through, unless he was like Bing Wuqing and had the support of a tycoon like Lin Yi, who gave away pills like candy. Bing Wuqing also looked at Chu Hengding carefully. Then she shook her head slightly at Lin Yi, indicating that he couldn't see anything strange either. Lin Yi shrugged and said indifferently, "Maybe I saw wrongly. Forget it, there's no need to pay too much attention to such a small character." Chu Tianlu sweated slightly. Only a ruthless person like Lin Yi could call Chu Hengding, who was at the peak of the middle stage of the Aurus core realm, a small character. In any sect or family, the peak of the middle stage of the Aurus core realm was considered a high-level battle force. To be continued. Chapter 5479. In the time it took to say a few words, a few more descendants from the side branches presented their gifts. They weren't too valuable, and could only be said to be average. Chu Yuntian maintained his smile. Lin Yi suddenly turned to ask Chu Tianlu, "What gift did you prepare? Although this old man doesn't really like you, he's still your grandfather." Chu Tianlu felt extremely awkward when Lin Yi called his grandfather old man to his face. He could only pretend that he didn't hear it. He lowered his head and said, "I originally wanted to use the inner core as a gift, but after Chu Hengding snatched it away, I could only think of other ways. To be honest, the things I've prepared now are only about the same as what my cousins just gave me." With Chu Tianlu's identity as a direct descendant, it was already very degrading for him to give something about the same as a descendant from the side branches. Lin Yi chuckled and said, "Then don't give it to me. Otherwise, your grandfather will be angry at you again." Without waiting for Chu Tianlu to speak, Lin Yi raised his chin in Chu Hengding's direction and said, "You should go and get the inner core back in a while. Since you prepared it, why should that old man benefit from it? Am I right?" Chu Tianlu said solemnly, "Senior Lin is right. Besides, the inner core still belongs to you. Before I give you the pill recipe, the inner core can't be considered mine. Don't worry, Senior Lin. I'm going to throw caution to the wind today. I'll definitely get the inner core back." Lin Yi smiled faintly. He thought, if you can successfully get the inner core back, the sun will definitely rise from the west. No matter what, it was time to retract the clues he'd planted earlier. If everything went smoothly, not only would Chu Tianlu be able to wash away his grievances and regain his rightful position, he could also destroy Duanmuyu's marriage alliance. After a short while, Chu Hongding's youngest son, Chu Tianhao, appeared with an antique purple-red wooden box. He held his head high and chest out. Grandson Chu Tianhao wishes Grandpa long and boundless life and eternal happiness. This is a small token grandson has prepared for Grandpa. I hope Grandpa will like it. Chu Tianhao had an obedient look on his face. After he finished speaking, he firmly kowtowed 3 times. This was much more sincere than the branch family members from before. Chu Yuntian immediately laughed and said, "Good, good, good. You really are my good grandson. Hurry up and get up. Next time don't knock so hard. Did it hurt?" Grandson's childish affection towards grandfather cannot be expressed without a heavy kowtow. I asked grandfather to understand this. Chu Tianhao's face was serious, as if he was speaking the truth. A cultivator at the peak of the late foundation establishment stage kowtowed 3 times, and didn't even make a crack on the bricks on the ground. He actually has the nerve to say it's heavy. Duanmuyu, who was at the side, suddenly curled his lips and muttered. It just so happened that she was muttering right after Chu Tianhao finished speaking. Everyone in the hall was silent, waiting to see what Chu Tianhao would give Chu Yuntian. Thus, Duanmuyu's whisper was just loud enough for everyone to hear. After all, they were all cultivators, and having good hearing and sight was a basic quality. Chu Tianhao's pretty face immediately flushed red. He knew Duanmuyu, and as long as he could gain Chu Yuntian's favor, he was completely confident in marrying this beautiful woman. However, he hadn't expected that this woman he had coveted for so long would suddenly say something so sarcastic. It really put him on the spot. Chu Yuntian's smile also froze. Fortunately, Yi Qingcheng reacted quickly and immediately scolded. "Duanmuyu, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and apologize to Senior Chu and young Master Tianhao." Duanmuyu snorted softly, her face full of reluctance. With her personality, she wouldn't do anything rude. However, when she thought about the possibility of marrying this pretty boy, Lin Yi's figure suddenly flashed through her mind. Thus, for some reason, she couldn't help but stab Chu Tianhao. With Yi Qingcheng's excuse, Chu Yuntian immediately laughed and waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. Sect Master Yi, don't be too serious. It's normal for young people to like to joke around. As old people, can't we see our descendants playing around in front of us?" The implication was that he had already regarded Duanmuyu as his own descendant. As for her rudeness, he wouldn't pursue it any further. Yi Qingcheng smiled knowingly. Senior Chu is indeed broad-minded. It's admirable. Oh right, young Master Tianhao's birthday gift seems to be an extremely precious treasure. Hurry up and let us broaden our horizons. These two were both wily old foxes. With just a few words they smoothed out the sudden situation. Yi Qingcheng complimented and then took the opportunity to shift the topic to Chu Tianhao. There was no trace of deliberate intent. Chu Tianhao kindly said, "This little girl dares to not give me face. Wait until I marry her and see how I'll deal with her." Hearing Yi Qingcheng mention his gift, Chu Tianhao hurriedly put away the petty thoughts in his heart. Full of energy, he held the purple-red wooden box in a position parallel to his forehead. "Grandpa, this is the inner core of a nascent soul stage sea beast that I've collected with great effort. I hope it can help Grandpa refine a nascent soul golden core and reach a higher level." Chu Tianhao said proudly and slowly opened the purple-red wooden box. A touch of faint blue light rose from the wooden box, and waves of pure spiritual power faintly emitted from the wooden box. There was a sudden gasp in the hall. There were many nascent soul stage old monsters present. This nascent soul stage sea beast's inner core was absolutely attractive to them. Chu Yuntian was also surprised and happy. He was happy that Chu Tianhao was able to find a nascent soul stage sea beast's inner core. Moreover, this inner core was the size of 2 fists. If it was used to refine a nascent soul golden core, it could be divided into at least 3 portions. If he found an alchemist to refine the inner core, 3 portions of materials could basically guarantee a pill. But he was surprised that Chu Tianhao actually took out a nascent soul stage sea beast's inner core. Didn't he know that there were more than 10 nascent soul stage old monsters here? Didn't he know that an ordinary man's wealth would cause him to get into trouble? Didn't he know that he was only the weakest early nascent soul stage? If someone tried to rob him, who would help him keep the inner core? Feeling the greedy gazes of the surrounding nascent soul stage old monsters, Chu Yuntian wished he could immediately put away the inner core. However, under the watchful eyes of so many people, doing so was a bit too unsightly. Moreover, what he wanted to see had already been seen, so there was no point in putting it away. Grandpa, he's lying. This inner core was prepared by me for Grandpa. Just as Chu Yuntian was struggling between joy and worry in his heart, Chu Tianlu appeared out of nowhere and stood next to Chu Tianhao, glaring at him. To be continued. Chapter 5480. Chu Tianhao was startled, but his old man Chu Hongding had already warned him that Chu Tianlu might jump out to fight for it, so he was relatively calm right now. Sweeping a disdainful glance at Chu Tianlu at his side, Chu Tianhao said proudly, "Oh, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this my traitorous cousin? How did he kill my older brother? Now, you still want to steal the inner alchemy I prepared for my grandfather? You're spouting nonsense." The word traitor immediately provoked Chu Tianlu. His face instantly flushed red, and it was obvious just how agitated he was. After all, to someone who wholeheartedly cared about the clan, the reputation of a traitor was far too heavy. "I'm spouting nonsense. Is it me who's spouting nonsense? Or is it you who's running amok? You and I both know." Chu Tianhao's face was full of righteousness, which really made others feel that there was something wrong with Chu Tianlu. Only they, the people involved, truly knew who was spouting nonsense. "Grandfather, this knighten really was something I obtained from two seniors. I was going to offer it to you as a birthday gift, but it was stolen by second uncle." Chu Tianlu didn't want to argue with Chu Tianhao, so he knelt straight in front of Chu Yuntian and spoke with a face full of grief and indignation. Lin Yi shook his head in secret. This kid really was stubborn. What was the point of doing this? However, Lin Yi already knew that there was no point in Chu Tianlu going out. He was only stirring up this pretext. Chu Hongding snorted coldly and said, "What a joke. Let's not talk about whether or not I would steal something from a junior like you. Tell me, what did you use to exchange for such a precious nascent soul sea beast's knighten? Since you exchanged it, how could it have been stolen by me? Since it was stolen by me, why didn't you complain to the family head earlier? Why do you have to come out now and cause trouble?" It had to be said that Chu Hongding's words were quite incisive. The people around him couldn't help but nod. 8 out of 10 people believed that Chu Tianlu was just pestering them endlessly. There were also 2 people who just wanted to watch the show, and didn't want things to get out of hand. They wanted nothing more than for Chu Tianlu to continue retorting. It would be best if the Chu clan directly had internal strife. That would be interesting. Chu Tianlu straightened his neck and said angrily, "Senior Lin handed the inner core to me first so that I could serve as proof and go to your place to exchange for a few pill recipes. In the end, not only did you seize my inner core, you didn't even give me a single pill recipe. Grandfather has been deceived by you these past few days. Even if I went to look for grandfather, I would definitely be obstructed by you. Ridiculous. I can tell that you're lying just by listening to your nonsense." Chu Hongding's face was full of disdain. He retorted mercilessly, "One moment you said that Senior Lin's inner core was only for you to use as proof, and the next moment you said that it was yours. You even said that for the sake of a few pill recipes, someone actually used a nascent soul inner core to exchange for pill recipes. And you actually dared to say that the family head was deceived by me? Is the family head really that muddle-headed in your eyes?" Seeing Chu Yuntian's face slowly darken, Chu Hongding was inwardly pleased. He deeply felt that he crushed Chu Tianlu in terms of intelligence. That was absolute power. Chu Tianlu grew anxious and blurted out, "Then what did you use to exchange for the inner core?" Chu Tianhao chuckled and said, "Traitor cousin, don't worry. The things my father and I used to exchange are definitely more valuable than the few pill recipes you spoke of. But you don't need to know about it." "Nonsense. Do you have any proof? This is clearly the inner core that you stole from me. I don't believe that you can find someone to exchange it for." Chu Tianlu felt his blood boil. His words were completely blurted out, and he didn't know whether or not they made sense. Chu Tianlu didn't consider that Chu Hongding was the person who controlled the entire Chu family's finances. How hard could it be to find a merchant association to admit that they sold the inner core to Chu Hongding? As expected, Chu Hongding had already prepared an excuse. With a condescending attitude, he laughed disdainfully and said, "Of course I can prove where the inner core came from. But you, how can you prove everything you've said? Or perhaps that senior Lin of yours really did give you an inner core to exchange for something, but in the end you took it for yourself and then framed us. Linny laughed coldly. Sure enough, Chu Hongding was making a false accusation. He was probably trying to shut Linny up. After all, Linny did have some sort of background. Chu Tianlu was immediately speechless. If he wanted to prove where the inner core came from, he could only ask Linny to step forward. But even if Linny stepped forward, there was no proof that the inner core belonged to him. Since that was the case, dragging Linny into this seemed to be meaningless. Chu Tianlu clenched his teeth and thought to himself, I might as well take this on by myself. Suddenly, a bundle flew to Chu Tianlu's side. A sharp blade could be seen at the edge of the bundle. Then Linny sent him a sound transmission. Use this to prove that the inner core is ours. When these things are placed together with the inner core, there will be a weak resonance. Chu Tianlu was immediately overjoyed. He immediately opened the bundle. It was the materials from the sea crab corpse that he had personally dissected. There was only a claw tip and a small piece of shell in the bundle, but it was enough to prove where the inner core came from. However, Chu Tianlu was a little puzzled. When did Lin Yi bring these things with him? When he returned to the Chu clan that day, these materials were all on Chu Tianlu's flying spirit beast. He did not have time to retrieve them, and they were then locked up. When Chu Tianlu regained his freedom, he went to look for these things again, but they were already nowhere to be found. No one knew where they had gone. All the materials were piled up. After all, it was a small mountain as tall as two people. Chu Tianlu even suspected that Chu Hongding had taken it for himself, but he had no way to verify it. In reality, Lin Yi had taken advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to turn these things into a primordial spirit and store them in the jade pendant space. They were all good materials for refining tools. It would be good to give them to the king of scrap later, lest Chu Hongding take advantage of them. This is the proof. Do you see this? This is a claw tip and a piece of shell from an early nascent soul sea crab. I personally dissected them after the two seniors killed the crab. They are of the same origin as the inner core. When placed together, there will be a weak resonance. Do you dare try it? Chu Tianlu suddenly stood up and approached Chu Tianlu with the materials from the sea crab. Chu Tianlu was shocked. He did not know if what Chu Tianlu said was true, but he clearly knew that the inner core truly belonged to Chu Tianlu. That was why he did not dare let Chu Tianlu try it. Chu Hongding's expression was rather unsightly. He did not know that the inner core had been obtained by Lin Yi and the others after they personally killed the sea crab. However, since Chu Tianlu had said this, it should not be wrong. He had already suffered a loss by not trusting an honest person like Chu Tianlu. It was better to trust him now. Chapter 5481. Faced with the suddenly aggressive Chu Tianlu, Chu Hongding and his son fell into a rare silence. Chu Yuntian immediately felt that something was wrong. Although this old man was obstinate and self-opinionated at the same time, he was also extremely suspicious. When he trusted someone, he might not show anything, but once he became suspicious, everything would be overturned by him and he would list everything as a target of suspicion. Now was the time for Chu Yuntian to become suspicious of Chu Hongding. Chu Yuntian had believed everything Chu Hongding had said, but now the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Heaven's Road, what exactly is going on? Tell me honestly. Chu Yuntian's expression was cold. He swept his gaze over Chu Hongding and the others, and finally stopped on Chu Tianlu. He ordered in an unquestionable tone. Chu Tianlu immediately said respectfully, "When we left Taishi Island, two seniors and I killed a sea crab on a small island." This time Chu Tianlu was smart. He didn't say that Lin Yi had separated from the other two before coming to support them. He told the story of how Lin Yi had fought the sea crab with Bing Wuxia after he arrived. This made people think that the three of them had been together the entire time, and that they had encountered the sea crab together. Strictly speaking, Chu Tianlu was telling the truth. There was just a time difference. Whether or not people would misunderstand was not his problem. After Chu Tianlu finished speaking, Chu Yuntian didn't need to verify the resonance between the inner core and the materials to be sure that Chu Tianlu wasn't lying. Then, who was lying about Chu Tianliang? Chu Hongding's expression changed, but surprisingly, he didn't interrupt Chu Tianlu's narration. This surprised Lin Yi. Did Chu Hongding know that the situation was hopeless and gave up on struggling? Chu Yuntian coldly swept his gaze over Chu Hongding, then snorted and said to Chu Tianlu, "Tianlu, tell me again about Yuan Liang." Chu Yunting was taken aback. He hurriedly walked up and said in a low voice, "Family leader, should we discuss this in private later? After all, there are many distinguished guests here." If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't wash his dirty linen in public, Chu Yunting wouldn't have bothered to help Chu Hongding. Although he and Chu Hongding hadn't completely fallen out, they weren't far from it. Chu Yuntian narrowed his eyes and looked around. He forced a smile and said, "Fellow Taoists, Chu Yuntian has some family matters to deal with. Please excuse me if I have been rude." As he spoke, he cupped his hands and bowed. Then, he waved his hand and released a barrier of vital energy that enveloped himself, Chu Hongding, Chu Tianlu, and the others. "It doesn't matter now, Heaven's Road. If you have something to say, just say it," Chu Yuntian said with a gloomy face. No matter what the final result was, he had already lost his face today. Chu Hongding sneered. "Chu Tianlu, since the family head has asked you to speak, then speak. I'd like to see what other lies you can weave." "I'll tell you. I, Chu Tianlu, am a man of indomitable spirit. I never lie. Every word I say is the truth. I have a clear conscience," Chu Tianlu said boldly. He immediately recounted everything that had happened in full detail. This time Chu Hongding didn't interrupt him at all. He allowed Chu Tianlu to recount everything in detail. Even Chu Tianlu was a little surprised. When Chu Tianlu said that Chu Tianliang had used the shapeshifting urn to turn Chu Wanshang into a scapegoat, Chu Yuntian's face darkened. He didn't feel sorry for Chu Wanshang, but for the shapeshifting urn. This was a one-time use treasure that could save his life at a critical moment. Yet Chu Tianliang had actually used it in private. As for the person who gave it to Chu Tianliang, it was obvious who it was. When Chu Yuntian heard that Chu Tianliang also had the murderous shadow shield, he immediately exploded. Fortunately, Chu Tianlu had been careful this time and didn't mention the divine sense fruit's core. He only said that he had been ambushed by Chu Tianliang while exploring. Otherwise, Chu Yuntian's attention would have been diverted by the divine sense fruit's core. "Chu Hongding, why don't you tell this old man what's going on? How could the shape-shifting urn and murderous shadow shield from the family's treasury appear in Chu Tianliang's hands?" Chu Yuntian was already on the verge of exploding. He stared at Chu Hongding with bloodshot eyes. This wasn't just because of the two treasures. No matter what, Chu Yuntian was still the head of the Chu family. Although these two consumable treasures were precious, they were not unbearable. What Chu Yuntian was truly angry about was that he had been played like a fool by Chu Hongding and his son. Anyone who was obstinate and self-opinionated was definitely an extremely arrogant existence. How could he tolerate the fact that he had been played like a monkey? Chu Hongding laughed loudly and said, "Family head, are you going to believe whatever Chu Tianlu says now? Are you going to punish me for my crimes just like that? You still dare to quibble?" Chu Yuntian roared. "Do you really think this old man has gone senile? We'll know whether or not Chu Tianlu is lying if we check the amount of shape-shifting urn and murderous shadow shield in the family treasury. Do you think he would tell such a clumsy lie? Or are you going to refuse to admit defeat until you see your coffin? Do you really want me to personally check what treasures are missing from the treasury?" Chu Hongding curled his lips and shrugged. He said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. If you have nothing better to do, you can go take a look if you want. However, I'm not afraid to tell you that I was the one who gave these things to Tianliang for him to use to save his life. So what? Tianliang is also your grandson. Can't a dignified young master of the Chu clan use these two disposable items? You actually admitted it. You actually dared to admit it just like that. Good. At least you're somewhat responsible." Chu Yuntian was greatly shocked, but he didn't think too much about it. Just as he said, if he wanted to prove whether or not Chu Tianlu was lying, it would be clear with a simple check. Chu Hongding had no way of denying it. Men detain that unfilial son Chu Hongding. After the birthday feast, I'll personally deal with him. Chu Yuntian removed the barrier of true energy and pointed his sword at Chu Hongding. He ordered the Chu family to capture him. "Ha ha ha ha. Old thing, you really want to capture me?" Chu Hongding laughed loudly. He didn't seem to realize that he was a traitor of the Chu family after being exposed. Instead, he arrogantly slapped Chu Yuntian's finger away and said, "Old fool! Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I was giving you face before. If you had cooperated obediently and continued to feign ignorance, I could have let you be the patriarch for a few more days. Now that you want to capture me, we'll just go our separate ways. Either the fish dies or the net splits." Chapter 5482. Chu Yuntian was so angry that he laughed. True qi surged all over his body, revealing the strength of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Evil creature. This old man has really raised a son like you for nothing. Come, let this old man see just how strong this net of yours is. It can even kill this old man, a fish, without breaking. Early-stage nascent soul. What's so great about that? Chu Hongding looked at Chu Yuntian with pity and mockery. As if I'm not an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. With that, his aura soared. He was just as strong, just as violent, just as strong early-stage nascent soul cultivator. How is this possible? Chu Yuntian was shocked, and so was Chu Yunting. A few days ago, Chu Hongding had been at the peak of the mid-stage gold core realm. How could he have suddenly become an early-stage nascent soul cultivator? Could one level up like this? Could one level up a day? Since when did cultivation become as fast as walking upstairs? Chu Yunting suddenly felt like he'd been living like a dog for the past few decades. What's going on? Chu Yunting and Chu Yuntian looked at each other. Unfortunately, the questions were all the same. No one knew the answer. Could it be that Chu Hongding had obtained several spirit knowledge fruits, golden cores, and nascent souls? That didn't make sense. In the entire hall, only Lin Yi had expected this. When he saw Chu Hongding erupt with early-stage nascent soul strength, Lin Yi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. There was indeed something wrong. He hadn't been mistaken. The old man's unstable aura was indeed caused by a breakthrough. But he hadn't expected him to break through to early-stage nascent souls so quickly. Other than Lin Yi himself, there was only one person who could do it, be it the common world Sky-class island, or this small world of the ancient times. The center. That damned center had already raised its hands to the Chu clan? His movements were really fast. Old thing, you're no longer fit to be the clan master of the Chu clan. You should abdicate as soon as possible. I'm your son after all. Why don't you let me hold this position for a few years? Chu Hongding chuckled. His original plan was to help his son become the young patriarch. Now that he was the patriarch, wouldn't his son be the young patriarch? Evil creature, I don't know what crooked method you used to raise your level, but you think you can contend against this old man? Today, I'll show you what an experienced early-stage nascent soul cultivator is capable of. How could Chu Yuntian allow Chu Hongding to replace him in such a manner? He was about to attack and take care of this rebellious son. Both of them were at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Chu Hongding had clearly just broken through, and his aura had not yet stabilized. Chu Yuntian had taken this into consideration, and believed that he had an 80% chance of defeating Chu Hongding. Seeing that the two Yuanying stage old monsters of the Chu clan were having an internal conflict, the guests in the hall had already retreated to make room for them. What a joke! Although it was good to watch the show, it was better to watch the battle between two nascent soul old monsters from afar. With everyone retreating, most of the tables were empty. Only the table closest to Chu Hongding still had two hooded figures. Previously, Lin Yi hadn't paid much attention to these irrelevant people. Now that he looked closely, he realized that they were old acquaintances. The two of them slowly stood up and arrived next to Chu Hongding in a flash. They removed their hoods to reveal their true appearances. They were Xue Jianfeng and Yu Taizong. From the moment Lin Yi guessed that Chu Hongding's ascension had something to do with the center, he guessed that Chu Hongding still had some tricks up his sleeves. Thus, he wasn't surprised to see these two appear. Xue Jianfeng said arrogantly, "Old thing, you want to show Chu Hongding the foundation of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator? Then let's see if this young master can make your mincemeat sink to the bottom of the sewers." As he spoke, Xue Jianfeng also circulated his own cultivation method. His incomparably tyrannical aura had actually reached the level of a perfected nascent soul cultivator. Chu Yuntian's aura was immediately and thoroughly crushed. He forcibly retracted what he was about to do. Perfected nascent soul cultivator. Chu Yuntian's expression changed drastically. He never imagined that Chu Hongding would have a perfected nascent soul cultivator behind him. That was the pinnacle of combat power in the primordial underworld. Xue Jianfeng was extremely pleased. He didn't expect that he could reach perfected nascent soul so quickly after joining the center. In the current primordial underworld, there weren't many people who could be his match. Even if there were a few veteran perfected nascent soul cultivators, Xue Jianfeng didn't fear them in the slightest. Behind him was the center. By his side, there were mass-produced perfected nascent soul cultivators, such as Yu Taizong. Elder Yu, come and show off your skills, lest this old thing doesn't know how powerful you are. Seeing Chu Yuntian trembling in fear before him, Xue Jianfeng's vanity was greatly satisfied. Thus he wanted to drag Yu Taizong along to enjoy this feeling. Yu Taizong joined the center in order to increase his strength. Now that his dream had come true, wouldn't it be like returning home in glory if he didn't show off? Thus he smiled and nodded, completely releasing his perfected nascent soul aura. Another perfected nascent soul cultivator? Chu Yuntian completely lost his courage. Facing an early nascent soul cultivator, Chu Yuntian still had some confidence in defeating him, but facing a perfected nascent soul cultivator, Xue Jianfeng, Chu Yuntian simply had no intention of resisting. Now that there was an additional Yu Taizong, the fact that he didn't kneel on the spot was already a display of Chu Yuntian's willpower. Seniors, this is our Chu clan's matter. Why must you forcefully interfere? Although senior strength is astonishing, aren't you afraid of giving others the wrong impression? Chu Yuntian's body didn't dare to resist, but his mouth still made a final struggle. Give others the wrong impression? I'm so scared. If I give others the wrong impression, won't I be surrounded and attacked? That's too scary. When the time comes, I have to prepare a few more sets of clothes. Otherwise, if I kill too many people and get covered in blood, I won't have enough to change into. Xue Jianfeng first made a fearful expression, then changed the topic and began to laugh wildly. Chu Yuntian was both shocked and furious, but there was nothing he could do. With Xue Jianfeng's perfected nascent soul strength, he could do as he pleased in the ancient martial world. Unless he was surrounded and attacked by cultivators of the same level, ordinary cultivators would die no matter how many came. They simply weren't enough for him to kill. Chapter 5483. Chu Yuntian smiled bitterly and sighed softly. I understand. From today onwards I, Chu Yuntian, will abdicate and become the Chu family's supreme elder. Chu Hongding will take over as the family head. Effective immediately. To tell the truth, Chu Yuntian's emotions were complicated. He'd been forced to abdicate by his son and outsiders. He'd been utterly humiliated. However, when he saw Chu Hongding's allies, it was clear that he wasn't wrong. In his hands, the Chu family truly had a chance to rise. Half gratified and half sorrowful, Chu Yuntian glanced at Chu Hongding. This was his own son. Although he was talented, his heart wasn't in the right place, and his actions were too radical. If he could steadily develop the Chu family with him, it wasn't impossible for the Chu family to rise. As for now, it seemed like the Chu family would rise even faster in the short term. However, it was hard to say what would happen in the future. When Chu Hongding heard Chu Yuntian's announcement, he beamed with joy. He'd been waiting for this moment for a long time. Hadn't he been planning for this moment all along? Since I, Chu Hongding, have taken over as the family head, the first thing I'll do is clean up the family. That traitor Chu Tianlu misled the masses with his lies, harmed his brothers, stole the family's treasures, colluded with outsiders, and so on. His crimes are too numerous to count and cannot be forgiven. Drag him out and kill him immediately. Chu Hongding pointed at Chu Tianlu in high spirits and loudly declared his crimes. The descendants of the Chu family didn't dare to object. Even the family head, Chu Yuntian, had been forced to abdicate by Chu Hongding. If they disobeyed Chu Hongding's orders now, they knew what would happen to them. Two early Golden Core Chu family disciples quickly walked towards Chu Tianlu, ready to drag him out and kill him. Chu Hongding suddenly waved his hand. Wait, let him watch from the side. Otherwise, he won't be able to die in peace. After stopping the two Chu family disciples, Chu Hongding smiled at Chu Tianhao and said, Tianhao, let your father arrange a marriage for you. If it weren't for that traitor's mental issues, this marriage would have been his. Chu Tianlu didn't pay any attention to Chu Hongding's smug look. He was thinking about how he could turn defeat into victory. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't think there was any other way besides Lin Yi. As for whether Lin Yi would be able to turn the situation around, it was hard to guarantee. Sect Master Yi Qingcheng, shall we settle the marriage we agreed on before? My son Chu Tian is a direct descendant of the Chu clan. He'll be the heir to the Chu clan in the future. There shouldn't be any problems with your sect's Duanmuyu, right? With Chu Hengding's current strength, the alliance with the Leaf Spirit sect was no longer important. But no one knew a son better than a father. Chu Hengding was well aware of Chu Tianhao's desire for Duanmuyu, so the marriage had to continue. Yi Qingcheng hurriedly pulled Duanmuyu in and said, "No problem, no problem. Speaking of which, young Master Tianhao is really talented. Our Xiaoyu is climbing up the social ladder. Since Patriarch Chu doesn't mind our Xiaoyu's clumsy little girl, then let's settle it like this. There's no time like the present. Let's get engaged today." Lin Yi frowned slightly and sent a telepathic message to Bing Wuqing. "Wuqing, go and protect Chu Tianlu first, lest he accidentally dies." "Yes, Boss Lin Yi." Bing Wuqing nodded in agreement. She stood up, parted the crowd in front of her, and walked over boldly. "Chu Tianlu is someone Bing Wuqing brought back. Kill him? Who dares?" Bing Wuqing's body emitted wisps of coldness. With every step she took, frost rapidly spread from the soles of her feet, forming a thin layer of ice on the ground. Although the aura of a peak early nascent soul cultivator wasn't as strong as that of Xue Jianfeng and Yu Taizong, it was more condensed and sharp. It seemed to be able to break through Xue Jianfeng and Yu Taizong's perfected nascent soul aura. Bing Wuqing. Xue Jianfeng was overjoyed. He hadn't heard Chu Hengding mention that Bing Wuqing was here. Otherwise, he would have gone to find trouble with her long ago. All this while, Xue Jianfeng hadn't been able to gain any advantage from Bing Wuqing. Now that Xue Jianfeng was a top-notch nascent soul expert, how could he not seek revenge on Xue Jianfeng? Chu Hengding actually wanted to talk to Xue Jianfeng about Bing Wuqing. After all, Xue Jianfeng and Yu Taizong were both from the Snow Sword faction. He was wondering if the three of them had some sort of connection. However, he had been really busy these few days, and he had to set aside some time for the center to improve his strength. After a while, he didn't have the chance to meet Xue Jianfeng and Yu Taizong, which was why he had been delayed. "That's great. I've been looking for you but I couldn't find you. So you've been hiding here." Xue Jianfeng smiled proudly. "Chu Tianlu is one of your men? Then I really can't kill him. I have to torture him and make him wish he was dead." Bing Wuqing glanced at Xue Jianfeng coldly and said indifferently, "You can try." "I'll try." The corner of Xue Jianfeng's mouth curled up. He was about to make a move to torture Chu Tianlu. However, before he could move, he realized that the air around him was filled with countless tiny black ice crystals. The temperature was dropping, and even the air seemed to be freezing. This is the merciless ice style. Xue Jianfeng looked at the thin black ice on his body in disbelief. He couldn't understand why the merciless ice style, which was clearly useless, had suddenly become so strange and domineering. Just the evolved version of the merciless ice style was enough to threaten Xue Jianfeng's safety. Therefore, Xue Jianfeng didn't dare to take any more risks. He hurriedly called out, "Elder Yu, this Bing Wuqing is a little strange. Let's work together and finish her off quickly." Yu Taizong nodded. "All right. You attack from the front, and I'll support from the side." Xue Jianfeng almost vomited blood. If he could threaten her with a direct attack, why would he need Yu Taizong's help? But no matter what, there were two nascent soul perfection experts. If they attacked Bing Wuqing at the same time, no matter how powerful his new merciless ice style was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. All of a sudden, an indifferent voice rang out beside Xue Jianfeng. "You've really forgotten the pain now that you've recovered. Why don't you learn from your mistakes? You're really a fool who doesn't learn from your mistakes. Do you want me to continue teaching you a lesson?" Xue Jianfeng shuddered subconsciously. This voice was too frightening, and it had practically left a shadow in his heart. He turned around stiffly. Who else could it be but Lin Yi?